disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 A Strange Conflict is Born. Mangekyo Sharingan. Now the experiment of the 3-tomo Sharingan has ended. The only problem is the experiment of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the long mist laboratory, Kenichi Amemiya looked at the experimental subject in front of him and fell into deep thought. After solving the problem of the Mizukage of the Mist Village and cutting off one of Obito's hands, Kenichi Amemiya began to think about ways to enhance his own strength, and the simplest one at the moment is naturally to improve his pupil power. As long as he can upgrade his 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenichi Amemiya can start to implement his plan, and at the same time, it is time to clear his own obstacles. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu are Kenichi Amemiya's obstacles. These two guys are very dangerous, especially Black Zetsu, the semi-finished product born from Kaguya Otsutsuki. All he thinks about all day is making trouble and how to save his mother. While this wasn't strictly a problem, and Amemiya Kenichi himself could understand it, the problem was that Black Zetsu stood in his way. Unless he found another way to rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki, they were completely opposed, and reconciliation was impossible. Although I have some ideas, the problem is that rescuing Kaguya Otsutsuki is itself a huge hassle. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes, relieving the strain. Unless he possessed overwhelming combat power, rescuing Kaguya Otsutsuki would be impossible. Releasing her would simply create another, and even greater, problem. After all, Kaguya Otsutsuki possessed a strong sense of autonomy, and wasn't a puppet, to be manipulated at will. While Amemiya Kenichi had considered some drastic measures, such as Kaguya Otsutsuki having spent so many years alone, would that suggest a strong enough desire? But if he could physically conquer Kaguya Otsutsuki and make her his woman, wouldn't that make him the father of the 6 Paths Sage and Black Zetsu? This point is actually arguable. Just like when faced with Naruto's reverse harem seduction technique, Kaguya Otsutsuki was indeed stunned, showing that she did indeed experience a slight inner turmoil, though it could also be due to her lack of understanding of this strange ninjutsu. However, it's worth considering this point. After all, even if you want to physically conquer Kaguya Otsutsuki, you must first possess the strength to hold her down, right? Furthermore, such a scenario is only possible in a manga. So, I'll just have to ask Black Zetsu to die. Amemiya Kenichi patted the test subject before him, and the subject slowly opened his eyes. The moment they did, Amemiya Kenichi saw the 3 Megatama Sharingan in their eyes. The experiment was a success. Through mental stimulation of the test subject, we have successfully stimulated the evolution of their Sharingan, which has already reached the 3 Megatama level. The next step is to test the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the bewildered test subject and recorded the results of this experiment in his notebook. As he suspected, the Sharingan's evolution was indeed linked to intense emotional stimulation. Upon experiencing sufficiently intense emotional stimulation, the Uchiha clan's brains would secrete a special fluid originating from the amygdala. However, he wasn't planning to conduct experiments on the Mangekyo Sharingan just yet, as it was extremely dangerous. This wasn't so much the danger to the subject, but rather to himself. After all, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan depended entirely on the awakener's thoughts at the time. What if the subject successfully awakened some strange Sharingan ability and then escaped his control? Wouldn't that be directly causing trouble for him? Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi didn't intend to casually conduct experiments on the Mangekyo Sharingan. He needed to first secure the subject's control before he could begin the experiment with confidence. Awake. How do you feel? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the subject, who was now touching his own eyes, seemingly noticing the abnormality. The other party didn't reply immediately, but suddenly turned to look at Amemiya Kenichi, the 3 Megatama in his eyes spinning rapidly. Amemiya Kenichi sneered, and the 3 Megatama in his eyes began to spin simultaneously, blocking the other party's illusion and controlling the test subject before him. The other party was the ninja he had brought from Yuhikyo no Yaoyumi. However, Amemiya Kenichi expected the other party to attack him. After all, after the other party awakened the first and second Megatama, Amemiya Kenichi had taught them some Sharingan techniques to test their ability to function properly. He hadn't expected this fool to turn the tables on him. But it didn't matter. Amemiya Kenichi would forgive him, because this was a valuable test subject. Amemiya Kenichi planned to use the Yaoyumi, who had awakened the 3 Megatama, to test the mother insect's parasite. The other one, still in the 2 Megatama state, would also need to be implanted with a parasite to study whether the parasite could be unaffected by the Sharingan's advancement. Rather than killing someone outright, Amemiya Kenichi felt that forcing them to serve him wholeheartedly despite their apparent unwillingness was the most torturous method. Furthermore, as the first successful 3 Magneto Sharingan experiment subject, Yaoyumi was still extremely valuable. Amemiya Kenichi needed him to observe whether these experiments would leave any drawbacks so that he could improve his experimental plan. Therefore, he wouldn't kill Yaoyumi without hesitation. Then we'll go to the snow country. Given the mother insect's reproduction time, this should be enough time for her to produce the next generation of parasites. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, then carried Yaoyumi back to the dungeon, imprisoned him, and then left. Amemiya Kenichi had to make some preparations before leaving. Just as he left the lab to look for his teacher, he spotted a familiar figure not far away. It was a female ninja, standing on a tree branch, leaning against the trunk, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair. Anko? Kenichi Amemiya was a little surprised. Wasn't the heroic female ninja in front of him his junior sister, Anko Materashi? But Anko Materashi seemed a little different at the moment. She seemed to have become much more mature. Oh, it's senior brother Amemiya. Anko Materashi also heard Kenichi Amemiya's voice. She turned her head, showing an innocent smile, and looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a smile. Have you completed the mission? Kenichi Amemiya raised his eyebrows. It was really rare to see his junior sister in this place. After all, Kenichi Amemiya hadn't seen his junior sister for a long time, since his junior sister was assigned to perform a mission by the teacher. Yes, senior brother, I came here today for a physical examination as required by the teacher. Anko Materashi said with a smile. She was still the same when she smiled, and looked completely different from the female ninja just now. Kenichi Amemiya also rubbed Anko Materashi's head with a smile. The little girl had been following them for quite some time now, but it was true that Kenichi Amemiya hadn't paid much attention to his junior sister. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya fell into deep thought, and something struck him. It was the subject of his current research, genetic programming and the stimulation of the Sharingan. Although the process was painful, it was a 3 Megatama Sharingan, one that could be opened and closed freely. This would be a huge boost to the ninja's strength. Eyes are extremely powerful in the Naruto manga. Otherwise, why is Naruto called the Eye Legend? Isn't it because these eyes are so powerful? Even as powerful as Naruto at the end of Naruto, if he faced Kaguya Satsuki alone, she would easily defeat Naruto. Without Obito's eyes, it would be very difficult to attack Kaguya Satsuki through space. Not to mention the powerful abilities of the main Jiki in the Rinnegan. Even an ordinary Jonin with those eyes could unleash immense power. Did you encounter any difficulties while carrying out the mission? Amemiya Kenichi asked his junior sister. Although he had an idea, she was still his junior sister, so he needed to be cautious. No, the teacher only asked me to carry out tasks within my capabilities. Materashi Anko was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Amemiya Kenichi didn't say anything, but instead took out a scroll and tossed it to her. Materashi Anko took it in bewilderment, unsure of its contents. This sealing scroll contains a Jonin of average strength. If you encounter a troublesome enemy, take it out and pierce his head with a kunai, Amemiya Kenichi instructed. The creature sealed within was AO, or more precisely, a half-finished AO, ready to be summoned at any time. Even though AO had lost his Byakugan, he still possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accompany Meditarumi. Immortal reincarnation? I see. Thank you, senior brother. Materashi Anko smiled softly. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at his junior sister. He had a feeling she seemed to be worried about something, but he didn't know what it was. If Mitarashi Anko didn't tell him, he couldn't possibly chase her down and ask, right? So he had to leave. Of course, before leaving, Amemiya Kenichi had told her to come back for more often. After all, as long as Yaoyumi was healthy, the experiment could be carried out on his junior sister. At the same time, Amemiya Kenichi planned to use this time to conduct more experiments, comprehensively testing the success rates to see if there would be any failures, and to provide the best possible protection for his junior sister. Mitarashi Anko watched Amemiya Kenichi leave in silence, then glanced down at the scroll in her hand. Her slender fingers clenched, then unclenched, leaving only an endless silence. As Amemiya Kenichi walked naturally into his teacher's laboratory, he noticed something was amiss in the atmosphere today. "Teacher, you don't look too happy." Amemiya Kenichi stared at Orochimaru, his face stern as he swept the room with a broom. He paused for a moment, then smiled. "You two have grown up, and don't even listen to your teacher anymore." The teacher's voice was cold, like a chill wind, chilling. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He had been conducting experiments before, but he hadn't offended the teacher in any way. If that was the case, then was it Anko's fault? This reminded Amemiya Kenichi of the way he had seen Anko before. He had assumed she was some literary girl having a fit, but he hadn't expected her to have some conflict with the teacher. "What's wrong with Anko?" Amemiya Kenichi asked curiously. He knew that, even though the teacher was angry, he could still communicate. When the teacher smiled and spoke with emotionless words, that was when things were most dangerous. "She wants to go back to Konoha." Orochimaru's expression was not good, and Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Honestly, he'd considered many possibilities, but the last thing he'd considered was Anko wanting to return to Konoha. After all, Anko had left Konoha with him, and now she was a renegade ninja. So why would she suddenly want to go back? This. Amemiya Kenichi suddenly lost for words. No wonder the fight between the teacher and his junior sister had gotten so bad. Frankly, Amemiya Kenichi admired his junior sister. She'd managed to survive such a situation. It seemed the teacher's temper had improved considerably recently, becoming more and more like a girl. Your junior sister said she wants to return to Konoha and contribute to peace in the ninja world. I don't know what kind of drugs she's on, Orochimaru said grumpily, sweeping up some scattered glass. But Amemiya Kenichi, a closer look revealed the teacher was using the cleaning as a pretext to vent his anger. Didn't you see how the glass on the floor had turned to powder? If the teacher could achieve that with just a broom, you could imagine how furious he must have been. Teacher, you are right. It is indeed strange for Hangdao to have such an idea. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. The action of Mitarashi Hangdao was just like being under some illusion. Could it be a Bato? Kenichi Amemiya thought of a possibility. After hesitating for a while, Kenichi Amemiya decided to go out and find his junior sister, and then use the Byakugan to see if the junior sister was controlled. In terms of observation, the Byakugan has a natural advantage, while the Sharingan is not so convenient, and the Byakugan can see clearly. The temperature suddenly dropped yesterday. It was still more than 20 degrees the day before yesterday, and it dropped to 7 degrees yesterday. I caught a cold unexpectedly, and had a splitting headache. I can only ask for leave. Sorry. Chapter 302 Parasitism. How's your experiment going? The teacher seemed to be trying to change her mood. She dumped the now powdered glass into the trash can, and then looked at Kenichi Amemiya and asked. It's going pretty well. The initial experiments are complete. Next, we need to conduct a large number of repeated tests to obtain relatively accurate results. Kenichi Amemiya's words were very cautious, and he didn't say that such an experiment could be absolutely guaranteed to succeed. In science, especially in the experimental stage like Kenichi Amemiya's, a large amount of experimental data is needed to support and verify the results, to ensure a relatively stable result, which is called a formula or theorem. However, even the most advanced scientists dare not guarantee that their theorems are absolutely flawless. After all, will they still work under different conditions? Moreover, the correctness of scientific theorems may be limited by human scientific knowledge to date. In the future, as we gain a deeper understanding of the world, perhaps the current theorems will be overturned. Oh, you have results. That's good news. When your experiment reaches a conclusion, remember to show it to me. Orochimaru glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with great interest. She had never expected that her disciple could actually make some research progress. You know, even if she wanted to do some research in this area, she didn't know how much time it would take. However, it was obvious that Amemiya Kenichi had some talent in this area, which made Orochimaru's previously not very good mood become a little happier. He was worthy of being his disciple. He was quite capable, and he also had talent in science. He also respected his teacher. He was not at all like the traitor Anko Mitarashi who was causing trouble for him all day long. When Orochimaru thought of Anko Mitarashi, his expression became not so good again. Amemiya Kenichi naturally noticed this scene. He was a little amused after seeing it, but he didn't know what to say at this time. If Anko Mitarashi was controlled by an illusion, then it was easy to explain. If it was Anko Mitarashi's own idea, then it would be troublesome. However, the fact that the teacher would be angry was within Amemiya Kenichi's expectations. He even guessed some of the reasons why the teacher was angry. Teacher, then I'll leave first. I still need to preside over the experiment. Kenichi Amemiya tried to say it, but Orochimaru didn't say anything, but nodded silently. Kenichi Amemiya breathed a sigh of relief and left the teacher's laboratory. Teacher is very angry, right? Kenichi Amemiya just went out and saw his junior sister standing near the entrance of the laboratory, looking at him eagerly. You know it, and you still ask? The teacher is almost mad at you. Kenichi Amemiya was a little helpless when he looked at this junior sister who made him worry, but he still gave Mitarashi Anko a brain-breaking blow out of frustration. This little guy found things to do for himself all day long, and when he finally came back, he had a conflict with the teacher. It was like a well-behaved and sensible daughter going to school and suddenly shouting for female fists when she came back, and then quarreling with her old father in various ways. In fact, the teacher still cared about Mitarashi Anko, but the teacher's concern was often not superficial. Point senior brother Amemiya, I really want to go back. Mitarashi Anko was silent for a while, then looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a firm look in her eyes and said, Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Could it be that there is a hypnosis app in the ninja world? Reason. Amemiya Kenichi's expression was not very good, but he still decided to listen to Mitarashi Anko's reason. At the same time, he also planned to go back and change to the Byakugan to see if this unlucky kid Mitarashi Anko was affected by the illusion. Point I have a reason that I can't say. Mitarashi Anko lowered her head. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. To be honest, if the person in front of him was not Anko, his fellow apprentice sister, Amemiya Kenichi would have lost his temper a long time ago. What is a reason that can't be said? You know, it was very hard and dangerous for him to bring Mitarashi Anko out of Konoha, and the teacher also accepted Mitarashi Anko. But now what reason? You can't even tell me? Amemiya Kenichi was displeased, but seeing Mitarashi Anko's silence, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that normal methods wouldn't work. In that case, Anko! Amemiya Kenichi shouted angrily. Mitarashi Anko instinctively raised her head and immediately saw the Magatama spinning in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. The next second, Mitarashi Anko fell to the ground. Amemiya Kenichi, expressionless, caught his junior sister and carried her to his laboratory. He planned to see if this unfortunate junior sister had been under some kind of illusion. But after using the Byakugan, Amemiya Kenichi discovered that his junior sister was in good health, with no abnormal chakra in her brain. She was basically a normal person. Of course, when using the Byakugan, Amemiya Kenichi had noticed some subtle things due to his lack of familiarity. But now, after a closer inspection, Amemiya Kenichi noticed that, while his junior sister didn't seem to be unusual, something was amiss. The chakra level has increased significantly. Kenichi Amemiya wrote it down. This was a habit he developed when he was doing experiments, and it is also a subconscious behavior now. But then Kenichi Amemiya thought of another question. That is, why would the chakra of his junior sister increase so much? The chakra of a ninja does have a growth cycle, and it will slowly increase with age, but this growth is not an uncontrolled growth. Generally, it will not increase when it reaches a certain upper limit. Otherwise, wouldn't she become more and more evil as she gets older? Kenichi Amemiya has some understanding of his junior sister, Anko Mitarashi. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, although his junior sister is still in the stage of growing strength, the amount of chakra has increased too much. It's like a child who was originally only 1.4 meters tall and grew normally, but suddenly grew from 1.4 meters to 2.4 meters in 1 year, which is a bit wrong. But my junior sister is not controlled by others, and there is no unusual chakra in her brain. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. There was nothing wrong with his junior sister, so it was her own idea to go back to Konoha. So why, or what happened, that made his junior sister want to go back to Konoha? Just when Kenichi Amemiya was about to close his eyes, he noticed that there was a small problem with his junior sister. That is, there was something in the gap between her clothes. Kenichi Amemiya took it out carefully. It was a grain of sand, which looked very ordinary. Sand? Amemiya Kenichi seemed lost in thought. Mitarashi Anko was actually a very hygienic girl, even a bit of a misophobia in Amemiya's opinion. The presence of sand on her was a bit strange. There was no desert in the land of rice fields, so could it have been acquired during the mission to the land of wind? Amemiya Kenichi didn't pay much attention, simply placing the sand in a test tube, intending to do a simple analysis later, to determine its true nature. Then, Amemiya Kenichi took Mitarashi Anko out, though he hadn't yet decided where to put her. After a moment's hesitation, Amemiya Kenichi decided to leave Mitarashi Anko with Sasori for now. He had other matters to attend to, and naturally, they were the two test subjects. It was time to head to the land of snow. After asking Sasori to look after Mitarashi Anko, Amemiya Kenichi left his experimental base in his airship, carrying 3 other people, 2 of the unfortunate test subjects, and the other, Uchiha Shiri. Lord Amemiya, those 2 people have been settled. Uchiha Shiri came over and said respectfully. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at her and nodded. The reason for bringing Uchiha Shiri along was very simple. The 2 experimental subjects were transplanted with ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan genomes, while Uchiha Shiri was a Mangekey. He needed to implant a parasite into Uchiha Shiri as well to facilitate his control, so that he could be truly relieved at that time. Do you know any information about the Uchiha clan? They have left Konoha and settled down in the land of rice. Amemiya Kenichi used wind escape ninjutsu to control the direction of the airship while chatting with Uchiha Shiri beside him. I don't know, and I don't care. Uchiha Shiri was still the same, with a cold expression, and she answered without any hesitation. She answered directly. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at her with interest. He always felt that the woman in front of him was very interesting, and she was very clear-headed, or she could say that her personality was very suitable for survival. After all, Uchiha Shiri had never thought of escaping, and she carried out his and her teacher's requirements perfectly. A real best life manager, very outstanding. Amemiya Kenichi had tested it before, and Uchiha Shiri did not run away, but did what she was supposed to do honestly, and would come to ask him if she was not sure whether she could do it. Amemiya Kenichi even suspected that if he made a request, Uchiha Shiri might even lie on the bed and wait for him. Don't you want to go back to the Uchiha clan? I remember you have relatives. Amemiya Kenichi hinted. No, I only obey the orders of Lord Amemiya and Lord Orochimaru, and my life is pretty good now. Uchiha Shiri still shook her head, and then came over to pour a cup of tea for Amemiya Kenichi, a cup of tea that she had just made with the fire release ninjutsu. It has to be said that Uchiha Shiri is really a very qualified secretary. She even learned to use the fire release ninjutsu to boil water for tea, so as to satisfy Amemiya Kenichi's habit of drinking tea at all times. Amemiya Kenichi was not worried that this guy would poison her, because the tea was all his own, and Uchiha Shiri just came over to complete the action of pouring water. Then you will also follow my orders later, right? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shiri with a smile. Although the other party saw it very clearly, only after the parasite was implanted, and life and death were controlled, could there be a little trust. Unconditionally carry out the orders of Lord Amemiya. Uchiha Shiri answered very straightforwardly. Amemiya Kenichi nodded after hearing it, and then continued to control the airship to the snow country, a country he was very familiar with. It's still the same. Looking at the capital of the snow country below, Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head, then controlled the airship to land in the distance, and then brought Uchiha Hashiri and the 2 experimental subjects to Fenghua Zayatsu's room. As soon as he entered, Kenichi Amemiya saw Fenghua Zayatsu refining chakra. After seeing him, she quickly jumped in front of Kenichi Amemiya with a smile, and hugged Kenichi Amemiya's thigh. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. He was a little embarrassed to look at her. After all, Fenghua Zayatsu's current clothes could only be described as very cool. "Master, what do you want to do with Zayatsu?" Fenghua Zayatsu looked at Kenichi Amemiya with fascination, and then glanced at Uchiha Hashiri beside Kenichi Amemiya with hostility. "How is the cultivation going?" Kenichi Amemiya casually threw the 2 shivering experimental subjects to the ground, then looked at Fenghua Zayatsu and asked. 2 of the lowest level worker insects have been cultivated, 2 in the middle, and the one with the greatest autonomy. Fenghua Zayatsu answered Amemiya Kenichi's question honestly. Although her eyes were still full of infatuation, at least it was normal. Feeling the wetness on his feet, Amemiya Kenichi glanced down and found that his feet were stepping on a strange liquid. Well, maybe it's still not normal. Can I parasitize it? Amemiya Kenichi was more interested in this aspect of the matter. He planned to parasitize Uchiha Hashiri, who had the greatest autonomy. As for the lowest level, he would give it to the guy who was still at the second Megatama first, so as to complete his experimental demonstration. Anytime. Fenghua Zayatsu nodded immediately. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi called Uchiha Hashiri over. The one with the greatest autonomy will parasitize her. Amemiya Kenichi gave his order very directly. After hearing this, Fenghua Zayatsu looked at Uchiha Hashiri with a subtle look. "Okay, master, but she needs to open her mouth herself, so that the pain will be reduced a lot." Fenghua Zayatsu said happily. She knew how the master could possibly like this kind of woman. Someone like her is the best. Uchiha Hashiri opened her mouth without hesitation, and then Amemiya Kenichi saw a thing like an earthworm crawling out from Fenghua Zayatsu's fingertips, and then it crawled into Uchiha Hashiri's mouth. Uchiha Hashiri's expression did not change throughout the whole process, but not long after the earthworm crawled in, Uchiha Hashiri trembled all over and began to twitch violently. Chapter 303 The white eyes are worthy of being one of the 2 major pupils. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Fenghua Zayatsu, who stared blankly at Uchiha Hashiri's twitching movements below, her face expressionless. It seemed these twitchings were perfectly normal. He pulled out a lab journal and began recording Uchiha Hashiri's current situation. After all, this was a valuable first parasitic experiment, and it was necessary to understand the entire process for future plans. Is this how the parasite works? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes. He was still using his Byakugan, so he could clearly see where the parasite was burrowing into Uchiha Hashiri's body, even the cause of her agony. The parasite was advancing towards her spine and brain, pushing its way in. Whenever it encountered any flesh, it would devour it. The pain was unbearable. "Master, the larvae burrow into the host's brain and spine, controlling their behavior and influencing their thoughts." Fenghua Zayatsu turned respectful the moment she looked at him, the attachment and admiration in her eyes unconcealed. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. The brain and spine were indeed 2 of the most important parts of a human body, crucial for controlling human thoughts and actions. He glanced at the nearby instrument. Uchiha Hashiri's health data was constantly changing. Her heartbeat was accelerating, almost to tachycardia, but she showed no signs of tachycardia, and her brain waves were normal. Are these the highest levels of autonomy? Amemiya Kenichi asked. After all, Uchiha Hashiri served him well, and as his chief secretary, he delegated some of the tedious but unimportant tasks to her. If she became an idiot, it would be very troublesome. "Yes, master. Unless you give the order, this parasite won't behave abnormally." Fenghua Zayatsu naturally sensed the importance that Amemiya Kenichi placed on this woman, and a hint of jealousy welled up within her. However, this emotion concerned herself, not the mother insect. As a Zerg, the mother insect didn't harbor jealousy, it simply carried out every command given by Amemiya Kenichi. "That's alright." Amemiya Kenichi nodded. While parasitic infestation was painful, it also facilitated his subsequent control. Furthermore, the parasites themselves could aid ninja training, a huge allure for ninjas eager to wield the power of war. Amemiya Kenichi was well aware of this. Just look at the teacher's friend, who had betrayed the village to wield the power of war, and had even embarked on human experiments early on, making him a fellow ninja. And what about those ninjas who sought power? Would they mind parasites? No, they simply hoped to influence the parasites once they were possessed, using them to their advantage. They might even dream of killing themselves, and then wielding this immense power themselves. Ninjas are always prone to self-righteousness. They think everyone else is ants, and they're the best. It's only when they encounter a powerful opponent, and are beaten to a pulp, that they realize there's always someone better. Just look at the three idiots from Sound Village during the Chunin exams in the original novel. They debuted with an air of I'm awesome, before being taught a lesson. Is it possible for the larvae to be affected in reverse? Amemiya Kenichi asked, observing the gradually calming Uchiha. No, master. Successful larvae are located in the brain. Once affected, they can rip the opponent's brain and spine apart with their reckless movements. The mother larva was confident. Amemiya Kenichi reflected that, if this parasite was that weak, there wouldn't be much need for the Six Paths Sage to eliminate it. After all, he was the Six Paths Sage, a powerful being with a Rinnegan. His eyes were infinitely more powerful than even a Mangekey. If the Six Paths Sage couldn't do anything about it, then surely no one else could. Of course, if a brilliant individual emerged who could truly crack the code, Amemiya Kenichi could win them over and make them serve him. If they refused, he wouldn't mind killing them outright. How's the Snow Country doing lately? Amemiya Kenichi asked casually. While the country wasn't particularly powerful, and its ninja were only so-so, its greatest advantage was its isolation, practically unregulated. This made the Snow Country ideal for cultivating a ninja army and building his own military might. Amemiya Kenichi knew that, if he was strong enough, he could overcome numerical disparity, but directly killing people and ruling a region were two completely different things. Uchiha was so powerful, but if he wanted to unify the 5 great nations, he would also need countless people to help him. Unless he created a large number of clones. And was he even capable of doing that? With so many citizen nations in the ninja world, wouldn't that simply exhaust him? So, Uchiha used the infinite Tsukuyomi to immerse people in Jinjutsu, but he didn't know what this infinite Tsukuyomi was, which was why he suffered a loss. Master, the situation in the Snow Country is very stable. Although some families and ninjas have attempted rebellion before, I have suppressed them. Fenghua Zayatsu rubbed her head lovingly in Amemiya Kenichi's hand, speaking happily, like a child craving parental praise. Has the ninja school system been implemented? Amemiya Kenichi stroked Fenghua Zayatsu's head, and he was more concerned about this question. Although if the experiment was successful, it would only take a while for him to mass produce Uchiha in the Snow Country, allowing these civilians to become ninja. The more people with ninja talent, the better. Moreover, ninja schools are very necessary. With ninja schools, those who become ninjas have a place to practice ninjutsu and improve their strength. It's been implemented, master, but there aren't many people in our Snow Country who can become ninjas. Fenghua Zayatsu felt a little embarrassed. She'd also wanted to increase the number of ninjas, but unfortunately, most didn't qualify. Don't worry, I'll take care of that, Amemiya Kenichi said calmly. He needed a large-scale experiment to verify his success, calculate the failure rate, and so on. A large population was needed. While the Snow Country was vast and sparsely populated, it was still a country, so there were still many people, so there wasn't a need to worry about a shortage. Master, that's great. Fenghua Zayatsu blushed, and Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Although he knew it was because of the queen insect, it was still a bit difficult to bear. After all, he was a normal man. Fortunately, Uchiha woke up at that moment. She slowly opened her eyes, and Amemiya Kenichi's inner scientific mind instantly took over. How do you feel? Amemiya Kenichi walked over, feeling a strange connection between him and Uchiha. This connection was so strange that he could sense the parasite within her body conveying its admiration to him. Amemiya-sama, Uchiha stared blankly at Amemiya Kenichi, but then she felt a growing admiration for the man before her. This man was her lord, her shadow, the one she needed to obey unconditionally. Seeing Uchiha's expression, Amemiya Kenichi nodded silently. It seemed as he had expected, the parasite's abilities were indeed immense, and judging by the current situation, it didn't affect Uchiha ability to think. However, to prove his point, Amemiya Kenichi issued some elaborate orders, and the recovered Uchiha carried them out as usual. Even when he wasn't giving her orders, she would practice on her own, read a book, or something. For a whole week, Uchiha remained perfectly normal, showing no signs of being manipulated. However, the problem was that once she opened her Byakugan, she could see the parasites nestling in her brain and cervical spine. The parasites were largely motionless, only occasionally wiggling, seemingly inanimate. It seems the Byakugan is a natural nemesis against parasites. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. The Byakugan's ability to directly detect parasites meant that the ninja he was controlling could be identified at any time by simply opening it, a significant problem. However, the good news was that, as Konoha's Byakugan was exclusive, none were lost. The only one lost was Amemiya Kenichi's current Byakugan. Other villages didn't possess such a convenient Byakugan. This meant that Amemiya Kenichi's plans were largely unaffected, allowing him to proceed as he saw fit. He would begin with the snow country, then the water country, the hidden mist village, then the hidden rock village, the hidden sand village, the hidden cloud village, and finally, Konoha. Even if Konoha discovered the parasites by then, it would be too late. After all, when most of the world's population is parasitic, those who aren't parasites become aliens. Then we should begin the experiment with the other two test subjects. Amemiya Kenichi called over Fuka Koyuki, then instructed Uchiha to bring the two test subjects over. Then, the second parasite infestation experiment began. This time, Amemiya Kenichi used a low-level and a mid-level parasite. The biggest difference between the two parasites was their size. The high-level parasite, with the highest autonomy, was very long, while the mid-level was shorter, and the low-level was even shorter. This distinction was surprisingly simple. The second experiment began. After the mid-level parasite infested the subject's reaction was extremely intense, with a very rapid heartbeat and increased pain. It seems that the level of the parasite affects the degree of pain during infestation. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the incontinent Yaoyumi, then glanced at Fuka Koyuki beside him. Zaiatsu, is the parasitic process always so painful? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. He was quite concerned about this question. After all, he couldn't possibly become incontinent every time he was parasitized, right? That would be too disgusting. No, master, it's just that this way of parasitizing is faster. If the eggs were injected directly into the blood vessels, there would be no pain at all, Fenghua Zaiatsu answered honestly. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Oh my god, wouldn't these two guys have suffered in vain? How long does it take to inject the eggs? Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to watch how the parasite burrowed in. After watching it once, he didn't want to watch anymore, but he had to watch. After all, it was a mid-level parasite. After watching it, he understood the difference between the two. High-level parasites burrowed quickly, while mid-level ones were slow. It seemed that low-level parasites would be even slower, and therefore more painful. This was not surprising. Unification will take 3 days. Fenghua Zaiatsu gave a number. Amemiya Kenichi paused. 3 days wasn't a long time, even within his acceptable range. However, this was an experiment, so he couldn't wait any longer, which would only make the two unfortunate individuals suffer even more. Uchiha, standing beside Amemiya Kenichi, remained as usual, observing the struggling test subject with indifference. But she couldn't help but blush, a rare blush creeping onto her face as she pondered something. Amemiya-sama, that day. Uchiha felt a little embarrassed, but she still asked tentatively. If she had been like that day, she would have been truly humiliated. No, you just twitched a few times. Amemiya Kenichi replied casually, glancing at Uchiha. He didn't expect her to care about that, but then again, she was a girl. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, but remained silent. He waited for Yaoyujin to calm down, before switching to another test subject, infecting them with a low-level parasite. But this scene was even more disgusting. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but cover his nose. He then had Fenghua Zaiatsu send a maid to clean up, and finally used wine-style ninjutsu to dispel the smell that normally only existed in toilets. The parasitic time for intermediate level subjects is 3 minutes, and for low level subjects, 5 minutes. Amemiya Kenichi watched the calmed subjects and silently recorded the data. It was indeed fast, not requiring a 3-day wait, but it was also very unsightly. It seemed that, if he wanted to prevent the entire snow country from being covered in golden armor, he would still need to solve the problem by injecting insect eggs. So he gave Fenghua Zaiatsu the task of cultivating the insect eggs, and then prepared to begin the Sharingan experiments. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. Can you imagine how crazy it would be if everyone in the world were Uchiha? Parasite eggs are one way Amemiya Kenichi is pursuing his dream, but they are not his only option. Furthermore, the effectiveness of these parasites raises other questions. For example, are parasites resistant to eye techniques like the Sharingan? After all, if the parasite were controlled by a Sharingan illusion, it would be a truly tragic situation. Not only would he be able to control others with parasites, but the parasites he'd cultivated would also become their nemesis. Logically, if the Manjaki Sharingan can control the tailed beasts, then controlling parasites shouldn't be impossible. Amemiya Kenichi pondered as he gazed at the test subject before him, cutting into his skull. This question definitely needed to be proven experimentally, as Amemiya Kenichi didn't want his efforts to go to waste. However, looking at the test subject before him, Amemiya Kenichi decided to finish what needed to be done first, and then consider this question. After verifying the current task at hand, the stimulation process from 2 to 3 megatoma is the same. It requires stimulating the amygdala and cerebral cortex simultaneously, as well as the cerebral cortex. Amemiya Kenichi performed the experiment carefully. He was multitasking. On the one hand, he needed to stimulate the test subject's emotions, and on the other, he had to observe the parasite's condition. However, observing the parasite was quite simple. Amemiya Kenichi tried it himself, and found that he could directly communicate with the parasite, but it could only convey simple emotions, such as hunger or respect. Other communication methods were impossible. According to Fenghua Zaiatsu, these larvae needed to grow and learn for a period of time before they could communicate with him. Amemiya Kenichi was very familiar with the process from 2 to 3 megatoma, so he quickly completed the steps while carefully observing the larvae's physical condition. When the subject reached the 3-tama Sharingan, they expressed feelings of heat and discomfort, but nothing else seemed unusual. The Sharingan's special power doesn't affect the larva. After the subject's successful advancement, the larva's posture remained normal, its emotions were normal, and it was very calm. The 3-tama Sharingan has been successfully activated. The next step is to test its obedience. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the waking ninja and smiled. He remembered that this ninja was also one of the ones he had brought from Kunoiyuhi, but he couldn't recall his name. After all, he was just a test subject. He was more familiar with another ninja named Yaoyumi, who was the first to achieve the 3-tama Sharingan, and also had a mid-level larva within him. Awake. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the subject before him. The subject had now understood his current situation, and was looking at him with hatred, but Kenichi noticed that his mood seemed to fluctuate wildly. His expression shifted from hatred to confusion, then to admiration, but then to fear and anger. It seems even the lowest level larvae can influence some aspects of their host's thoughts. For example, a parasite queen can even directly direct the host's body and mind towards hers without any delay. Lower level larvae may require some time to develop. Commit suicide. Amemiya Kenichi gave the order directly. To test the parasite's stability, death is undoubtedly the best option. All else is impractical, even those that go against human nature. Humans are remarkable creatures. When frightened, they are deeply terrified of death, but when truly threatened, they are willing to do anything, even losing a hand, or eating something filthy. Death is every human's ultimate fear. The subject roared fiercely, his mood clearly distorted and agonizing. But all this was to no avail. Amemiya Kenichi watched as he grabbed a nearby scalpel and plunged it into his own neck. Then, with a look of horror on his face, the subject severed his own head before Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. Test subject number 1 has died. Fact proves that even low-level parasites can be decisive against a ninja with 3 Magatama, and they can even be recovered. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the wiggling lava he had emerged from, smiled, and lifted it up. The lava twisted in his hands, a gesture of admiration. Isn't this little one a little too powerful? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He now understood why the 6 Paths sage had been the one to eliminate these parasites. This parasite was truly vicious. But were these parasites invincible? Of course not. Before entering the human body, the parasites were extremely fragile. Even an ordinary person, let alone Amemiya Kenichi, could easily crush a lava. Furthermore, the eggs required special preservation. What a shame. Otherwise, I could have just placed these eggs in wells and water companies. Wouldn't I have parasitized them en masse? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, then concentrated some chakra to feed the tiny parasite. It was still young, and I had already killed the host it had just found. If I didn't take care of it, it would have died. Shiri, bring in a genin, Amemiya Kenichi called out, looking at the parasite in his hand. Uchiha Shiri, who had witnessed the entire process, nodded calmly and walked out. Amemiya Kenichi temporarily placed the sated parasite on a tray and made a note in his experimental log. Current experiments have proven that upgrading from 2 Magatama to 3 Magatama does not affect the parasite's survival. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the still unconscious Yaoyumi. The parasite in her body was stable, but Amemiya Kenichi didn't rush to begin the experiment. He planned to test whether the parasite would be affected after being in the host for a long time. This would allow him to test the parasite's long-term stability. Although Uchiha Shiri also had a parasite in her body, it was a high-level parasite after all, so Amemiya Kenichi still needed to perform a classification test, and even low-level parasites needed to be tested individually. This kid is quite lucky, Amemiya Kenichi said, looking at Yaoyumi. The other man was lucky. Amemiya Kenichi had memorized the boy's name, which was why he was still alive. Otherwise, he would have died in the laboratory long ago. Amemiya-sama, this is the genin you requested. At this moment, Uchiha Shiri entered, bringing with her a trembling female ninja. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at her and stuffed the low-level parasite into her mouth. However, to prevent the situation from recurring and contaminating his makeshift laboratory, Amemiya Kenichi used a jinjutsu to control the female ninja. Even so, the female ninja showed intense pain while being parasitized, her body twitching continuously. Amemiya Kenichi recorded this information. Uchiha Shiri watched silently, waiting to fulfill Amemiya Kenichi's order. From the moment she left Konoha, she knew that the best outcome for her life was to follow Amemiya Kenichi, perhaps even to a dignified end. How did you, a genin, find someone? Waiting for the parasite to infect him was tedious, leaving Amemiya Kenichi to chat with Uchiha Shiri. There was no way Fuuka Koyuki was allowed in. This creature, infected by the queen insect, was perfectly normal in every other respect except for her desire for him, seemingly eager to pounce and devour him completely. Amemiya Kenichi wisely chose not to call her, as otherwise the ground would have to be mopped up again, which would have been too much trouble. I went out and spoke to Fuuka Koyuki-sama, and she brought her here, Uchiha Shiri replied quickly. Don't you consider looking for someone yourself? That way, maybe you can save someone or something, Amemiya Kenichi asked with a chuckle. Although Uchiha Shiri had been with him for some time, Amemiya Kenichi still enjoyed exploring other people's minds. Such speculation and exploration was extremely interesting, helping him better understand the complex nature of the human heart. It's pointless, Uchiha Shiri continued with that expression, shaking her head. What was the point in saving someone? The only difference was that they brought someone else here. If everyone kept complaining about their difficulties in front of her, she'd just give up all day and go to the operating table. What did your family think of you when you were in Konoha? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shiri with some curiosity. He was curious about how someone with that personality could survive in today's society. While society in the ninja world was more ordinary, it wasn't strictly speaking ordinary. It was closer to the worlds of anime. Of course, it wasn't a passionate world, but a world where people read the atmosphere. It's often difficult for those who stand out in such a society to thrive, and if they do, they can only do so alone. So, he was curious about what Uchiha Shiri was like. Dark woman, expressionless, idiot. Uchiha Shiri smiled, a smile that even Amemiya Kenichi couldn't understand. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Uchiha Shiri did have a certain expressionlessness. That was just her personality. Her face was expressionless, so it wasn't surprising to hear her described in that way. It seems you are quite unpopular. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He himself did not have much popularity. In his previous life, he might have only had 3 or 4 close friends to invite to his wedding. In this world, he did not have many friends either. After all, orphanages are very cruel, especially those for war orphans. Amemiya Kenichi did not meet the kind-hearted woman, Yakushi Nono. When he was in the orphanage, he had to work hard every day to have enough food. Although he had a golden finger, the children could not even go out the door, and it was difficult for them to come into contact with ninjas. It was Orochimaru's arrival that changed everything. Uchiha Shiri did not speak. She knew that she was not popular. Otherwise, she would not have been the first to be excluded after being captured. At that time, those friends even discussed that, if they had to die, they would push her to die first. That's why she stood out when Amemiya Kenichi was recruiting experimental subjects, because she knew that, if she did not take the initiative to go out, she would be pushed out by others. There was no difference. By this time, the female ninja's body had calmed down. Kenichi Amemiya examined the larvae, which had settled obediently in their preferred spot. Satisfied, he instructed Uchiha Shiri to escort the genin out. Then all we have to do is wait for a while, but waiting is so boring. Should we take advantage of this opportunity? Kenichi Amemiya sat thoughtfully in his chair. The most boring part of a scientific experiment is naturally waiting for results, especially when it involves a long time frame, like agricultural experiments or metal fatigue tests. To verify whether the parasites would be affected by the Sharingan over a long period of time, Kenichi Amemiya had to wait patiently. But if I think about it, if everyone in the ninja world were transplanted with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, wouldn't that create a lot of psychopaths in the future? Kenichi Amemiya pondered. Question: what does the second Hokage, Senjuta Biruma, think of? Answer: full of love. While Senjuta Biruma had many opinions about the Uchiha clan, Amemiya Kenichi was more inclined to agree with this view. The existence of the Shosha particles had, to some extent, affected the Uchiha clan, causing them to become easily emotionally unstable. Simply put, they were prone to emotional outbursts. And emotional people are truly formidable and unstable. Humans are highly intelligent creatures, but when reason and morality fail to suppress the animalistic nature within, they become lesser animals. Emotional people are particularly troublesome, especially those who cannot control their emotions and simply wantonly vent their feelings. They are extremely dangerous and prone to impulsive crimes. A female colleague at Amemiya Kenichi's former company was like this. When she got excited, she would yell and scream, losing her rationality and ignoring anyone's advice. She would just keep on yelling and screaming, suffocating everyone. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, happens to be a particularly emotional group. The thought of transplanting Uchiha genes into the entire ninja world and then filling it with such emotional individuals, perhaps even some with extreme emotionality, made Amemiya Kenichi feel uneasy. No, the crime rate in such a world is probably quite high. How about Naruto's? Amemiya Kenichi thought of the optimistic and positive Naruto. Chapter 305. Since we are all making money, why not me? Compared to Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke's life was tragic, but its degree of misery was less severe. After all, Uchiha Sasuke had once known the joy of having a family, while Naruto had been an orphan for as long as he could remember. In theory, Naruto's misery was less severe than Sasuke's, as Sasuke witnessed the annihilation of his brother's clan. However, Naruto was ostracized, isolated, and bullied from childhood. Returning home, he had no idea what his parents looked like, living like an outsider in Konoha, his only light likely the old Sandaime and his future teacher, Iruka. Yet, in this situation, upon learning of his immense potential, Naruto's focus wasn't on revenge against those who had wronged him in Konoha, but on becoming Hokage and gaining recognition. Perhaps the Sandaime had Uchiha Shizuyusuke to Matsukami on Naruto. I wonder how that brat Naruto is doing now, whether he's managed to extract chakra yet. Amemiya Kenichi rested his chin in boredom. He had taught Naruto how to extract chakra, and now that he thought about it, it had been a while. He just didn't know if Naruto had managed to extract chakra in all that time, but even if he had, it probably wouldn't be of much use to Naruto. Let's go see Naruto after I finish the experiment, and I can also study the nine tails in Naruto's body. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He had obtained Naruto's blood and genes, but now he wanted to study the nine tails. Of course, there was another important reason. Sasori had told him that he needed the nine tails chakra to power his Unit 1. Amemiya Kenichi had used up all the nine tails chakra on hand, so it was time to restock. Naruto, what are you doing? Back in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at Naruto with curiosity. He was fishing, but that wasn't the point. He knew Naruto would be fishing in this place, but he was curious about what Naruto was doing. Becoming a ninja. Naruto boasted as he was refining his chakra, following the method that strange older brother had taught him that day. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Naruto was refining chakra. As the Hokage of Konoha and a ninja doctor, he was no stranger to chakra refining. He had even developed his own method. However, the optimal method for chakra refining varied depending on each person's constitution, so skilled ninjas often developed their own unique method. The method Naruto was currently using had a distinctly Naruto-like quality. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never taught Naruto how to refine chakra. He had intended for Naruto to learn on his own at a ninja academy. But now, Naruto had suddenly begun refining chakra, and with a distinctly Naruto-like flair. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally recognized that this method was similar to the one he had taught his own disciples, and that he had only taught it to the Sannin and some of his younger clan members, leaving no one else. Given this, the question arose, how did Naruto learn this chakra refinement method? Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain he had never taught Naruto, and his incompetent younger members were unaware of Naruto's identity, and tended to shun him and ignore him. Therefore, it couldn't have been someone from his own clan who had taught him. So, how did Naruto learn it? The Sannin? Tsunade? Jiraiya? As for Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no such idea. He knew full well that Orochimaru had never been there, and if it had been Orochimaru, Naruto would have been in trouble long ago, so it definitely couldn't have been Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned towards Tsunade or Jiraiya, with Tsunade being the more likely possibility. After all, he knew Tsunade well, and Jiraiya hadn't returned to Konoha in ages, so how could it have been him? Did an older sister teach you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked tentatively, smiling as he watched Naruto reel in a large fish. If it had been Tsunade, then it would have been fine. Furthermore, given Tsunade's status and position, he couldn't possibly stop her from doing anything she wanted. Sarutobi Hiruzen even considered passing the Hokage to her. He was old, and the death at Lake Biwa had left him emotionally drained. If it weren't for Konoha's lack of a good successor, he would have considered abdicating long ago. However, after regaining the throne, his desire for power faded considerably, as the feeling of power was simply too great. As he walked, everyone respectfully addressed him as Hokage-sama. Upon returning home, he found the family receiving gifts and the family's wealth increasing. The younger generation praised him to the skies. So, he hadn't considered relinquishing his power just yet, and it seemed like a good opportunity to train Tsunade in how to handle affairs. No, I can't tell you, Naruto said instinctively, but then he shook his head, remembering his brother's words about not being able to casually reveal his status. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He could certainly hear the meaning of the word Naruto's unconscious response. If it wasn't taught by an older sister, could it be Jiraiya? Given Jiraiya's personality, such a thing was quite possible. So it was a white-haired uncle? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, but this time Naruto remained silent. He was a man of his word. If he had said he wouldn't say it, how could he possibly say it? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to ask further questions, but he remembered that the ANBU squad monitoring Naruto hadn't reported any problems with him, nor had they reported Jiraiya's visit. So, what was going on? Grandpa, would you like some grilled fish? Naruto was already skewering the fish. Although he didn't want to discard the filling innards, he removed them as Amemiya Kenichi had taught him. Thank you, little Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled brightly, but his eyes were also a little complicated as he looked at Naruto. Fourth Hokage, you should understand my good intentions, right? But it seems it's time to strengthen Naruto's protection. He wants to see who contacted Naruto and taught him this refining method. If it was Jiraiya, there would be no problem, but if it was someone else, hopefully it wouldn't be what he thought. I don't know what Konoha is like now. Amemiya Kenichi was sitting on the airship. He had already left the snow country, but to ensure Fukakoyuka's safety, he still left a shadow clone there. After all, he only wanted to meet Naruto this time and extract some of the Ninetales chakra from Naruto's body, so there was no need to fight, just hide himself. Amemiya Kenichi also handed the task of observation to his shadow clone. With Fukakoyuki's presence, there was no need to worry about Yaoyumi daring to do anything, and there was even less need to worry about that genin. To ensure the accuracy of the experiment, he even activated the Uchiha clan's genes in the genin, allowing her to successfully become a 2 Magatama ninja. He also found a separate genin, and made that genin a 1 Magatama ninja. This would perfectly demonstrate whether the 3 forms of the Sharingan would affect the parasite. Although Kenichi Amemiya felt that 1 Sharingan was generally sufficient, considering that Yumi Yaoi already possessed a 3 Magatama Sharingan, even 3 wouldn't be able to affect it, let alone a single or double Magatama. However, to ensure the accuracy of the experiment and avoid any unexpected consequences, Kenichi Amemiya went through the seemingly tedious but necessary process. But Konoha now has some air defenses, and going directly there would likely arouse suspicion. Kenichi Amemiya was pondering how to enter Konoha when he thought of the aircraft they had previously discovered. It's no wonder these ninjas are no shortage of geniuses. They've even replicated airships. Just as he was thinking about this, Kenichi Amemiya noticed something amiss. He was just about to enter the land of fire when he spotted some black spots near its border. But isn't this progress a bit too fast? Looking at the black spots flying in the sky ahead, Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. While he knew Konoha might use airships for military purposes, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. And wasn't Konoha worried about leaks? But on closer inspection, it didn't seem like they really were worried. The presence of airships and hot air balloons would easily be visible to spies. Even if Konoha hid them, it would be useless. They would be exposed sooner or later. In that case, Konoha was likely to. Shit. Amemiya Kenichi stamped his foot. Why hadn't he thought of that? Since Konoha hadn't been able to conceal the existence of the airships, they would surely use them to reap substantial profits. The Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village would undoubtedly be very interested in them. The small village of Iwagakure has always been renowned for its strong defenses. They pride themselves on the nearby mountains and cliffs, which act as a barrier to enemy attacks. However, with the advent of airships, these defenses have become a mockery. I wonder if Konoha has even negotiated yet. If they have, Amemiya Kenichi said, a little angrily. This is all his money. That's not right. Konoha could certainly make money with hot air balloons, but the problem is that their hot air balloons are good, but airships aren't. And they don't have the technology to maneuver airships. So, Amemiya Kenichi discovered a blind spot. Konoha could make money, but it would be small, perhaps not even a start, while he could make a fortune right away. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't intended to share his airship technology, but now that Konoha had replicated it, it was likely only a matter of time before the same thing happened. So, he might as well use the airship technology himself to make money. He'd get a large sum of money from the various ninja villages, but would they return the favor? Kenichi Amemiya figured anyone who wasn't an idiot would give it to him. After all, the other ninja villages had airships, but you didn't. So, how would you deal with these aerial enemies? His nickname, Tenma, suggested that before his appearance, the ninja world's ninjas had little knowledge of the sky's enemies. Konoha, the only nation with knowledge, had sealed the technology, causing the Sky Ninja village to vanish into history. That's true, but if I go alone, there might be some problems, so. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. He needed outside help, someone to help him deal with the enemy. He wasn't sure if the other ninja villages would agree to cooperate, especially the Hidden Cloud village, which held a deep grudge against him. Given the Abe's personalities, they might just rush out and give him a rap. Therefore, it was necessary to go with a strong individual. So you came to me. Orochimaru looked at his disciple before him. The other's subtle thoughts were so directly revealed, which amused Orochimaru, but he also felt Kenichi Amemiya was right. Since they wanted to make money, it wouldn't make sense for Konoha to be the only one to profit. Naturally, Amemiya Kenichi would seize this opportunity to cash in. Experiments like these were incredibly expensive, and without spending money, Orochimaru's funds were tight. That's no problem. By the way, I've already handed over the Sharingan transplant to Konoha. I'll give you 500 million. Orochimaru tossed a scroll, and Amemiya Kenichi quickly snatched it up. 500 million. That's a lot of money. It could be used to make several thermobaric bombs, making it much easier to collect the money. Let's go. Since we're in the intelligence business, sooner rather than later. Orochimaru stood up. He was well aware of the timeliness of such intellectual information. The ninja world didn't have any intellectual property protection laws, so anyone could just copy whatever they saw. There was no need to pay for it. Only novels had intellectual property rights, but those were small, and Jiraiya's books were already widely pirated. Okay, teacher, but please wait while I get my stuff. Amemiya Kenichi returned to the lab to pack up his things before following his teacher onto the airship. Teacher, where do you think we should go first? Amemiya Kenichi looked at his teacher and asked. Well, let's go to Sand Village first, then Iwagakure Village, Kumogakure Village, and finally Mist Village. Orochimaru made a decision quickly. Amemiya Kenichi didn't have any objections. He didn't care, and the teacher must have had her concerns when she said that. However, looking at the teacher next to him wearing a long silk dress, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but touch his nose. Chapter 306 The Fourth Kazekage Rata. Am I not a wagener? For some reason, Kenichi Amemiya felt his teacher, Orochimaru, was becoming increasingly feminine, even wearing long silk skirts. He dreaded the thought of what the future would hold. Still, he felt more reassured by this kind of teacher. At least his personality had become more gentle. If it had been his old teacher, Anko Materashi would have been punished, perhaps even cursed. By the way, teacher, have you made any progress on that cursed seal you were researching? Kenichi Amemiya asked curiously, piloting the airship. Kenichi Amemiya knew a bit about cursed seals. Some of them resembled simplified versions of Senjutsu, but with simplicity, there were naturally some drawbacks, namely a high mortality rate. Not bad. You want to try it? The teacher sat on the sofa, sipping tea, working on his laptop. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at it. A laptop, a recent model. No, I'm just curious. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He had no interest in trying the curse seal. After all, he already had Sage Mode, so a curse seal wouldn't be of much use to him. Orochimaru glanced up at his disciple, then pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it over. Amemiya Kenichi took it and examined it. It was a gadget similar to a cell phone. However, this one had only one simple button and was large, about the size of an old-fashioned mobile phone. It was also very heavy, making it difficult even for someone as strong as Amemiya Kenichi to use it. Teacher, is this what you've developed? Amemiya Kenichi could tell what it was, but he was still excited. After all, a cell phone would make it so much easier to carry out missions, and it would also, to some extent, make communication in this world easier. The advent of mobile phones transformed the world into a city, while the advent of the internet transformed it into a village. Kenichi Amemiya was well aware of this, but his world was unique. While there were computers, there were no phones or mobile phones, and no internet either. It was a world of distorted technological development. Well, I've worked on it, based on your idea, but right now, this thing only has two-way communication. So, when you press it, you can only talk to me, and there's a certain range limit. Orochimaru pulled another phone from his pocket. It was the same design, but it startled Kenichi Amemiya, as he thought of something like a couple's phone. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head instinctively. He knew he couldn't communicate with his teacher this way next time, or else there would be some misunderstanding. Teacher, what's the range limit? Kenichi Amemiya asked curiously. If the distance was too short, the effect wouldn't be very strong. Of course, for a first mobile phone, having this kind of effect was already quite impressive. Not much, probably just enough to get from Konoha to the lab. Orochimaru smiled. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Is it that far? The lab is in the land of rice, quite a distance from Konoha. It's quite a distance, so being able to talk over such a long distance is incredible. He's truly worthy of being a teacher, isn't he? He's even capable of developing cutting-edge technology like facial recognition. Then, teacher, if this device's signal range is limited, can we build a relay signal booster station? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at his teacher. While this phone was already powerful, it would be even better if it could be even more powerful. A global signal network would bring the ninja world much closer together. And having lived in his previous life, Amemiya Kenichi naturally knew how profitable it was to monopolize this industry. Besides, the launch of the phone would undoubtedly make the cage of each ninja village aware of its importance. Selling phones, phone cards, and monthly subscriptions would then make a ton of money. Furthermore, there were no companies in the ninja world that could compete with them. This meant that, once this business launched, it would be a monopoly, with no competitors. Making money would be as easy as drinking water. This method could even allow for eavesdropping on intelligence. While the ninja community certainly wouldn't be unaware, what if everyone else was using such a convenient device? Communication between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village previously required a delay, but now the Hokage and the Reikage can communicate directly, agreeing on a partnership in minutes. This speed up would naturally make others wary of whether or not to use this device. Of course, the ninja weren't all fools. They would undoubtedly try to hack into their village's phones, but taking effective anti-theft measures could also effectively delay the process. Furthermore, the money earned during this period was enough to cover a wide range of needs, perhaps even providing some intelligence. However, this also meant that Kenichi Amemiya needed to step up and promote the widespread use of phones. However, the key issue now lay in addressing the issue of mobile phone range. What you're saying is quite interesting. Orochimaru's interest peaked. She had considered how to solve this problem before, but hadn't yet come to a conclusion. Amemiya Kenichi's proposal seemed quite feasible. You seem to know a lot about this? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at his student. He had always been curious about his student's scientific talent. The cell phone was his concept, as were the hot air balloon and the airship. Amemiya Kenichi was arguably the most talented student Orochimaru had ever met. He had also grown rapidly in the ninja world, now approaching his own level, perhaps even surpassing him. This filled Orochimaru with mixed feelings. Teacher, after all, I also want to resolve these issues as soon as possible, but I have other things to do. Amemiya Kenichi chuckled. He knew the teacher would have questions, and he had already prepared a response. Your talent is quite good, but don't forget to practice ninjutsu. In this world, Orochimaru was about to remind his student, but then she thought of Sanzo Amado. His scientific ninjutsu rebound device was very interesting, and could effectively increase a ninja's strength. Moreover, the weapon her disciple had invented was as powerful as a major ninjutsu, so she was momentarily at a loss for words. Teacher, I know. I master both ninjutsu and science, Amemiya Kenichi said with a chuckle. Scientific artifacts, while powerful, were also incredibly time-consuming. Although Amemiya Kenichi had recently created a thermobaric bomb that combined 4 chakra attributes, it was still too much to use against those powerful opponents. Thinking of Uchiha Madara's power made him shudder. Uchiha Madara was practically a humanoid nuclear weapon, even more so, given its zero manufacturing cost, exceptional mobility, and exceptional concealment. The Rinnegan's power was too great. To reach that level, nuclear weapons were powerful enough, but not very convenient. Then came antimatter weapons, star destroyers, dark matter weapons, and energy shields. However, the current power of both ninjutsu and scientific artifacts had a significant upper limit, so Amemiya Kenichi planned to pursue both. combining ninjutsu with science to achieve a more comprehensive attack. Well, do you know why I chose the sand village first? The teacher suddenly asked, and Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. It's a matter of distance. Besides, the sand village and Konoha have a pretty good relationship, so Konoha is likely to do business with them first. Amemiya Kenichi expressed his thoughts. He had previously suspected that the teacher might be considering distance when doing business. While the ninja world itself wasn't large, the sand village was definitely closer to Konoha. Another reason is that the sand village is very weak. The teacher smiled. Of course, she wasn't just considering distance. If Konoha wanted to do business, they would definitely start with the weaker ones first, thus forcing the sand village to avoid doing business with other villages. Orochimaru even speculated that Konoha might have sent 5 teams of ninja to do business simultaneously, so as to maximize profits. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. The teacher was right. Konoha was likely doing just that. Sand village. Amemiya Kenichi glanced out the airship window. Below them lay a vast desert. They had entered the land of wind, a relatively weak but unique nation among the 5 great ninja powers. He glanced at his teacher, who was still sipping tea. Speaking of the sand village of wind country, the person Amemiya Kenichi remembered most vividly was naturally the 4th Kazekage, Rasa. Rasa was a highly skilled ninja, possessing a unique Kekkai Genkai. He was so powerful he had even been able to suppress the rampaging one-tailed beast, Shukaku, several times. While Shukaku was the weakest of the tailed beasts, being able to suppress it in the desert was truly remarkable. Yet, such a ninja had met his end at the hands of his teacher. While he had also enlisted the help of Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi, this alone underscored the power of the Sannin. Soon, the airship was approaching the sand village. Amemiya Kenichi stood by the window, looking down. The sky above the village was completely empty, with no sign of a hot air balloon. This brightened Amemiya's mood. It seemed that Konoha had either not yet begun business, or its ninjas hadn't arrived yet. His long use of wine-style chakra to hasten his journey was well worth it. Business, after all, demanded swift action. Amemiya Kenichi carelessly lowered the airship a little, ensuring it could be seen by the sand village. He then made a letter of introduction on it, tied it to a rock, and threw it towards the Kazekage building. Lord Kazekage, according to Konoha, the envoys from Konoha will arrive in our sand village in 2 days. Meanwhile, in the Kazekage building, the 4th Kazekage, Rasa, sat at his desk, processing documents. Did anyone from Konoha say what they were here for? Rasa pinched his brow, then frowned as he looked at the ANBU before him. He was uneasy about the behemoth beside him. To him, a dead Konoha was a good Konoha. But now, Konoha was still alive, having even withstood the Ninja World War and the conflict with the Hidden Cloud Village. This was a dangerous situation. No, but, the ANBU said respectfully, but then he looked up, stunned at the roof. The next second, something crashed through the roof. The ANBU quickly caught it, and then saw what he was holding. A stone wrapped in an envelope. Lord Kazekage. A figure has appeared above our sand village. At this moment, the ANBU on guard also rushed in. Uchiha silently took the stone and read the large characters on it. Product introduction. Interesting, Uchiha snorted. With that kind of behavior and the strange black UFO overhead, Uchiha instantly realized who had arrived. The war mercenary who terrorized the ninja world and attacked Konoha and Kumogakuya, the Tenma. Although the sand village was poor and frugal with hiring people and had never hired the Akatsuki Tenma, who now held considerable renown among the village's high-ranking officials, they did have some understanding of him. To this end, Rasa increased his investment in research on protective barriers, but progress was slow. After all, unlike Konoha's wealth, the sand village truly had to live frugally. Often, he, the Kazekage, had to pan for gold, making the life of a proper Kazekage feel like drudgery. But now, the arrival of Tenma had given Rasa a sense of urgency. What if Tenma dropped something else next time instead of rocks? Respected Kazekage, I would like to introduce you to the powerful weapon of war and defense I will soon be introducing. Airship X-237, developed by me. Rasa studied the letter of introduction carefully and quickly understood what Tenma was up to. This crazy fellow was actually trying to recommend his flying vehicle to him, a magical device called an airship. But it was, admittedly, quite tempting. especially since Tenma had added, "I will soon be traveling to the 5 major nations to promote my airship. It's a superior product compared to other inferior copycats. Besides providing protection, it can also be used for commercial transportation. It was just a bit pricey." Chapter 307 Alyosha tries to bargain. Things in this world aren't expensive, they are more important than not having them. Rasa was well aware of this. He knew the consequences of not buying the airship. If other villages already had it, wouldn't they be able to develop some airship-based ninjutsu? Then, Sand Village would be threatened by these other ninja villages, which was unacceptable. Furthermore, for the impoverished Sand Village, airships were invaluable, allowing them to airdrop ninja and facilitate strategic deployment. If they had airships during the Third World War, along with Kumogakure, the outcome of this ninja world war might have been completely different. Konoha might have been ripped apart by the other ninja villages, who would then divide up its wealth. After all, the flames of the previous ninja world wars never reached Konoha's vicinity, allowing it to withstand the onslaught. If the flames had reached Konoha, it would likely have been unable to withstand the onslaught. But if Sand Village alone lacked it, it might have been the only village to be divided, which was unacceptable. "Do you think the Sand Village will agree?" Orochimaru asked, standing atop the airship and gazing down at the Sand Village below. "They will definitely agree, as long as they are not idiots." Amemiya Kenichi nodded confidently. Anyone who wasn't an idiot wouldn't have missed his point. The other villages all had airships, which meant an arms race sparked by Amemiya Kenichi. In an arms race, the principle is, if you have it, I must have it too, or else you'll be beaten. Amemiya Kenichi understood this well. Nuclear weapons were first developed by the Lighthouse Nation, then the Red Giant also researched them. The one who surrendered the fastest and the one who could only talk about past glory also developed them with the help of other countries. If you can't develop and possess these weapons, you have no say. The same principle applies to the ninja world. If other ninja villages have airships, but you don't, you're just waiting to be beaten, waiting for others to cross your borders and launch a surprise attack. Wait until another village drops ninjas directly onto your Sand Village and attacks it directly. Who can withstand it then? Even Konoha couldn't withstand the flames of war raging daily within its borders. It would be a devastating blow to a village's economy. That's why the 5 great nations tacitly agreed to create some intermediate zones, allowing these smaller nations to bear the brunt of the conflict and protect their interests. Even in the ninja world, politicians prioritize profit over morality. Morality is completely worthless when faced with absolute profit. So how do you plan to negotiate business? Should I go down, or have him come up? Orochimaru squinted at the tiny Sand Village below. The black dots within were its ninjas, and now the airship soared high above all others. Although this wasn't Orochimaru's first time riding an airship, he had to admit it felt amazing. The convenience and speed of an airship were undeniable. There was no need to worry about terrain. They simply flew through the air at incredible speeds. All it took was a sufficient supply of ninja chakra. Of course we have to come up and talk, otherwise it might be troublesome to go down. Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone took a ceiling scroll and jumped down directly, while Amemiya Kenichi watched from the side. He did not intend to go down himself. Rasa was an ambitious person, even very courageous, otherwise he would not have conspired with Orochimaru to collapse Konoha. If Orochimaru had not suddenly betrayed and killed him, then if Orochimaru and Rasa had cooperated in all aspects, Konoha might have really suffered. After all, Rasa was still a cage, and he still had strength. If Orochimaru and Rasa worked together, it would not be a problem to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already a little stretched when facing his student Orochimaru. If it were not for the unique ninjutsu of Shikifujin, which Orochimaru did not understand, it would be impossible for him to seal Orochimaru's hand. It's fair to say the teacher at the time was a bit arrogant, believing the Sandaime would surely die. He was ultimately taught a lesson by the Shikifujin, sealing his hands and allowing Sasuke to survive. With Sarutobi Hiruzen dead, only Jiraiya remained. Add to that the reincarnation of the Sandaime and the Nadaime, and Konoha might have suffered a significant loss. After all, Konoha was experiencing a period of transition. While Jiraiya might have been more willing to act, if Rasa had truly arrived, none of this has happened, leaving the outcome entirely to speculation. A moment later, a hot air balloon took flight, and Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone carried Rasa aboard. Welcome, Kazakage-sama. Amemiya Kenichi greeted him with a smile, rubbing his hands excitedly. He hadn't expected Rasa to actually come aboard. He'd been debating whether to send his shadow clone to collect the money himself, but he'd given the clone the order to try inviting him aboard first, and if that didn't work, he'd deal with it later. But Rasa actually flew up with his shadow clone, accompanied only by 2 ANBU ninja. This was barely a precaution, insufficient to deal with him and his teacher. All that could be said was that Rasa was eager to cooperate, and his attitude was sincere. Tenma, your airship looks really impressive, Rasa smiled. Upon arriving at the airship, his primary concern had been its carrying capacity, but the large room revealed his suspicions. This airship was indeed a crucial technology, one that could even determine the course of future wars. If such a massive airship could fly near other villages and send ninjas aboard, wouldn't that threaten the very bases of those villages? Thinking of this, Rasa glanced over to where Orochimaru was sitting. But in his eyes, he saw a slender, masked female ninja. He had no idea who she was, but perhaps she was a companion of Tenma. Of course, otherwise, how would I dare to come and do business? Amemiya Kenichi said cheerfully. With Rasa here, the deal should be done. After all, Rasa wouldn't be foolish enough to try to copy this thing and then return to the Sand village. Putting aside whether he could escape this place, simply offending the heavenly demon would be a huge price to pay. So, Rasa's presence meant he was indeed planning to do business. That was a good thing. But could the price be a little lower? Rasa gazed at the airship with a hint of envy. If the airship had a good carrying capacity, future business would be much easier, and perhaps even a slight improvement in the Sand village's finances. Sorry, no, this price is already very favorable. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and shook his head. He had a monopoly on the business. I heard Konoha seems to have mastered some flying technology. Rasa brought up something else, and Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He knew exactly what Rasa meant. He was telling him that the heavenly demon wasn't their only option, and that the Sand village could still choose Konoha. Konoha's technology isn't good enough, it's just a poor imitation. Their aircraft doesn't have the carrying capacity of mine, which is unique, Amemiya Kenichi said with a chuckle. He'd anticipated Rasa's potential use of Konoha as a pretext, so he'd prepared his own arguments. But if their price is very low, then it's not out of the question, right? Rasa didn't give up on bargaining. As long as he could save the village money, he didn't care about his reputation. If that's the case, then I think the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Rock village wouldn't mind buying my airship. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He had no intention of lowering the price, and he wouldn't. The airship's technological sophistication was clear. It was currently unparalleled in the ninja world. Konoha was just a poor imitator, and he could already imagine the future direction of ninja aircraft research. Bigger, taller, and faster airships were still just airships. Without his own guidance, the ninja world would likely never understand what a helicopter or a fighter jet was. Besides, he'd seen Konoha's aircraft before, and if he wanted to reach his current level, he couldn't do it without blueprints. Not at all. Rasa frowned slightly. He had expected Tenma to lower the price, but he hadn't expected Tenma to be so confident. Could it be that Konoha's aircraft were truly inferior? You get what you pay for. Lord Kazakage should know that better than I do. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. A long silence followed. Rasa's eyes were troubled, and he was clearly in pain. But after a long struggle, Rasa sighed and paid. Just as Amemiya Kenichi had said, the Sand village couldn't accept other villages having more advanced airships, while their own wasn't. Such a disparity could be fatal, and Rasa didn't dare gamble. He couldn't gamble. That would be irresponsible to the village. Tenma, you're quite good at business. But selling this airship now doesn't mean anything. Rasa asked tentatively, looking at Amemiya Kenichi. He felt the only possible reason Tenma would sell the airship was that he had a better option. No, I just want to make my money. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand. He wasn't lying. Airships were still the most advanced aircraft, and other more advanced aircraft were still under development. Building an aircraft wasn't easy. Furthermore, to reach high altitudes, an aircraft required extremely high energy. A typical civilian aircraft consumed tons of fuel per flight, with the amount of fuel consumed determined by the distance flown. A fighter jet typically required around 2 tons of fuel per hour, and that required specialized aviation fuel. Not all fuels were compatible, making the cost extremely high. However, Amemiya Kenichi had a different idea. After all, while the ninja world had fuel, chakra was more important. If Unit 1 could use Kurama's chakra, then so should an aircraft, bringing costs down. Here are the design drawings for the airship. You'll see how it's made when you see it. I wish you, Kazukichi, great military success. After counting the money, Amemiya Kenichi accepted it with a smile, then tossed a scroll over. Alyosha took it out and looked at it, then discussed it with the ANBU ninja next to him, and looked at Kenichi Amemiya. "Excuse me, can we keep this airship?" Alyosha asked with a smile. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't surprised to hear this. He had already guessed someone would ask that. Yes, but the airship is a separate purchase, and the price isn't expensive. 20 million taels. Kenichi Amemiya answered simply. He already had several airships ready, just as backups, so he could just swap them out when the time came. 10 million. I've seen the designs. The cost isn't that high. Alyosha bargained down the price by half. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It wasn't that high, and 10 million was acceptable. However, seeing Kenichi Amemiya agree so quickly, Alyosha felt a little regretful and wanted to bargain down further. "Lord Kazukichi, this is the lowest price I can offer. Otherwise, you can go down and make one yourself." Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes, seeing what Alyosha was thinking. Seeing this, Alyosha paid the money anyway. He needed a physical object. While he didn't think Amemiya Kenichi would cheat him, it was best to be cautious. After paying, Amemiya Kenichi explained how to control the airship to Alyosha. Then, he and his teacher gathered their supplies and jumped out of the airship. First, verify the construction of the airship. Keep this one safe. Meanwhile, have the artist come and make several copies of the blueprints. We will quickly head to Iwagakure. Alyosha quickly gave his orders. He needed time to trade the airship blueprints for some money to cover the shortfall, but he wasn't sure if this would work. If it did, that would be great, but if not, then forget it. Demon. Alyosha remained silent as he watched the disappearing shadow. "Teacher, we need to move faster. It's hard to say whether Sand Village will go to other villages for business." After landing, Amemiya Kenichi quickly used summoning to create another airship. HMM. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple. She actually thought that they could set a timer to set a time limit before the seal could be opened, otherwise the blueprints would be destroyed. However, Rasa would definitely be worried about this, so this was the only way. The airship took off again, flying towards the location of the hidden rock village. They needed to go faster. The blueprints and the airship would be sold, and the profit would make Orochimaru jealous. Now he had money to do experiments again. Amemiya Kenichi didn't have any ideas. Although the money was not small, it was still not enough. Chapter 308. How much the wreckage of the hidden cloud village holds grudges. Business is often about if you don't do it, someone else will. It's like your farm. If you don't plow it, another cow will. Kenichi Amemiya sighed, clutching his storybook. He hadn't expected Jiraiya to have such a philosophical side. He'd assumed Jiraiya was just a Uchiha novelist, but he'd never expected him to say such things. But wait, Jiraiya definitely didn't have a wife, so how did he come to understand this? That's a question worth pondering. Teacher, what do you think Jiraiya is like? Kenichi Amemiya looked curiously at the teacher beside him, who was fiddling with her mobile phone. Ever since Kenichi Amemiya had mentioned the business monopoly, the teacher had instantly erupted with enthusiasm, almost ecstatic, and begun researching the phone's anti-theft features. Jiraiya? Orochimaru frowned slightly. She knew a little about her friend, though not much, but he knew Jiraiya wasn't a serious person. After all, who would be so respectable as to peek outside a women's bathhouse every day? If it weren't for Jiraiya's strength, he would have been bullied countless times. Even the third demon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, warned Jiraiya against such behavior, saying it would damage the reputation of the Sannin. But Jiraiya immediately agreed and dragged Sarutobi Hiruzen along to peek. It took Tsunede's intervention to quiet the two men down. That guy may be a bit erratic, but he's a very strong ninja, and a relatively pure one, Orochimaru said. Amemiya Kenichi understood. He agreed that, while Jiraiya might appear unremarkable, his strength was impeccable. Teacher, are we going to Kumogakure village now? I keep thinking the Raikage might just come charging in and beat me up. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. He had just left Iwagakure with his teacher. The deal was done, and the price was the same as in Tsunagakure, but that Tsuchikage of Iwagakure offered a somewhat surprising offer. That Tsuchikage tried to persuade Kenichi Amemiya to keep the airships secret and not sell them to other villages. He even offered to cover the entire purchase price for the other villages, a one-time monopoly. However, Kenichi refused. He hadn't intended to refuse. After all, that Tsuchikage didn't know if he would actually sell them, right? And even without counting the Send village, the 3 ninja villages would represent a substantial sum of money. However, considering the consequences, he abandoned the idea. After all, if he did so, that Tsuchikage would know the situation after meeting the Konoha envoys. He would then likely directly target the Akatsuki, who would then target him. The Akatsuki was the very organization Amemiya Kenichi intended to use as a talent pool. He could see that Nagato was already tempted. As long as Obito and Black Zetsu were dealt with, it would only be a matter of time before the Akatsuki would side with him. Furthermore, Kenichi Amemiya was extremely confident in his peaceful plan, a historically proven one that couldn't possibly have any problems. So, are you not going to do business with the Hidden Cloud Village? Orochimaru looked at his disciple with a half smile. Losing a village wasn't a big deal, but Orochimaru felt his disciple wouldn't sit idly by and watch someone else steal his money. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say no, but the thought of Konoha making tons of money without him made him sick. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go. It was just to see the Raikage, wasn't it? Amemiya Kenichi wasn't exactly weak. He and his teacher couldn't easily take on a single Raikage, let alone. Amemiya Kenichi felt his pockets. They held supplies he'd kept for any potential troubles, ensuring he'd have the strength to resist should anything unexpected happen. Speaking of which, Kenichi, what do you think the human body's upper limit is? Orochimaru suddenly asked, leaving Amemiya Kenichi stunned. He glanced out the window. Beyond lay a vast sea of clouds. The Hidden Cloud Village lay just ahead, though still a short distance away. I think humans have no limits. Amemiya Kenichi pondered for a moment, then offered this answer. Oh, why? Orochimaru piqued her interest. While fiddling with her phone, she'd thought of a question. Could humans possess a special ability, a phone inside their brains? Wouldn't that make communication much easier? Because of genes, sir. Amemiya Kenichi answered Orochimaru's question directly. Genes might be a mind-numbing mess of code, but once they were cracked, and genetic programming was achieved, humans truly possessed limitless potential. Have you made any breakthroughs in genetic modification of the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru heard the confidence in Amemiya Kenichi's words, and instantly realized something. Yes, we've made some progress, but we need a lot of repeated experiments to stabilize the data. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. He had made some progress with the 3 Megatama, but the main Jiki was still at the theoretical stage. If there was a time when the Uchiha clan's power would experience a dramatic leap forward, it would undoubtedly be between the 3 Megatama and the main Jiki. Even the Sannin, such as the teacher, who possessed considerable resistance to illusions, was successfully tricked by Uchiha Itachi's main Jiki. This, however, likely explains the teacher's lingering attachment to the main Jiki. After all, main Jiki Jutsu is indeed powerful. Furthermore, the teacher's soul, having likely reincarnated several times, had some issues with it, making it slightly less resistant to illusions. Using ordinary illusions to defeat the teacher was impossible. Do it for me, when the time comes, Orochimaru said bluntly. Amemiya Kenichi nodded without giving it much thought. He knew how to do it even without the teacher's advice. After all, the teacher had helped him immensely, and Amemiya Kenichi considered himself a grateful person. But I won't let you suffer any loss. I can teach you a secret technique. Orochimaru hesitated, then spoke seriously, as if contemplating something. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the teacher's serious face and rosy lips, his mouth twitching, and he instinctively turned his head away. Damn it. Why did the teacher seem so deeply integrated with this body now? Furthermore, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that his teacher rarely used his original face. This thought reminded him of a scene he'd seen from Jiraiya. Kenichi Amemiya remembered it from this month's release of the story of Orochimaru and Me Must Tell, the secret edition. Jiraiya had sworn in the story that Orochimaru always bathed alone, never with him or Tsunade. Jiraiya suspected Orochimaru had been hiding her true identity since childhood, or perhaps her true identity had never been revealed. Kenichi Amemiya exclaimed, "Wow, Jiraiya was truly audacious. If his teacher knew, his grave would likely be covered in grass 3 feet high the next day." "Teacher, what secret technique is that?" Kenichi Amemiya touched his nose, then looked at Orochimaru and asked. "You'll know when the time comes." Orochimaru smiled and said nothing more. However, Kenichi Amemiya had a theory. He felt that the secret technique his teacher had given him was most likely some unique ninjutsu mastered by his teacher. For example, a cursed seal, or perhaps even a reincarnation of the dead. Amemiya Kenichi didn't have time to dwell on these questions, as the hidden cloud village was already approaching. However, what made Amemiya frown was the dark shadows hovering over the village. They were hot air balloons. However, they were flying very low, not reaching the height of the airship. Then, a flash of lightning shot out from the opposite direction. Amemiya Kenichi opened the window and grasped the object with one hand. It was a kunai, an electrified kunai. It seems the hidden cloud village and Konoha have a good relationship. Amemiya Kenichi squinted at the gradually encircling hidden cloud village ninjas. He knew the two villages seemed to be negotiating something, but he hadn't expected Konoha to give the hot air balloons to the hidden cloud village so quickly. If that was the case, could the deal still be done? Amemiya Kenichi hesitated, unsure. After all, the Reikage had a hand on him. "Someone's coming up," Orochimaru interjected, standing beside Amemiya Kenichi, gazing at the dark shadows below. Kenichi Amemiya peeked out and saw a hot air balloon rapidly ascending below, with 2 black dots perched atop it. With his Sharingan, Kenichi Amemiya could see their faces. A bee. Oh my god. Kenichi Amemiya was speechless. While he knew he held a high level of hatred in the hidden cloud village, he hadn't expected the bees to charge at him immediately upon seeing him. How deep of a hatred could that be? They can't fly that high, can they? Kenichi Amemiya refused to let the bees bring his airship down any higher, and they'd be within sight of his own airship. So Kenichi Amemiya steered the airship upwards, reaching its theoretical limit, a limit Kenichi Amemiya had tested himself. 20,000 meters. This was the highest altitude Kenichi Amemiya had ever tested. While hot air balloons could fly higher, that was only theoretical, and only if they were made to the same standards as in his past life. He didn't know about the ninja world, but it probably wouldn't be too high. Kenichi Amemiya had previously tested his hot air balloon, finding it could only fly up to 11,000 meters before it began to falter and would likely crash if it went any higher. Glancing down, he noticed something amiss. Although the black dot below had stopped, a faint chakra was gathering. A second later, Kenichi saw the black dot suddenly grow larger, followed by a destructive and ominous aura. Kenichi's pupils constricted. Having met many Jinchuriki before, Kenichi Amemiya naturally knew what this object was. Wasn't it the tailed beast ball? So, Killer Bee had completed his tailed beast transformation directly on the hot air balloon. Without time to think, Kenichi Amemiya quickly used wind style to redirect the balloon. As soon as he left its original position, a shockwave struck, sending the airship flying far away. The violent turbulence also made Kenichi feel dizzy. It can be seen that the Reikage really wants to kill you. Orochimaru looked at the exploding tailed beast ball at the back of the airship and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the business here really can't be done. Amemiya Kenichi tried hard to adjust, but at this moment, he subconsciously felt something was wrong. Before he could react, a flash of lightning directly penetrated the floor of the airship and then penetrated the airbag of the airship. The airship instantly lost its buoyancy and a large amount of gas began to leak. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. The Reikage really wanted to kill him. The next time you see Uncle Jiraiya, should you tell Jiraiya? Ask Jiraiya to write a few more Minato books about the Reikage? Amemiya Kenichi clenched his fist in indignation. Trying to defeat someone is naturally a hassle, as is discrediting them. But he has a brand new tactic, making the Reikage the Minotaur in the manga. That way, well, it seems like that wouldn't work. What if someone awakens a strange fetish? But most of the pure love warriors will definitely have a problem with the Reikage, right? And then I can print it out and post it all over Kumogakure, making the Reikage a household name. Kenichi Amemiya thought the idea was a good one. However, those plans would be for later. He needed to deal with watching the destructive power surge from below. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. The Reikage truly loved him deeply. How long had he been preparing for this? To get to this point. The next moment, a black bead shot up at high speed. Kenichi Amemiya used wind release to break through, clearing the way. A shadow flashed by, and the teacher's skirt blew in the wind, and Kenichi Amemiya caught a glimpse. Safety pants. Safety pants? Be careful to avoid it, the teacher said indifferently. The next moment, a powerful shockwave struck, sending Kenichi Amemiya flying. However, the airship was also destroyed by the tailed beast ball. Damn you, Killer Bee. I'm going to beat you so badly you can't even sing your raps anymore. You'll be better off singing, dancing, and playing basketball. Kenichi Amemiya cursed, feeling the excruciating pain. That bastard, Killer Bee, really meant it. Chapter 309, Antiques that have survived from the Warring States period. Kenichi Amemiya longed to charge down and engage the two perverts from the Hidden Cloud Village in a thrilling ninja battle. However, considering that it was their territory and the hatred the Hidden Cloud Village held for him, he expected to be greeted by Killer Bee with the tailed beast balls and the eight tails. Killer Bee, the perfect Jinkriki, proved quite formidable. So Kenichi Amemiya opted to use wind-style Great Breakthrough to quickly escape Killer Bee's attack range. Even then, several of the tailed beast balls detonated mid-air. This allowed Kenichi to fly further, out of Killer Bee's reach. The only problem was, his teacher didn't know where he had flown to. What a bummer. My phone's broken, Kenichi Amemiya said, looking at his phone. It was malfunctioning. He had just tried to contact his teacher, but to no avail. Where is this place? Kenichi Amemiya frowned, looking around. He had just been knocked away and landed in a dense forest, devoid of any signs of human activity. However, Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. He still had several airships he could summon. The priority now was to find a way to get to the Hidden Mist Village by airship to discuss business. After all, business with the Hidden Cloud Village was definitely out of the question, so he could only try the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village and I don't have any deep hatred, so it should be possible. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. Although he had previously caused trouble in the Hidden Mist Village, he hadn't revealed his true identity. Besides, the old master had some ability. It was impossible not to see the value of this airship. Moreover, compared to other countries, the Hidden Mist Village, or the Land of Water, had a greater desire for airships. After all, airships could make the sea less dangerous. Transporting goods and deploying troops could all be accomplished by airships. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi felt that, as long as the master was in his right mind, he would definitely not mind purchasing this airship. As Amemiya Kenichi was about to leave, he suddenly felt something under his feet. What's this? Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment. He looked down and saw something resembling a stone beneath him. It was the same thing he had just stepped on. Amemiya Kenichi didn't think much of it, considering it was just a stone. But then he noticed something was amiss. This looks like a seal. Amemiya Kenichi paused, squatted down, and used a kune to dig up the dirt nearby, revealing the stone. The stone was perfectly shaped, with strange patterns and subtle chakra fluctuations. Amemiya Kenichi was now certain that he had indeed stepped on something resembling a seal stone. This intrigued him. Seals in the ninja world are generally used to seal away dangerous objects or those that cannot be dealt with quickly, sealed away for a later solution. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen once sealed his teacher's hand, and extremely dangerous creatures like the tailed beasts were sealed into people's bodies to become Jinkriki. Therefore, seals often contain some mysterious objects. It looks quite old, quite worn and weathered. Amemiya Kenichi wiped the stone before him. He had now completely excavated it, and it was indeed a sealing stone. It depicted some ancient seal patterns. Amemiya Kenichi had seen similar seals in Konoha's book, Seals, Historical Development and Evolution, and Future Prospects. Such an ancient sealing method, could it be a sealing stone from the Warring States period? Amemiya Kenichi studied the stone with interest. Sealing is not static. Just as academic disciplines undergo evolution, sealing techniques have also undergone a process of development. Ancient sealing techniques emphasized simplicity. However, in later development, sealing techniques became more complex, with techniques like the 4-symbol seal and the diamond seal. This seal before him exuded a sense of simplicity and crudeness. This is why Amemiya Kenichi believed that this sealing technique must be from the Warring States period, because similar seals were recorded in books. By the time ninja villages were established, the development of sealing techniques had become more comprehensive. What's sealed in here? Amemiya Kenichi touched the seal stone. He didn't even know where he landed, but it was probably in the land of lightning. Amemiya Kenichi became interested, and lightning patterns appeared at the corners of his eyes. Then he began to perform the seal breaking ninjutsu, but the effect was not very good, and there was even a wave of chakra attacking him in the opposite direction. This cold feeling. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. He always felt that the nature of this chakra seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. However, he now roughly knew the solution to this sealing ninjutsu, and after so many years, the seal itself had become a little difficult to maintain. I remember there was something similar in the book my teacher gave me. Amemiya Kenichi silently took out a book from his pocket. This was a collection of some seal breaking ninjutsu that his teacher Orochimaru had taught him before. It wasn't that Kenichi Amemiya wasn't a skilled ninjutsu, but rather that this ancient sealing technique was relatively unknown outside of those who were interested in learning about it. The solution was a problem. While he could brute force it, the problem was that, if something was hidden inside, it would be a problem. Let me see. Circulate chakra like this, and then. Kenichi Amemiya found a similar solution. As his chakra flowed, the seal before him quickly dissipated. The stone crackled, and a crack appeared. Kenichi Amemiya instinctively stepped aside. After checking that there was no danger, he slowly moved the stone away. What he saw instead was a girl. A girl with black hair and no clothes. Kenichi Amemiya frowned at the girl, her eyes closed. She was breathing, but it was so weak that, if Kenichi hadn't been in sage mode and his 5 senses were not sharp, he might not have noticed she was still alive. At first, Kenichi Amemiya thought she was dead. This girl is so pretty. Amemiya Kenichi carefully carried the girl out, then pulled out a set of clothes from the sealing scroll for her to change into. There were no women's clothes in Amemiya Kenichi's sealing scroll, so he had to give her a set of his own clothes. However, these clothes were new, and he had never worn them before, so they should be fine. As for whether she had any dark thoughts, the thought of this person being an old antique who had lived from the Warring States period to the present day, made Amemiya Kenichi more curious about her identity and the strange sealing jutsu. That strange sealing jutsu could actually allow someone to live from the Warring States period to the present day, and they looked like their age hadn't changed much at all. That was incredible. But luckily, I have a good memory and my Sharingan works well. I still remember what the seal pattern looked like. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He took out a pen and paper and drew the somewhat complex seal on it. He would study it later. For now, the focus was still on this strange girl. Although he wasn't in a lab, Amemiya Kenichi was still able to perform some basic tests. He quickly discovered that the girl didn't look particularly old, and her body was covered in a fair amount of dirt, likely the result of being sealed for so long. The biggest problem was her extremely slow breathing. Amemiya Kenichi calculated that the girl breathed once every 10 minutes. However, the rate was gradually increasing, as if she were about to regain consciousness. Amemiya Kenichi simply sat nearby and waited. As for doing business in the Hidden Mist village? Come on, is business as interesting as studying a precious Warring States era experimental object? Not at all. After a moment, the girl's breathing gradually returned to normal, and her eyelids fluttered briefly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. Are you awake? Amemiya Kenichi asked softly. Aye. But to his surprise, the girl instantly curled up to the side, staring at him in horror, her clothes dreadfully. Sharingan? Uchiha. Seeing the unique pattern and the woman's eyes, Amemiya Kenichi was a bit shocked. This sealed being was actually from the Uchiha clan and had even opened the Manjaki Sharingan. Manjaki? Amemiya Kenichi stared at her in astonishment. She looked decidedly young, but to have opened the Manjaki at this age was a true genius. Among the Uchiha clan, only Shisu and Itachi could rival her. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm the one who freed you from the seal. Amemiya Kenichi smiled kindly. Curious, incredibly curious. He wanted to know what power this girl's eyes held and why she was sealed. Why? Apparently noticing Amemiya Kenichi's unique attire and the fact that he had been sitting still, the woman gradually quieted down. She touched her clothes, glanced at the surrounding forest, and then looked at Amemiya Kenichi. Her eyes were wary, like a wounded deer. Who are you? The other woman looked at Kenichi Amemiya cautiously, having no doubt she would flee at the slightest sign of his movement. I'm Kenichi Amemiya, a free ninja, he said, smiling broadly, his kindness evident. To further strengthen his bond with the girl, he even opened his Sharingan. But the next moment, upon catching sight of Kenichi's eyes, the girl let out a sharp cry and quickly fled. Simultaneously, a Sharingan illusion struck Kenichi, who quickly dispelled it, but the delay allowed the girl to escape a considerable distance. What was going on? Kenichi Amemiya was bewildered. He quickly gave chase, but the girl hadn't gotten far. It seemed the long period of being sealed had atrophied her muscles, and she fell to the ground before she could get far. Weeping in despair, Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. What was going on? Why did he feel like a villain? Don't hit me. I won't run away. I won't run away. The girl, sensing Kenichi Amemiya's approach, let out a sharp cry, her whole body trembling. Kenichi Amemiya remained silent. It seemed the girl had a troubled past, but the question arose, if that was the case, then why was she sealed away? Kenichi Amemiya had initially assumed she must possess some incredibly powerful ability to be sealed away, as this fit his assumption. However, he hadn't expected her to suffer such a tragic fate. My name is Kenichi Amemiya. What's yours? Kenichi Amemiya reached out and touched the girl's head, offering some comfort. The girl's body slowly calmed under Kenichi Amemiya's solace. She looked up at Kenichi Amemiya with fear, then softly said her name. I don't have a name, the girl said, lowering her head. Nameless? Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. How could she not have a name? She was a member of the Uchiha clan, so she must have one. Was she unwilling to reveal it? However, the other party was now extremely emotionally unstable. Continuing the conversation could easily lead to trouble. So, Amemiya Kenichi decided to calm him down. Since he was still alive, he could take him away in the airship. Don't be afraid. I'll get you out of here first. And it's time for you to take a shower. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, then cleared the surrounding trees. Facing Wuming's stunned gaze, he clapped his hands and summoned the airship. Looking at the timid girl behind him, Amemiya Kenichi smiled and extended his hand. Now is a new era. Clans no longer fight each other. The Uchiha clan joined forces with the Senju clan to establish the ninja village called Konoha, ushering in the era of the 5 great villages. As Amemiya Kenichi piloted the airship into flight, he chatted with Wuming behind him. While it was called a chat, Amemiya Kenichi was mostly talking, while the other party listened. Village? Wuming looked around timidly. Everything here seemed so unfamiliar. Even flying. But what puzzled her most was the Uchiha and Senju clans joining forces. Aren't the Senju clan their mortal enemies? That's what mom and dad always say. Mom and dad. Oh, I don't have no name. I do. The name mom and dad gave me. My name is Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru looked up, thinking of her own name. To be clear, Uchiha Hikaru is a character from the game's original storyline, not the anime. However, I think this character and the original storyline are incredibly exciting, on par with the theatrical version, and even better than some, so I brought Uchiha Hikaru into the series. Chapter 310 Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru? That's a nice name. It seems your parents definitely want you to have a bright future. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He felt like he'd heard the name somewhere before, but he couldn't place it. However, the fact that the girl was named Uchiha was within his expectations. After all, the moment the girl's Sharingan appeared, he knew she was from the Uchiha clan. To possess the Mangekyou Sharingan at such a young age was truly remarkable. Or was it perhaps because the chaotic times of the Warring States period made it easier for the Uchiha clan to awaken their Sharingan? Furthermore, the Uchiha bloodline at that time was purer, and the genetic information inherited was closer to that of their ancestors. This also made it easier for the Uchiha clan to awaken their Mangekyou Sharingan. I don't know. Uchiha Hikaru lowered her head. She huddled in the corner, her arms wrapped around her legs, and she looked around cautiously. She didn't know what the world was like, but she had heard the kind person before her say that it was a long time since her time. Was she alone now? Uchiha Hikaru was a little dazed. What are you going to do next? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Uchiha Hikaru and asked. He could certainly arrange the life of this girl. After all, he was the first person to come into contact with her. It was not impossible to influence her a little or even control her directly. But when he looked at her, Kenichi Amemiya's expression was a little subtle. He always felt that this girl had some unique temperament, but he never understood what this temperament was. But now, looking at the other person's confused eyes, Kenichi Amemiya suddenly understood. Isn't this a feminized version of Sasuke? Exclamation mark. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan originally made it rare for the family to have ugly people. Coupled with the other person's long black hair and that face, it's not a problem to say that she is a feminized version of Sasuke. I just don't know if her personality is the same as Sasuke's. This instantly reminded Kenichi Amemiya of the book he had read about the feminization of Sasuke. It has to be said that it is really a cult classic. I don't know. Uchiha Hikaru shook her head. She didn't know what to do. She'd lived a peaceful life for a short time since her birth, then been captured and used as a test subject. She was subjected to brutal daily experiments, her parents died, and finally, she was imprisoned in this massive stone. She knew nothing, only endless darkness, silence all around her. She was nearly driven mad. Finally rescued, she was surprised to learn that things had changed dramatically. I have a good relationship with the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Do you want to go back and see them? Amemiya Kenichi asked tentatively. He wanted to see what the girl was thinking, perhaps to help with future plans. What's a leader? Uchiha Hikaru looked at Amemiya Kenichi in confusion. She had no idea what a leader was. It's the clan leader. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He had just recalled some events from his past life, and some strange thoughts popped up in his mind, and then the word leader came out of his mouth naturally. I've definitely watched too many Hong Kong movies. Uchiha Hikaru's eyes were a little glazed over. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Why did this girl seem a bit dim? Was there something wrong with her IQ? But that shouldn't be the case. However, considering that Uchiha Hikaru had been sealed in stone for so long, and had only just been released today, Amemiya Kenichi calmed down. He figured it was simply because she'd been sealed for so long, that her mind wasn't clear yet. To put it another way, Uchiha Hikaru was in the days of someone who'd just woken up from a nap. But we still have to go to the Hidden Mist village first, Amemiya Kenichi said, looking at the dense forest below, and the small dark figure in the distance, which led to the Hidden Cloud village. His expression wasn't good. He'd suffered a setback at the hands of the Hidden Cloud village today. He hadn't expected these people there to be so perverted, especially a bee, who had even let Killer Bee launch a tailed beast ball to kill him. However, it seemed like this was a no-brainer for Killer Bee. The 8-tailed Gyuki was already quite powerful, and the tailed beasts possessed abundant chakra, so firing the tailed beast balls wasn't a huge expense. But the feud was still established. AB not only blew up Kenichi Amemiya's airship, but also sent him flying. Although his previous injuries had healed thanks to his sage-like physique, Kenichi Amemiya's teeth were still raw with resentment at the thought. No, I have to think of a way. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his chin. He usually decided on revenge, based on the situation. If the strength was similar, he would take it on the spot. If the power gap was significant, he would take revenge even after 10 years. This emphasized his flexible approach to revenge. Now that the Hidden Cloud village had air defenses like hot air balloons, relying on airships to launch bomb attacks would be extremely difficult. Killer Bee and AI were probably keeping their eyes on him. But not seeking revenge wouldn't be a good idea, huh? Kenichi Amemiya thought of something he had done previously in Konoha, and with that, he figured out how to solve this problem this time. Senior, I figured it out. Meanwhile, Hikaru Uchiha seemed to have finally figured it out. She raised her head shakily and looked at Kenichi Amemiya cautiously. So, what are you going to do? Kenichi Amemiya put on a warm business-like smile and looked at Hikaru Uchiha with a grin. According to psychological research, when someone is rescued from a life or death situation, their state of mind is at its most unstable, and it's also when they are most likely to leave an impression. Kenichi Amemiya planned to plant the image of a warm and kind older brother in Hikaru Uchiha's mind, so that he could use her talents later, once he could assess them. However, he still felt the girl's name was familiar, as if he had heard it before. My parents are dead, and I don't have any family or friends. I want to follow you. Is that okay? Uchiha Hikaru's voice started out loud, but as she spoke her thoughts, it grew quieter and quieter, until it was barely audible. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Uchiha Hikaru now lowered her head, anxiously rubbing the hem of her clothes. It was clear the girl was nervous. Was she feeling a bit inferior? Amemiya Kenichi sensed something. Surely this wasn't going to work. After a long period of silence, Uchiha Hikaru's eyes grew even darker. She knew she was just a burden, of no use to anyone else. Her only usefulness might be the ability that brought her disaster. Even though this older brother had rescued her and kindly helped her put clothes on, it seemed as if useless people should be discarded like trash. She was so tired, she wanted to die. Was a useless person like me supposed to just die? Surely, this older brother wouldn't want a useless person like me to stay with him? It must be like this. This is how my life has always been. Just as Uchiha Hikaru was lost in thought, a hand rested on her head and rubbed it, instantly ruffling her hair. But the first thing that crossed her mind was, will my dirty hair stain my big brother's hands? Okay, then can I call you Hikaru? The warm voice of her big brother reached her ears, and for some reason, her nose felt sore, and tears began to fall, dripping onto the floor. She frantically tried to wipe the tears with her clothes. She was so dirty, and her tears were stained too. But seeing her clean clothes, still smelling of sunshine, she hesitated. Why are you crying again? Her big brother, worried, handed her a clean cloth. Uchiha Hikaru wanted to refuse. She didn't deserve such a clean cloth. But then she felt her face lifted up, and she was met with the gentle, worried eyes of the black-haired big brother, and the bright sunlight behind him. A soft touch touched her face, and Uchiha Hikaru stared blankly at the person before her. She could feel something soft wiping her face, drying the tears, and in that moment, even the pain in her heart seemed to fade a little. It looks better this way. Amemiya Kenichi gently wiped the tears from Uchiha Hikaru's face. He noticed the glazed look in her eyes, and a smile played on his lips. This girl was truly adorable. Speaking of which, if Naruto were to become his disciple, would he need a junior apprentice? Come, now we are going to get down to business, Amemiya Kenichi said, lifting Uchiha Hikaru up and looking him in the eye. Amemiya, big brother, what's this? At the dinner table, Uchiha Hikaru curiously gazed at the steaming pot before him, bubbling with a strange aroma. This is hot pot, Hikaru. Remember, eating is always the most important thing for me, said Kenichi Amemiya with a serious face. Seeing this, Hikaru Uchiha's expression also grew serious. But after all, Hikaru was still young, and after being sealed for so long, he was already starving. So, Hikaru Uchiha's eyes kept glancing at the meat beside him. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath. Hikaru Uchiha's faint seriousness, yet his face full of greed, was hilarious. I'll teach you how to eat hot pot, Kenichi Amemiya demonstrated, using beef. Watching Kenichi Amemiya's demonstration, Hikaru Uchiha also picked up chopsticks and imitated him, his eyes slowly spinning with a Mangeki. Kenichi Amemiya wanted to laugh even more, using the Mangeki Sharingan to learn how to eat hot pot. You, Uchiha Hikaru, must be the first. As the steaming hot beef entered her mouth, Uchiha Hikaru instantly opened her mouth to breathe out a sharp breath due to the heat, but then she closed her mouth and swallowed the beef, looking at Amemiya Kenichi with a guilty look on her face. In the past, if she had done that when eating, she would have been beaten by those bad uncles. Hikari, eat slowly from now on. Chew slowly and swallow carefully. Eating like this is not good for your throat, okay? Amemiya Kenichi frowned and looked at the girl in front of him and reminded her. In her previous life, the high incidence of throat cancer in China was caused by eating hot food. When it was hot, people wanted to swallow it quickly, which would damage the throat and esophagus, thus inducing cancer. Amemiya Kenichi never rushed to eat. Yes, I will. Uchiha Hikaru's face became less guilty, and she smiled. Amemiya Kenichi also smiled and continued to teach Uchiha Hikaru how to eat hot pot. It must be said that Uchiha Hikaru was truly starving. Coupled with the principle that a young boy would eat his way out of poverty, he successfully devoured all of Amemiya Kenichi's meager food supply. He still looked unsatisfied. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Then, observing Uchiha Hikaru's expression, he rubbed his chin. Come on, I'll take you shopping for clothes and give you a bath. He looked down. There was a small town not far away where he could buy clothes and give Uchiha Hikaru a bath. Uchiha Hikaru blinked his big eyes. My name is Uchiha Hikaru. I used to be called Wooming because I had no name, so everyone just called me Hey. After I grew up, I was taken away by some strange people. They tortured me, carved strange patterns into my body, and said I was some kind of weapon that could change the future of my family. I miss my parents so much, but I can't see them. It's so painful, so hard. I want to die. I hate those fellow Uchiha clan members. They don't consider me a member. They say I'm a weapon, and that my destiny is to be used against the Senju clan. Why fight? I hate fighting. I don't know how long it took. I only know that they put me in a stone and I couldn't hear or see anything. This world is terrible. I hate it. I hate this hateful world. But now everything has changed. Because I met a kind older brother named Amemiya Kenichi. He rescued me and taught me how to eat delicious hot pot. Amemiya-san doesn't hate me. He even cares about me and doesn't despise me. Amemiya-san is such a gentle person. Amemiya-san also took me shopping for clothes and let me take a shower. Uchiha Hikaru looked at herself in the mirror. She wiped her hair with a towel and smiled for the first time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 8,000 Spears. Done. Amemiya Kenichi rested his chin on his hand as he looked at Uchiha Hikaru before him, a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, the girl looked even cuter after her bath, and even had a hint of Sasuke in her. It wasn't that the girl looked exactly like Sasuke, but rather that some of Uchiha Hikaru's expressions and mannerisms were similar to Sasuke's, though only to the future Sasuke in his memories. The current Sasuke was just a stubborn brat, probably still acting coquettishly in his mother's arms. Amemiya. Big brother. Uchiha Hikaru lowered her head, shyly playing with her clothes. Amemiya Kenichi had also taken her shopping for this outfit. It was beautiful. She had only glanced at it, and Amemiya bought it for her. This touched Uchiha Hikaru deeply, and a subtle attachment welled up in her heart. Let's go. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, and without further ado, he took Uchiha Hikaru onto the airship, and left the unknown town. Kenichi Amemiya had no intention of bringing Hikaru Uchiha with him. Although the girl possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, his interactions with her revealed that she lacked much combat experience. Simply put, it was like a child holding a complex laser weapon. While powerful, if they didn't know how to use it, the shot would simply disappear into the air, posing no threat to the enemy. In this situation, not only a laser weapon, but even a nuclear bomb would be useless, as using it would only result in her and the enemy perishing together. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya planned to settle Hikaru Uchiha down first, then proceed with the cause. That way, if anything went wrong, he could escape without worrying about anything else. Hikaru, what I'm about to do is a bit risky, so I'm going to have you stay where I live. I'll come back to you once I'm done. How's that? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at Hikaru Uchiha. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered to explain this, as there was no need, but with Hikaru Uchiha, he made an exception. Kenichi Amemiya now had some understanding of the girl. She had a unique personality, a fragile and sensitive mind. To put it simply, Uchiha Hikaru is a little too prone to overthinking right now. So if he doesn't explain, Amemiya Kenichi is really worried that the other party won't be able to figure it out and will commit suicide, which will be troublesome. Sure enough, after hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, Uchiha Hikaru immediately showed a look of astonishment and then turned into anxiety and worry. Brother Amemiya, I can help you too. I can share my chakra with others. I don't need to be around to share it. I can also perform many powerful ninjutsu. Uchiha Hikaru looked at Amemiya Kenichi with tears in his eyes. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned when he heard this. This girl's ability is really unique. She can transmit chakra to others, and Uchiha Hikaru was also a little nervous. It was because she exposed her talent that she was treated like that by those people of the same clan. This made Uchiha Hikaru a little uneasy, but since Amemiya Kenichi is such a good brother, he definitely won't. No need. At your age, you just need to practice hard. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Although this girl possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, it was still too much of a stretch for her to rely on it to fight against the 4th Raikage, AI, and Killer Bee. And if Uchiha Hikaru was right, then this ability of Uchiha Hikaru was incredible. It was like a chakra storage device, and it was cloud storage. As we all know, chakra is essential for ninja combat. Even K's 8 gates ninjutsu is essentially chakra dependent, and even a ninja's vital signs require chakra to maintain. This shows the importance of chakra to ninjas. If a ninja doesn't reserve some chakra to maintain their function, they will die. So, if a ninja directly unleashes all their chakra in battle, it's basically a death wish. However, not all ninjas in the ninja world possess unlimited chakra. The multiple shadow clones jutsu is useful, but why is it so rarely used? It's because these guys don't have enough chakra. A genius ninja like Kakashi, while exceptionally powerful, has so little chakra that he's nicknamed Changula, while Naruto is Chitsunula. But what if Kakashi had the assistance of Uchiha Hikaru? What if Uchiha Hikaru shared his chakra with Kakashi? What if Uchiha Hikaru's own chakra was immense, nearly infinite? Wouldn't Kakashi then have ample chakra to fight with, allowing him to showcase his talent as a brilliant ninja? I don't want to leave you. Uchiha Hikaru looked at Amemiya Kenichi eagerly. Just as she had prayed, Amemiya had no intention of utilizing her gift, and remained so concerned for her. But Uchiha Hikaru didn't want to leave Amemiya Kenichi either. I'm going on a serious business. Hikaru must obey me. You can also strengthen yourself through training, so you can help me in the future. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. While Uchiha Hikaru's chakra conducting ability was certainly valuable, it wasn't something he needed right now. Ever since Kenichi Amemiya gained the physique of the sage of the 1st generation through research, he hasn't worried about chakra. To avoid wasting his golden finger, he's also initiated a new research project. Current research target would release research progress 67.99% due to accelerated genetic research. Yes, Kenichi Amemiya intends to master would release. He actually has his own ideas about it, believing his general theory is sound. The ninja world previously lacked ninja and didn't know about chakra. While traveling through space, the Satsuki clan somehow discovered that the ninja world was suitable for cultivating the divine tree for chakra extraction, and so they arrived. The story then follows Kaguya Satsuki, who was backstabbed, consumed the fruit of the divine tree, and later gave birth to the 6 Paths Sage brothers, before being sealed away. The 6 Paths Sage, in turn, founded the Shinobi clan, making ninjas the foremost force in the ninja world. If we trace the origins, we'll discover that these strange concepts, such as ninja and bloodline limits, are essentially the genetic bloodline of the Satsuki clan. Amemiya Kenichi even suspects that the 6 Paths Sage also employed some genetic programming. This is how the ninja world is divided into 2 groups, ordinary people and ninja. Ordinary people are the most common people in the ninja world, without any special abilities, just like humans in previous generations. Ninja are extraordinary individuals who have inherited some Satsuki clan genes, and can wield the power of chakra. Those who inherited the 6 Paths Sage's bloodline and greater amounts of Satsuki genes became powerful ninja families, such as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. those whose genes are less pure, but still inherit some, or revert to their ancestral roots, develop bloodline limits. This explains why some people awaken their bloodline limits, while others never achieve them. It's all fundamentally linked to genetics. The closer the ninja's genes are to the Satsuki clan, the higher their potential. Why are Naruto and Sasuke so powerful? This is due to their efforts, but also to their ceiling. Naruto and Sasuke are both reincarnations of the Six Paths Sons, so their genetic information is closer to that of the Satsuki clan. This leads to a higher ceiling, and only Uchiha Sasuke was able to master the Rinnegan. The so-called Rinnegan requires a certain level of probability to advance, which actually depends on the degree of atavism. This is evidenced by the fact that only Uchiha Madara and Sasuke have successfully mastered the Rinnegan. Furthermore, both of these individuals are reincarnations of the Six Paths Sage's sons, so Kenichi Amemiya believes his idea is highly likely. Based on this theory, if all the genes of the first generation were replicated and successfully programmed, then a person could essentially master the wood release ability, which is why Yamato was able to use wood release. However, being able to use wood release, and wood release to the level of the first generation is another matter entirely, requiring profound talent, character, and dedication. Even the current Amemiya Kenichi couldn't fully explain this aspect. After all, the brain remained a mystery to humans. To gain a deeper understanding, Amemiya Kenichi felt he might need to travel to the Satsuki clan's planet. But perhaps it's because my experiments have progressed, and my understanding of genetics has deepened, that my research on wood release has accelerated. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He actually didn't think he even needed to do any research. After all, he only needed to analyze the cells of the first generation and find a different experiment to perform. With a few more experiments, it wouldn't be difficult to find the perfect gene for wood release. However, he couldn't just leave this gold finger lying around, could he? Furthermore, research on energy shields was currently at a standstill. If he wanted to use the gold finger, he'd need a test subject, right? So, Amemiya Kenichi could only focus on wood release for now. With wood release, his strength would continue to grow. Once he opened his main Juki Sharingan, advancing to the Rinnegan would be a piece of cake. Amemiya. Big brother, is that the land of snow down there? At that moment, Amemiya Kenichi was piloting the airship. He had finally managed to persuade Uchiha Hikaru to wait for him elsewhere. However, where to place Uchiha Hikaru was a more thorny issue. Putting her in the laboratory? No, Uchiha Hikaru had previously mentioned that she had been experimented on, used as a test subject. Placing her in the laboratory might trigger negative memories, and any damage would be troublesome. And the teacher wasn't around, and his place was also a laboratory, so that wasn't an option either. As for Sasori and Deidara, they were still working on their Unit 1, so Uchiha Hikaru wasn't a good fit. As for Shisu was a good choice. His gentle personality and kindness towards his tribe members, along with Uchiha Mikoto, would essentially ensure that Uchiha Hikaru was well taken care of. However, Amemiya Kenichi could see that Uchiha Hikaru harbored a resentment towards his own tribe members. While he didn't show it too clearly in front of him, Amemiya Kenichi was a seasoned actor, and he could certainly discern Uchiha Hikaru's intentions. This would have been a disaster for Shisu, so Amemiya Kenichi ultimately chose the land of snow. Uchiha Shirei and Fuuka Koyuki were both there, and could help take care of Uchiha Hikaru. Furthermore, the laboratory there was hidden, making it difficult for Uchiha Hikaru to find. He could also give Shirei instructions. Of course, the main reason was that the land of snow was so remote that even the hidden mist village had little interest in it. Uchiha Hikaru's safety was guaranteed there. Well, a place with perpetual snow, the trains and the like are quite interesting. Amemiya Kenichi chuckled, rubbing Uchiha Hikaru's head. Uchiha Hikaru squinted his eyes in amusement. Even by airship, the journey from the land of lightning to the land of snow took more than a day, and during this short period, Uchiha Hikaru's defenses against Amemiya Kenichi weakened, and his trust in him grew even greater. Kenichi Amemiya also learned of the other party's special ability, a miraculous ability called the 8000 Spears. As long as a mark is engraved on one's body, it can connect and control another person's mind and chakra. Chakra can also be transmitted to oneself or others regardless of distance, which is extremely powerful. It's snowing. Uchiha Hikaru's eyes were fascinated. She hadn't seen snow in a long time. Kenichi Amemiya didn't say much. After rubbing her head, Kenichi Amemiya took her downstairs. In the capital of the snow country, Kenichi Amemiya also met Uchiha Shiri and Fuuka Koyuki. After briefly explaining their identities, Kenichi Amemiya left. Although Fuuka Koyuki was a little jealous of Kenichi Amemiya's attitude towards Uchiha Hikaru, due to Kenichi Amemiya's status, she would naturally carry out his orders seriously, and Uchiha Shiri didn't have to worry about that. This woman had always been very sensible, and now that she had been implanted with the parasite, Kenichi Amemiya's trust in her had increased significantly. There was no need to worry about her turning against him at any time. Although Uchiha Hikaru was somewhat reluctant to let her go, she was very well behaved and obedient, which made Amemiya Kenichi's departure much smoother, without the cliched whining and lamenting. This little girl is quite interesting, and she's quite talented. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Sure enough, the saying that everyone likes to be a teacher was true. He immediately wanted to take in a disciple. But if he really wanted to take in a disciple, wouldn't Naruto be the first one? Chapter 312 I'd rather make less money than let you make money. Sensei has mysteriously disappeared. Kenichi Amemiya gazed down at the hidden mist village, lost in thought. After leaving the snow country, Kenichi Amemiya tried to repair the phone his sensei had given him. After all, he didn't have his sensei's contact information, and in the ninja world, fixed contact methods were relatively limited. For example, back in Konoha, if Kenichi Amemiya wanted to find Kakashi, he'd usually just walk over to his house and call out, much like a child calling a friend out to play. But what about the Land of Fire? The best way for Kenichi Amemiya to contact someone was to write a letter, or send a pigeon. This was incredibly strange, and sometimes Kenichi Amemiya couldn't understand why email hadn't been developed, even though the ninja world had computers. Later, after some research, he discovered that, while the ninja world had computers, it didn't have the internet. So, email was naturally unusable. The technology tree in the Naruto world has always been very strange. To contact his teacher, Kenichi Amemiya's simplest solution was to repair his cell phone and try to contact him. As long as the teacher was within range, the problem wouldn't be too serious. This phone can't be repaired either. I really don't understand what technology the teacher used. Kenichi Amemiya frowned at the phone in his hand. His attempts to repair it had failed. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't very clear about the manufacturing process of this phone, and his teacher hadn't explained it to him, which meant he hadn't done much research on it. He had originally planned to visit the hidden mist village to see if his teacher was there, but he found no obvious signs. Forget it, I'll sell the airship first, then go back and find the teacher. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. It didn't matter if the teacher wasn't there. He would definitely be there when he returned to the land of rice. Just as he was about to leave, Kenichi Amemiya noticed some small black figures emerging from the hidden mist village. His eyes narrowed, and he glanced down. Could something have happened? Master Shui, the Kirigakure needs us to meet them here. Meanwhile, outside Kirigakure, Kakashi was whispering to a man wearing sunglasses about the information he had just received. These Kirigakure guys. Promise them we'll wait here. Aburame Shui frowned, glancing at the Kirigakure head. He'd considered going in, but he hadn't expected the Kirigakure to be so wary of them. Or had something happened in Kirigakure? Okay, Kakashi said, and rushed out. He was now in charge of communication between Konoha and Kirigakure, but the people he was communicating with weren't the Kirigakure's higher-ups, but rather the Kirigakure's ANBU ninja. This was understandable. It was too difficult for Kakashi, an ANBU ninja, to meet with the Kirigakure's higher-ups. As Kakashi spoke with the Kirigakure's ANBU, the Kirigakure representatives emerged, led by an elderly man. Upon seeing them, Aburame Shui narrowed her eyes. Master, wasn't the Mizukaji Yagura Karatachi Yagura? Why hadn't Yagura Karatachi come? At that moment, a few thoughts crossed Aburame Shui's mind, but he remained silent. After all, it was the hidden mist village's business to decide who to send out, and Konoha wouldn't interfere. The third Hokage's task was to sell Konoha's outdated aircraft, and the hidden mist village was one of Konoha's most valued potential customers. After all, the hidden mist village's geographical location was unique. Previously, the only way to reach the hidden mist village from the ninja world was by boat, which was time consuming and prone to attacks. But with the hot air balloon, the hidden mist village was no longer so far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain that the hidden mist village would purchase the balloon, even if the price was higher. Konoha's messenger, I have received the official letter from your village. Are you here to promote your products? The master slowly approached, glancing at the ninja before him. Wearing sunglasses and wearing a unique outfit, the master recognized the ninja's identity. He was probably from the ANBU clan. The only person who could come to the hidden mist village with such a position could be the clan leader of the Konoha ANBU clan, ANBU Shiwei. Yes, we're here to promote something essential to the hidden mist village, ANBU Shiwei said with a smile, removing her glasses. Facing this powerful elder, she still needed to maintain some respect. Kakashi and the other ninjas from Konoha stood quietly in the back. Their purpose was to ensure that the hidden mist village could only purchase the hot air balloon. Otherwise, there would surely be many in the ninja world who wouldn't mind robbing them directly to obtain the balloon. Therefore, a certain amount of force was absolutely necessary. Hey, Kakashi, why do you think the village wants to promote the hot air balloon? Ake poked his friend's kidney. Kakashi curled his lips. He glanced ahead. ANBU Shiwei was explaining the products they had brought to the master. The master's face was expressionless, a smile on his face, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Because the village needs the money, Kakashi muttered. He felt a little better now. In Konoha, compared to the others, Kakashi could be considered one of his closest friends. If only Amemiya Kenichi wasn't there. Thinking of Amemiya Kenichi filled Kakashi with mixed feelings. The last time he saw him was in the snow country. He wondered what that bastard was doing now. He couldn't possibly have gone to the snow country to become king, could he? Such decadence. How could a ninja do that? But why was he inexplicably envious? Oh, but I don't want to ride in that thing anymore, Kakashi said with understanding. Then he glanced back with disdain. That was where Konoha stored the hot air balloons, which they were responsible for escorting and protecting. They'd previously arrived by hot air balloon. It was fast and incredibly convenient, but the problem was it was incredibly grueling. Kei was vomiting like crazy, practically vomiting all his bitterness. I don't want to go on a hot air balloon with you anymore, Kakashi agreed. He'd just been in the same balloon with Kei and nearly gotten vomited all over him. Let's have a match later, Kakashi. Kei chuckled excitedly. Kakashi took a deep breath. He really didn't understand his friend's trigger for youth. Sometimes, in the middle of a conversation, he'd suddenly want to compete. His youth was on full blast. Looks like Kakashi and Kei have a good relationship. In the dense forest nearby, Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes, staring ahead. He'd just come down, intending to test the waters, only to see Kakashi and Kei as soon as he landed. At that moment, Amemiya Kenichi realized what was going on. He probably thought Kakashi was representing Konoha to do business with the hidden mist village. At first, he'd wondered how Kakashi could have such power, but it later transpired that Kakashi was actually serving as a bodyguard. However, Kenichi Amemiya had no desire to reunite with his long-lost friend. His focus was on Kei. Kei was undoubtedly the most reclusive person in Konoha. Although, to some extent, it wasn't Kei's own doing. Given Kei's intelligence and personality, he simply wouldn't have considered deliberately concealing his position as the sixth incompetent. Kei's position as the most reclusive was due to his passionate nature and somewhat naivete, and his mastery of the 8 Gates ninjutsu. The 8 Gates ninjutsu, which ignited the body and unleashed immense power, was considered the most powerful technique in the ninja world. When fully opened, it could rival even Six Paths Madara. Kenichi Amemiya had been envious of this for a long time. We have to think of a way. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his chin. However, given Kei's personality, if he directly pressed him, the most likely outcome would be for Kei to unleash the 8 Gates ninjutsu and fight him to the death. But if he didn't take it, the next time he wanted to get it, he'd have to go to Konoha and find the forbidden scroll. He'd also have to look through it to see if there was an 8 Gates ninjutsu. The price you offered is too low, master. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was pondering, a voice caught his attention. He glanced over and saw it was ANBU Shiwei. She was negotiating with the master, and there seemed to be some disagreement over the price. He raised an eyebrow at this. This was the problem with poor communication technology. If a Burameshiwa's communication technology was better, and she knew she had ruined so many of Konoha's deals, she'd probably consider lowering the price. He didn't know whether the Sand village and the Iwagakure village had signed a contract with Konoha since he left, but he felt that, unless they were extremely stupid, it was unlikely they would have done so. It's almost my turn. Amemiya Kenichi put on his mask and calmly walked out. His undisguised actions immediately caught the attention of both Konoha and the Hidden Mist village. The Konoha and Hidden Mist village ninjas exchanged a glance, each marred in confusion. Who was this figure emerging from the woods? Wearing a mask? From Konoha? / from the Hidden Mist village? Hello, the master of the Hidden Mist village and the emissary of Konoha. However, with Amemiya Kenichi's carefree words, the master and a Burameshiwa instantly confirmed that this individual had no connection to them. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tenma, the victim of Konoha's plagiarism. Amemiya Kenichi saluted with a smile. As soon as he uttered the word Tenma, countless insects swarmed from a Burameshiwa's body, a dense crawling sound that made her feel uneasy. Amemiya Kenichi took a glance. The Aburame clan was truly the most disgusting and cruel clan in Konoha. Kenichi Amemiya once witnessed a root Aburame ninja torturing a Konoha spy. The spy was forced to watch helplessly as a parasite burrowed into his body, slowly eating away at his skin. Few ninjas could withstand such torture. They were forced to confess or die. At the time, the ever-present Danzo even demonstrated a particularly hardened criminal captured by the root. The man was a spy, but their village was unknown. They only knew he possessed confidential Konoha intelligence. After being captured by the root, the Aburame ninja interrogated him. When Kenichi Amemiya visited, one of the man's hands was gone, literally gone. From the elbow down, his left hand was nothing but skin and bone, a truly gruesome sight. Yet, even then, he refused to reveal anything. His teacher, fascinated by the Aburame parasites, forced Kenichi Amemiya to witness the disappearance of the man's other hand and 2 legs. Are you anxious? Amemiya Kenichi sneered. Because of Danzo's incident, he didn't have a good impression of the Aburame clan. Ahem. 2 guests. This is a Hidden Mist village. The master coughed twice, and at the same time, a ninja disappeared on the spot. Of course, this is a Hidden Mist village. I just want to do business with the Hidden Mist village. Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile. He came to do business, not to fight. Even if the Hidden Mist village was worth 100 million, he would sell the airship. Otherwise, wouldn't it be giving money to Konoha for nothing? Burameshiwa, who was standing by, obviously noticed Amemiya Kenichi's intention. His face was very ugly, and the Konoha ninjas behind him were breathing heavily. Kakashi clenched his fists. For some reason, when this demon came out just now, Kakashi always felt that the other party's posture was a little familiar. It seemed as if he had seen him somewhere before. Tenma. Burameshiwa's eyes were etched with an unpleasant glare. He knew Tenma, the villain who had attacked Konoha, causing numerous ninja casualties. Why was Konoha selling the hot air balloon and other items? It was because Tenma's previous attack had caused heavy casualties, leaving many ninja in need of compensation and medical treatment. Purchasing medical supplies and paying compensation required money, but Konoha was running low on cash. That's why Konoha had begun selling items, such as hot air balloons, to other countries and ninja villages. But he hadn't expected this guy to dare. Tenma, what are you doing here? A questioning voice called out, and Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He had sensed the massive chakra surge before. He didn't even need to turn to know who was coming. Yagura Kurutaji, the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village. With Yagura Kurutaji's arrival, the Konoha ninja, who had previously been at loggerheads with Amemiya Ken, could only suppress their anger. Chapter 313 Buyer's Market and Seller's Market. So, now, Tenma, you and Konoha are both trying to sell us, the Hidden Mist village, some flying machine technology, is that right? Kiruta Yagura placed his hands under his chin, a faint smile playing. His face didn't look particularly large, given his baby-faced appearance, but he was essentially a man with grandchildren. Yet, that face was certainly deceptive. Yes, the poor imitation Konoha provided was merely a plagiarism of my great art. Amemiya Kenichi chuckled and took a sip of tea. He drank his own, not the one provided by the Hidden Mist Village. In reality, ninjas rarely drank what was offered during a meeting. After all, no one knew if the other party might have put something strange in the tea. Poisoning had happened before. Furthermore, those ninjas who practiced poisoning were numerous in the ninja world, some exceeding imagination. Amemiya Kenichi once encountered a toxin that was non-toxic on its own, but when mixed with another colorless and odorless substance, it became highly toxic. Therefore, when he was out, Kenichi Amemiya never drank from other people's food, out of concern for his own safety. Orochimaru clenched his fists in anger, but he couldn't find anything to say. The hot air balloon Konoha had developed was usable, but it couldn't compare to Tenma's. Our price is very cheap, and Konoha can also reach some other cooperation with the Hidden Mist Village, Orochimaru muttered. He couldn't just sit there and watch Tenma steal his business, could he? While he had to give some respect to the Mizukage, Yagura Kirutaji, it wasn't Konoha's style to do nothing. Yagura Kirutaji narrowed his eyes, then smiled. Then, could you two show us your products? Yagura Kirutaji smiled at the two men before him, but his brow furrowed slightly. Pain radiated from his abdomen. No, Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He definitely couldn't just show off the airship. He wasn't worried about Konoha leaking the secret, as they had already seen it. But he couldn't leak it to the Hidden Mist Village, or else those people there would shamelessly copy and paste it. Don't overestimate a ninja's limits. Surviving in the brutal world of the ninja world has long since honed their shamelessness. Expecting them to maintain their dignity is like buying a lottery ticket and instantly winning the jackpot. Orochimaru shook her head. He felt no way around it. After all, they were all ninja, so who knew each other's personalities? For the people of a village, even a glance like that could easily lead to problems. So how should I choose? Kiratachi Yagura hadn't expected either of them to agree. He simply wanted to negotiate a lower price. On the way here, he'd heard from ANBU ninjas that this technology, called the hot air balloon, was truly invaluable. Especially for the current situation of the Hidden Mist Village. Without the hot air balloon, it would be at a disadvantage compared to other ninja villages, and its vaunted defenses would be in vain. This was not what Kiratachi Yagura wanted. He had brought too much harm to the village, causing too many casualties. If a suitable jinkriki hadn't been found yet, Kiratachi Yagura would have truly considered suicide. That's up to you, Mizukage-sama. Amemiya Kenichi calmly sipped his tea. He knew what Kiratachi Yagura meant. He just wanted a discounted price on the airship and hot air balloon. That was within his expectations. After all, if only he or Konoha had come before, it would have been a seller's market, with them setting the price and even reaping some extra profits from the Hidden Mist Village. But the problem was that now, with him arriving, Konoha's people had also arrived. Two sellers were competing for one buyer, making it a buyer's market. To get the buyer to pay, the sellers had to compete with each other and offer generous incentives. In other words, the situation was similar to when food delivery services first became popular. The Hidden Mist Village was the customer, while Amemiya Kenichi and Konoha were competitors. To get the customer to pay, they had to offer generous bonuses. However, food delivery was a long-term business, while airships and hot air balloons were a one-time transaction. We at Konoha can sell the airship and hot air balloon for 235 million ryo, and we can also enter into a strategic partnership with the Hidden Mist Village. Orochimaru bluntly stated her offer. When he left, the Sannin Hokage had told him that, if there were any special circumstances, he could handle them with full authority, and this was a special situation. My airship can carry a lot of cargo and people, but this can't. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. His airship had a large capacity. If it didn't, it wouldn't be very useful. Kiratachi Yagura watched with a smile as the two men before him kept increasing their bits. He wanted to shout at them to keep increasing their bits, so that the Hidden Mist Village would ultimately benefit. The Hidden Mist Village is right next to Konoha. It only takes a day to get there by hot air balloon or airship, Orochimaru suddenly said. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Was Orochimaru planning to threaten the Hidden Mist Village? Wasn't that a bit unwise? Kiratachi Yagura's face didn't look good either. If the Hidden Mist Village wants to communicate with the outside world and conduct trade, the Land of Fire is the best choice, Orochimaru added. The situation instantly returned to normal, and Karachi Yagira's expression brightened considerably. Amemiya Kenichi finally understood. Konoha was planning to leverage its national strength and status to strike a deal with the Hidden Mist Village, but was such a deal worth it? No. The Hidden Mist Village already had the hot air balloon and airship and could freely trade them. While Konoha's terms might seem like a win-win, they were essentially just using the benefits the Hidden Mist Village already had as bargaining chips. For just 100 million, I can provide the Hidden Mist Village with a more advanced airship. Amemiya Kenichi added 100 million was a very small sum, but as long as it could disgust Konoha, he didn't mind. Sure enough, upon hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, Aburame Shiwa's face darkened. He glared at Amemiya Kenichi, and small insects began to crawl out of his body. It was clear that Aburame Shiwa was furious. But looking at the silent Yagira Karachi, Amemiya Kenichi knew that the focus at this moment was on Yagira Karachi. The opinions of others were of little importance. With nothing else to do, Amemiya Kenichi took a quick look around. He spotted Meditarumi speaking to a nearby ninja in the Hidden Mist Village. Her expression was serious. Having learned lip reading, Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes at Meditarumi and read out fragments of her words. Be careful. Be careful. Don't let them. Meditarumi's lips moved quickly. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't particularly knowledgeable about lip reading, so he could only understand so much. Meditarumi seemed to sense Kenichi's gaze and fell silent. Back in Konoha, things were rather dull. Most of the ninja, including Kei and Kakashi, looked at him with hatred. This made Amemiya Kenichi smile. It seemed his previous actions in Konoha were truly unpleasant. I'll buy both of them together, Yagira Karachi had thought. He looked up at Kenichi Karachi and Aburame Shiwa and said something. Kenichi Karachi raised an eyebrow. This Yagira Karachi was truly interesting. He was planning to take them all. However, Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. As long as the Hidden Mist Village bought their airship, it would be fine. While it had some value, it wasn't high. Once the Hidden Mist Village had researched it, replicating it would be easy. Konoha couldn't replicate it because they didn't have the real thing. If they had the real thing, replicating it would be easy. After all, the airship had no technological sophistication, and there were no anti-theft measures. I have no objection. Aburame Shiwa glanced at Kenichi Amemiya. He wasn't happy about it, but he knew that pushing it too far would be bad. And since Yagira Karachi was willing to pay 100 million, he wouldn't bother. After receiving the money, Kenichi Amemiya handed Yagira Karachi a summoning scroll, and then glanced at Shiwa Aburame beside him, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Although Shiwa Aburame couldn't see Kenichi Amemiya's smile, she saw the look in his eyes, which made him a little angry, but because the fourth Mizukage Yagira Karachi was still there, he injured it. After receiving the money, Kenichi Amemiya left immediately. Although he coveted K's 8 gates, now was not the time to come and get it, so he still had to wait for a while, preferably until he returned to Konoha to get it. In fact, Lord Mizukage only needs to buy our Konoha products to know how to improve. Aburame Shiwa couldn't help but say one more thing. After watching Kenichi Amemiya leave, he felt that the Yondame's actions were a bit redundant. After all, now that they had Konoha's hot air balloon, the Hidden Mist Village should be able to find a way to modify it. That's what Konoha did, and now they have hot air balloons and airships with larger capacity. That's easier. Yagira Karachi smiled. He used the money he had saved to pay for Kenichi Amemiya's airship. He didn't want to use the village's money, so the village's money should be used to buy Konoha's things. Consider it his atonement for the village. After all, he'd been manipulated before, given unreasonable orders, and even become. The thought of this made Yagira Karachi's expression darken. The wound he'd sustained that day hadn't healed yet, and the lingering pain was making him feel very uncomfortable. It had also left him with a chronic illness, and Karachi Yagira didn't know how much longer he could last. He simply wanted to atone for the sins he'd inflicted on the Hidden Mist Village. 100 million. A bit of a loss, but not much. Amemiya Kenichi looked at his money and couldn't help but chuckle. According to ninja prices, he was now considered one of the richest men. But compared to Kakuzu, who had more money, Kakuzu or him? However, Amemiya Kenichi felt that, given Kakuzu's personality, who worked part-time to earn money for missions, he should be wealthier. Now that I have the money, there are two problems, the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and those 2 muscular brothers from the hidden mist village. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. The second problem was easy to solve. Amemiya Kenichi had already figured out a solution. The first was the problem. The 8 gates of ninjutsu was a powerful physical technique. While it had significant limitations, it wasn't impossible to crack. Amemiya Kenichi's cheat code was a good option. All he had to do was obtain the 8 gates of ninjutsu, begin his research, and then await the rewards. The only question was how to get started. This is so troublesome. The best way would be to ask Kei to teach me, but how do I get Kei to teach me? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. After a moment's hesitation, he came up with an idea. Then I'll have to trouble Kakashi. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. We'll need to report our encounter with the heavenly demon to the Hokage later. Aburame Shiwari said calmly, his hands in his pockets, now wearing sunglasses. However, as he spoke, a question occurred to him. If the heavenly demon had appeared in this place, was it possible that it had also appeared in other ninja villages? If this were true, then Konoha's plan would be completely in vain, and they might even fall behind other ninja villages in airship research. Even Aburame Shiwari had to admit that the airship developed by Tenma was quite powerful. Even Konoha drew inspiration from Tenma to develop the hot air balloon. Okay, Kakashi nodded. Even if Aburame Shiwari didn't say anything, he definitely had to report this to the third Hokage. As Kakashi was returning, he heard a sharp bird cry from the nearby forest. This startled him for a moment, as it sounded a bit like a chidori. However, the sound faded just as quickly, leaving Kakashi unsure. Is that a chidori? Aburame Shiwari approached, having also heard the sound. It seemed so. Kakashi observed the forest before him. Due to the water country's location, fog had already set in. The fog wasn't thick, but rather light, and the forest was shrouded in mist. Everyone, be on guard. Aburame Shiwari raised his hand, and a swarm of insects emerged from his body and crawled into the dense forest. He needed to see if someone was playing tricks on him. Chapter 314, 8 Gates. Disgusting. Feeling the tiny insects, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but curl his lips. He truly disliked these densely packed, tiny bugs. Just looking at them made him feel unwell. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't exactly insect phobic. After all, he'd eaten bugs in his past life, like roasted spiders, roasted centipedes, and the classic roasted cicada pupae, among other common fare. It was just that the Aburame clan's parasites were truly disgusting. Then let's have a spectacular fireworks display. It'll just disrupt the situation. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, then formed hand seals, and opened his mouth. A raging flame erupted from his mouth, incinerating the parasites in front of him, and setting the forest ablaze. A fire jutsu of this magnitude. Aburame Shiwari's pupils shrank, and he squinted his eyes. A jutsu of this magnitude, even from such a distance, he could see the overwhelming wall of flames. Could it be a demon? As the head of the Konoha Aburame clan, Shiwari Aburame naturally possessed a discerning eye. He could discern the level of ninjutsu before him, and among the powerful individuals who could attack their Konoha clan, Tenma was the most likely suspect. The Konoha envoys were also on high alert due to Kenichi Amemiya's attack. Kakashi approached Shiwari Aburame, cautiously observing their surroundings, wary of a possible attack. While Shiwari Aburame was powerful enough to not require Kakashi's protection, her position as head of the Konoha clan and leader of the envoys demanded his attention and protection, a duty he held. Strangely, no one emerged from the forest. It was quiet, and no one spoke. However, Kakashi and his companions remained vigilant. At that moment, Kakashi's Sharingan caught a glimpse of light. His pupils constricted, and he and Shiwari Aburame moved away from their current position. A bolt of lightning pierced directly in Shiwari's direction. Enemy attack. The Konoha ninjas shouted loudly, and a group of them rushed directly into the forest. They couldn't let the enemy perform their ninjutsu from a safe place any longer. Kakashi, you go too, otherwise we might not be a match for that guy. Aburame Shiwari was now certain that the attacker was the demon. The intelligence about that guy had mentioned this unique ninjutsu. Okay, Kakashi nodded, and then rushed into the dense forest as well. Meanwhile, Kakashi was feeling a complicated feeling. He felt a sense of deja vu, a resemblance to his friend from the snow country. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could the demon be his friend, Kenichi Amemiya? The fighting near the Hidden Mist Village had naturally attracted the attention of the Hidden Mist Village. Under Aburamshiro's watchful eye, several Hidden Mist ninjas arrived on the scene. The leader. What's going on? Terumi Meri folded her arms, looking indifferently at the Konoha ninja before her, her eyes tinged with dissatisfaction and disgust. Ever since her friend Ao's death, Terumi Meri had been feeling down. She'd barely wanted to leave, but she'd been surprised to see those damned Konoha ninjas fighting near the village. Did they take the Hidden Mist Village seriously? Terumi Meri, we are under attack. We are under attack near your Hidden Mist Village, Aburamshiro replied calmly, and Terumi Meri's eyes narrowed at that. This guy was being formidable. With a single sentence, he'd shifted the blame from Konoha to the Hidden Mist Village's defense and security, shifting the conflict from between them and the attackers to between the Hidden Mist Village and the attackers. HMPH, I think the attacker was a demon, right? This is a matter between Konoha and that organization. Terumi Meri sneered, a hint of gloating. She had little regard for Konoha, nor for that mercenary war organization. Those mercenary ninjas were like leeches in the ninja world, swarming wherever there was blood. Oh. It seems the Kirigakure's defenses have indeed weakened considerably. A ninja from a strange organization managed to sneak up on your village undetected. Aburamshiro chuckled at Terumi Meri. His words weren't particularly offensive, but they were insulting enough to irritate Terumi Meri. The three ANBU ninjas behind him glared angrily at the Konoha delegation. Terumi Meri remained silent. Her father, Aburamshiro, was the kind of person who wouldn't budge. Continuing to pester them was pointless. Better to go and help, and avoid any further criticism of the Kirigakure. After Terumi Meri and the others burst into the dense forest, Aburamshiro stood there, needing to protect the other Konoha ninjas around him. He also kept a wary eye on the sky, knowing where the demon's attacks typically came from. Although they had now cracked the secret of the demon's flying abilities, they still couldn't let their guard down. Soon, however, Meri, Terumi and the others emerged, along with Kakashi and the others. Aburamshiro was puzzled. Although there had been signs of fighting in the forest earlier, it didn't seem intense. Could it be that the demon had simply left? After checking, Shiroi confirmed that the demon had indeed left immediately upon seeing Meri, Terumi and the others, leaving Shiroi somewhat unsure of his intentions. Kakashi, are you okay? Kei asked, a look of concern in his eyes as he watched Kakashi return to the group. He had also wanted to leave, but because Shiroi hadn't given the order, he had been left behind. I'm fine. Kakashi pulled up his mask, silently adjusted his ninja tools, and continued to march forward with the main group. Shiroi approached Kakashi midway to discuss the situation, but Kakashi's account was the same as everyone else's, leaving Shiroi to continue pondering the demon's reason for attacking them. Akaji, how about an exciting youth showdown? Kakashi asked, looking at Akaji with a smile. Oh. Kakashi, let's do a handstand then. Akaji instantly perked up, showing his big white teeth, and giving a signature thumbs up. Okay. Kakashi's smile widened. Damn it. At this moment, deep in the dense forest, in a hollowed out tree, Kakashi woke up in a daze and instantly realized his current situation. He had been subdued and tied up. Kakashi tried to mobilize his chakra, but it was no use. He was wrapped in some mysterious chains that continuously absorbed his chakra, keeping it at a very low level. What the hell happened? Kakashi struggled, but couldn't get free. He felt a little down, and he didn't know what the guy who had captured him was going to do. He tried to recall what had happened, but only vague memories remained. He thought he had seen a pair of red eyes. It was quiet now, with only birdsong to hear. No footsteps or sounds of fighting. It seemed no one was around. But if he didn't return, Aburame-sama-shimi would surely come searching, but there was no response. No, I have to think of a way, Kakashi thought, thinking of a way to free himself from this attachment. He didn't know what it meant for the enemy to capture him, but not kill him, but it certainly wasn't a good thing. He could only find a way out. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Emissary Corps, Aburame-shimi was watching Kakashi and Gei's match. He frowned slightly at this. Gei's training wasn't surprising. After all, that was Gei's personality. Like his father, he was a ninja focused solely on physical training and taijutsu. But Kakashi rarely practiced taijutsu with Gei before. Kakashi, remember to report the details of this mission to the Hokage when you return. Aburame-shimi called Kakashi over and reminded him. Yes, Aburame-sama. Amemiya Kenichi nodded at Aburame-shimi before him, knowing that perhaps his interaction with Kei had caused Shiwari to begin to doubt him. By the way, have you completed the mission Hokage-sama assigned you? Shiwari asked casually. I'll complete my mission, only if I get you back to the village safely, Aburame-sama, Amemiya Kenichi said without hesitation. Shiwari smiled faintly at this, then waved his hand, and dismissed Amemiya Kenichi. He must have been overthinking it. After all, now that the mission was complete, it was natural for Kakashi to want to relax. Besides, this was the Kakashi the Hokage wanted to see. The cold and taciturn Kakashi wasn't what the Hokage wanted. However, looking at Kakashi's back, Shiwari stroked his chin. He had just attached a parasite to Kakashi. While he didn't think Kakashi was seriously injured, he still needed to be cautious. By the time they reached the hot air balloon ride, Amemiya Kenichi had also lost the competition, but he did so intentionally. To achieve his goal, he even pretended to be extremely weak. Kakashi, your physique isn't quite up to paragraph. Let's continue to enjoy our youth. Kaki laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. You're right, Kaki. I think I need to work on my taijutsu training, too. Kaki took a few deep breaths and twisted his wrist. His sage physique was in excellent condition, so this level of training wasn't a problem. However, to obtain the 8 gates, he didn't mind putting on a show. As for whether such a performance would work, Kaki didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Kaki had previously taught his 8 gates to Rock Lee, demonstrating that the 8 gates didn't require the Hokage's approval for this forbidden technique. This was similar to when Jiraiya taught Naruto the Rasengan. There were no formalities involved. He simply taught it as it was intended. Only certain techniques, particularly dangerous to practice, might require the Hokage's approval. Kenichi Amemiya was also well aware of Kei's personality. To put it bluntly, Kei wasn't the type to harbor any particularly deep scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called Konoha's prized beast. Oh, Kakashi, you want to learn taijutsu? Kei was instantly excited. He'd always wanted to teach Kakashi taijutsu, even wanting to teach him his 8 gates ninjutsu, but Kakashi hadn't been willing. Unexpectedly, after training, he was actually willing. Well, I plan to learn taijutsu after returning to the village. Kenichi Amemiya wiped the sweat from his forehead and followed Kei into a larger hot air balloon. This balloon could hold 5 people. While still not much, it was a significant improvement over Konoha's previous balloons. Then why don't you learn from me? The 8 gates ninjutsu is a very powerful taijutsu. Kei smiled, revealing his brilliant white teeth. 8 gates ninjutsu? Is that convenient? Kenichi Amemiya said hesitantly as the hot air balloon took off, leaving only Kei and him inside. Kenichi Amemiya calmly wrapped a small object on his back with chakra and simultaneously used Winjutsu to slightly increase the speed of the hot air balloon. Silent chakra enveloped the balloon, and the rapidly swirling wind attribute chakra isolated it from the surrounding space. Simultaneously, the shadow clones he had previously reserved rushed over and began to hinder the other hot air balloons from ascending. Of course it's convenient. Come here, I'll tell you. Kei skillfully explained the 8 gates ninjutsu to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya had a good memory, and after listening to Kei's explanation, he quickly memorized the 8 gates ninjutsu. Kakashi, Kei, what are you two doing? Just then, a hot air balloon flew over, carrying none other than Aburame-shimi. He had just felt that the parasite he had placed on Kakashi had lost contact with him and could no longer hear anything. Furthermore, Kakashi's behavior was strange. Someone even attacked them, but the attacker, primarily targeting the hot air balloons, ignored one in particular. Aburame-shimi instantly understood what was going on. I'm learning, Master Aburame. Amemiya Kenichi smiled at Aburame-shimi. This old man was indeed formidable, but the delay was enough time for him to memorize everything. Thank you, Kei. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, popping the balloon he was sitting in. Then, he stepped on the balloon's woven basket and flew away. The 8 gates of ninjutsu were easily obtained. I've considered making the acquisition process more difficult, but it doesn't seem to fit Kei's character. Chapter 315, Genetic Lock? No, this is an acupuncture point. Damn it. Aburame Shiwei exclaimed at the scene before her. She immediately understood why she'd previously suspected something was amiss with Kakashi. Now, it was more than just something. It was someone else impersonating him. However, she still harbored doubts. This demon seemed to be well informed about Konoha's situation, even knowing that Kakashi had mastered the 8 gates ninjutsu. His motives were clear. He even knew some of Kakashi's personality and personal details, like the fact that Kakashi and Kakashi were friends. This was difficult for non-Konoha ninja to know, and even within Konoha, not many knew about it. After all, Kakashi was a talented ninja in Konoha and a member of the ANBU. Not many people knew about him, and Kakashi was even more so. Aside from a few classmates who recognized him, everyone else considered him a fool. Even back at ninja school, many called Might Guy a psychopath. What was the point of practicing taijutsu every day? Could he withstand a jutsu of the level of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb? And yet, this demon had perfectly approached Kei. So, the demon is likely acquainted with Kakashi and Kei. Aburame Shiwei's mind raced, and all these ideas flashed through his mind. However, he didn't know much about Kakashi and Kei, so he could only jot this down for now. Later, upon returning to Konoha, he would consult with the Hokage to see who else matched this profile. Perhaps then, they could uncover the demon's identity. Where's Kakashi? An exasperated voice called out. Aburame Shiwei turned to see a man blazing with green energy. Might Guy had actually opened the Jingmen. In the air, Amemiya Kenichi also heard Kei's angry voice and the surge of chakra behind him. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a green aura emanating from the hot air balloon. 8 gates? This is the 6th gate, right? Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Kei seemed genuinely furious, but that was understandable. Although Kei was straightforward and outspoken, he was also very principled, possessing his own youthful logic. With his friend Kakashi's fate unknown, Kei's fury was understandable, but Amemiya Kenichi still had a headache. Honestly, he didn't really want to fight Kei. Kei alone wouldn't be a problem, unless he opened the death gate right away. But Amemiya Kenichi felt Kei shouldn't be able to open the final gate yet. Otherwise, what if he saw Kei's Night Kei? The thought of this possibility made Amemiya Kenichi shudder. It was too terrifying. Li Lion Hua. Kei launched a punch. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly, a headache coming on him. Only facing Kei in person could truly understand this feeling. He could feel the air around him become constricted with Kei's furious punch, making it difficult to dodge. Kakashi is still in the forest. If no one goes, he'll die, Amemiya Kenichi said without worry. He used wind release to move himself a bit, then smiled at Kei, whose hair was standing on end. As expected, upon hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, Ake froze for a moment. He then glared at Amemiya Kenichi angrily and dashed off towards the forest. Amemiya Kenichi didn't dare delay any further and used a wind-style ninjutsu to quickly escape. If he didn't, it would be even harder for Aburame Shiwei to catch up. Shiwei, however, had no intention of pursuing him. He knew the strength of the Tenma and knew it would be difficult for the current group to stop him, so he decided not to waste time. The priority now was to retrieve Kakashi. The metal from Kakashi needs to be recovered as well, Amemiya Kenichi said, landing in a forest. He clapped his hands and used a fire-style ninjutsu, remotely notifying his shadow clones. The metal that bound Kakashi was part of Sanzu Amado's research. Amemiya Kenichi had no intention of giving it to Konoha, but restraining Kakashi with other materials would be difficult, so he had to use it temporarily. Now that he had the 8 gates, he could return. Arriving at the previously agreed rendezvous point, Amemiya Kenichi began practicing this unique physical technique, waiting for his shadow clone to return with a chain. Unlock the restrictions within my body and unleash power beyond my own. A genetic lock. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. Understanding the 8 gates wasn't difficult. Practicing and mastering it was the hard part. Zaioli had suffered a great deal in his early attempts to master the 8 gates. This physical technique inherently relies on one's own strength. Simply put, the greater one's strength, the greater the power gained from opening the 8 gates. If a nerd who never exercised, learned the 8 gates, and opened the death gate, he'd probably just punch a load-bearing wall and be dead. Is it powerful? Of course it is, but the price is too high. However, if a powerhouse like Ake opened the 8 gates, the power would be on a level comparable to how a single kick nearly brought Yake to a decisive end. But it's not really a genetic lock, it's more like an acupuncture point, Amemiya Kenichi mused. This wasn't particularly genetic, but it wasn't completely unrelated. After all, genes determined the existence of the 8 gates. So, what if someone didn't have the 8 gates limitations? There were no restrictions on chakra use, but such a person probably wouldn't live long. Throughout human evolution, some abilities existed solely to protect us, like pain. While pain is unpleasant, it's also a way for humans to protect themselves. Pain signifies harm, prompting a subconscious desire to avoid it. The 8 gates are similar. They exist to protect ninjas from unleashing powerful jutsu that could kill them. This does have some implications for traditional Chinese medicine. Amemiya Kenichi grew even more curious. He wondered if he mastered the 8 gates and opened the death gate, how much power could he unleash? After all, his current physique was that of a sage body. Combining the sage body with the 8 gates was thrilling. You've received a new side quest. A prompt popped up, and Amemiya Ken was stunned. Oh my goodness, side quests are only unlocked now? Previously, there were no new research options after completing research, but now they're here. 1. Complete research on acupuncture points and gain a sufficient understanding. 2. Complete research on the death gate and master the method to open it and avoid death. Amemiya Ken's mouth twitched. It was obvious that these 2 research options were based on the 8 gates of ninjutsu, which was probably one of the reasons why the research options were only unlocked now. But is this research serious? The first one was easy to understand, studying acupuncture points and understanding their functions in humans. If he had studied Chinese medicine in a previous life, it would be simple, but he hadn't, so he had to research it on his own. But the second one was simply fatal. That was the death gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Opening it meant death. Kei almost died when he opened it. Although he saved his life with yin yang release, his leg was broken. But it seems there's a solution. I just need to master yin yang release, and then I can solve this problem. Then, if I open the death gate, I won't die. Amemiya Kenichi thought of a solution. But it wasn't very practical. It was like a penniless person wondering how to find a girlfriend, then realizing that, if he only had a car and a house, he could find one. While the problem was solved, the key was the lack of money. It was the same with Amemiya Kenichi. Although he had found a solution, he didn't master yin yang release. Yin yang release, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Mastering it wasn't easy. It seemed he needed to find a way. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone returned and handed him the metal chain. After disabling the clone, Amemiya Kenichi learned about Kakashi's subsequent situation. Kakashi was fine, though his chakra had been drained, leaving him a little weak. The clone bumped into Kei on its way out, but Kei, anxious to find Kakashi, ignored him. After settling matters here, Amemiya Kenichi departed the land of water in his airship. He now needed to reach the land of snow as quickly as possible to begin research on the Manjaki Sharingan. You mean, Tenma knows Kakashi and might guy well. Sarutobi Hirozen sat at his desk in the Hokage building, smoking a cigarette, while reading the mission report in his hand. Yes, Lord Sarutobi, Tenma is well aware of the relationship between Kakashi and my guy, and he also knows that my guy has mastered the 8 gates. Aburame Shiwei reported the situation without looking away. Sarutobi Hirozen frowned slightly. This information was crucial. He had been keeping an eye on Tenma's identity, but to no avail. So he turned his attention to the mysterious organization behind him. Although they were a group of mercenaries, they had a powerful figure like Tenma. What were the strengths of the other members? What were their goals? These were all questions that concerned Sarutobi Hirozen deeply. The demon must be a ninja from Konoha. Tsunade, standing by, spoke bluntly. She was also in the old man's office and had overheard the entire conversation. At that moment, Tsunade was certain that the demon was definitely a member of Konoha. Otherwise, there was no reason why he knew about the relationship between Kakashi and my guy. He was so motivated, and his information was so accurate. But during this period of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents in his hand. The documents in his hand were filled with ninja who had defected from the village and disappeared. The ninja who had defected from the village and disappeared could all be the demon, but after adding in the fact that they knew Kakashi and my guy, the scope was instantly narrowed down a lot, and among them was the information on Kenichi Amemiya. If Kenichi Amemiya is him, then it's no surprise that he has the ability to deal with Kakashi and my guy. He could even make Shibuya Burame no match for him. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. After all, the only person who could match him in every way was Kenichi Amemiya. He was quite powerful, able to fight him without losing, and since he followed Orochimaru, it wasn't surprising that he could develop some bizarre things. Plus, given his age, he'd heard that Kakashi knew Kenichi Amemiya, and that Kenichi Amemiya and Might Guy were close, so it wasn't surprising that he knew all this. Thinking about it this way, is it that little bastard Kenichi Amemiya? Tsunade spoke, her eyes narrowed, her body brimming with anger, her fists clenched tightly. Burame Shiwei kept her eyes fixed on her nose and her mind, neither speaking nor moving, pretending not to hear. It's probably him, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. If it really was Kenichi Amemiya, it would be a bit unsettling. After all, this kid and his teacher were once members of Konoha. But now, if Kenichi Amemiya and Orochimaru were still around, Konoha wouldn't have to worry about anything. It could even. With a loud bang, the table Tsunade was leaning on was reduced to shattered pieces. It was that bastard after all. When Tsunade was fighting with the demon, she felt something was amiss. The jutsu that summoned the dead seemed a bit strange, and the demon seemed to know her quite well. Tsunade was wondering if the demon knew her, but she didn't expect that he actually did. Not only that, but the little bastard even called her sister. So he called her sister in front of her, but stabbed her in the back, right? Kenichi Amemiya? Burame Shiwei could only pretend that she didn't hear anything, but the Sandaime had no intention of calling him out, which made things even more awkward. He was indeed Orochimaru's disciple, Brother Amemiya. As soon as he got off the airship, Kenichi Amemiya saw Uchiha Hikari jogging towards him. Her face was flushed, which was caused by the cold weather in the land of snow. Kenichi Amemiya wanted to laugh, but he rubbed her little head cheerfully. Yeah, that's even cuter. Amemiya. Kenichi nodded as he looked at Uchiha Hikaru. Uchiha Shiri had changed her clothes and looked adorable. Amemiya-sama. Uchiha Shiri also came over, holding a document. Amemiya. Kenichi raised an eyebrow at the sight, then took it, and took a look. The raw materials had been almost collected, so the experiment could begin. Chapter 316. The Secret of the Mangekyou Sharingan. The key to the problem now lies in the Mangekyou Sharingan. Amemiya. Kenichi glanced at the experimental log in his hand. These were records of his research on the Sharingan, and they contained a wealth of information. However, these records ultimately stopped at the 3-Tama Sharingan, with no mention of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Now, Amemiya. Kenichi felt it was time to begin a new experiment. It was still Yaoyumi, the little fellow who was Amemiya Kenichi's current 3-Tama Sharingan test subject. After a period of recuperation, his physical condition was very good, and with the presence of the parasite, his safety was guaranteed. How do you feel? Amemiya. Kenichi glanced at Yaoyumi, who was sitting in a chair, and looking at him. Yaoyumi's eyes were very complicated. How could he describe it? There was hatred, but also a sense of submission and admiration, which caused his expression to be so distorted that it made one feel like the uncanny valley effect was about to occur. Lord Amemiya. Yaoyumi spoke with difficulty, each word painfully uttered. It was clear he wanted to say something else, but the parasite's effects prevented him from speaking. I feel fine. Yaoyumi gave up resistance, and with that, his speech returned to normal. Amemiya. Kenichi was pleased. The parasite's effectiveness was evident. The parasite can counteract the effects of the 3-Megatama Sharingan, but further testing is needed. He began to increase the intensity of the test subject's resistance. Now, tell me about you and your teacher, Amemiya. Kenichi continued. He wanted to see the extent of the parasite's influence on its host, and the degree of control. If he could reveal this, could he possibly acquire someone else's ninjutsu through the parasite? As Amemiya Kenichi continued his questions, the conflict and pain on Yaoyumi's face grew more pronounced. His body trembled, as if he was completely resisting the thought of speaking. Amemiya Kenichi remained unhurried, taking note of his current condition. After starting to question the subject about important matters, it became clear that he still retained a degree of autonomy and hadn't completely lost his sense of self. Yuhi Kurenoi sensei is our leading jonin. She's usually quite strict and pays close attention to her niece. After a long moment of agony, Yaoyukin, with a deadpan expression, began to recount his story with Kurenoi. He even revealed his initial attempt to spy on her bathing, which made Amemiya Kenichi want to laugh, but it also satisfied him. The parasite's effect on ninjas was quite pronounced, and if he gave orders, they would be unlikely to resist. What about the ninjutsu you've learned? Do you have any secrets? Amemiya Kenichi continued to intensify his testing. If getting along with Kurenoi was anything to go by, secrets and ninjutsu were what ninjas valued most. Yaoyukin seemed to realize the futility of resistance, so with a look of despair, he spilled everything he needed to say. The parasite might be used to torture some ninja, but its existence is bound to make some powerful individuals reluctant to accept it, so it might only be used to control less powerful ninja. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his brow. For now, the parasite brought nothing but good news, not a single bad one. As for the parasite's loyalty, there was no need to worry. The previous test subject had already proven that. However, out of caution, Amemiya Kenichi still ordered suicide. Without hesitation, Yaoyumi raised his hand and stabbed him in the heart with a kunai. He was stopped at the last moment by Amemiya Kenichi. He was now certain that the little guy, Yaoyumi, was currently powerless to resist him, and that the parasite's presence would definitely control him. So, it was time to begin the final step of the experiment, from 3 Magatama to the Mangekyou Sharingan. As for how to activate the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan from the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Madara had already demonstrated it to him, so following the instructions wouldn't be difficult. Looking at Yaoyumi, who had been drugged by him, Kenichi Amemiya fell into deep thought. The Mangekyou Sharingan represents an absolute watershed in the Sharingan. The difference between the 3 Magatama and the Mangekyou is huge. The large one is almost 2 different eyes. This shows how much this thing increases strength. If Kenichi Amemiya had the Mangekyou Sharingan, he could have changed the way he obtained the 8 gates of ninjutsu when he was in the Hidden Mist Village. There would be no need for such trouble. What Kenichi Amemiya coveted the most was the different abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan. According to the setting, when the Mangekyou Sharingan awakens, it can gain different abilities based on the strongest thought at the time, such as Amaterasu, Katamatsukami, and so on. Kenichi Amemiya was a little curious whether this step could be guided. Also, if he mastered the method of opening the Mangekyou Sharingan, what kind of thought would be better? Never mind, it's too early. For now, let's try this out and begin the first round of experiments on a recipient of the 3 Tama Sharingan. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, and then began his own experiments. This time, Amemiya Kenichi employed the Sharingan stimulation method he had previously researched and mastered. After all, the process from the 3 Tama Sharingan to the Mangekyou, as depicted in the anime, required a sufficiently intense stimulation. After uncovering subject no one's skull, I began the experiment using the emotional stimulation method on subject number 1. The subject's physical condition was similar to before. After 7 minutes of stimulation, subject no one's physical condition was normal, with no signs of a high temperature. Was there something wrong with the experimental procedure? Amemiya Kenichi gazed at Yaoyumi before him, lost in thought. This guy hadn't shown any significant reaction to the emotional stimulation. While there were noticeable emotional changes, his amygdala didn't exhibit the same high temperature as before. Is it because the level of stimulation wasn't high enough? Or is it because the presence of the parasite affected his emotions? Amemiya Kenichi was a bit confused, but he felt the most likely reason was that the emotional stimulation wasn't strong enough. Only a sufficiently intense mental stimulation, like seeing a family member die before one's eyes, could activate the Mangekyou Sharingan. Amemiya Kenichi felt that it had little to do with family, only with emotion. but these emotional changes ultimately boil down to sadness, intense sadness. So, is intense sadness the key to opening the Mangekyo Sharingan? Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. After all, nearly all Uchiha opened their Mangekyos due to sadness. Intense enough. I'd never heard of an Uchiha opening their Mangekyos due to excessive joy. If I use a supplementary illusion to make the other person see the person they care about most, that doesn't seem to work either. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his brow. The method he had just thought of was useless. After all, Uchiha Itachi had used it on Sasuke, causing him to repeatedly see the tragic scene of the night of the genocide, but Sasuke hadn't said anything about opening his Mangekyos directly. Of course, it's also possible that this stimulation wasn't enough. Looks like we need to increase the intensity. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. For now, he could only increase the intensity. But just as he was about to strike, he spotted the tentacles on Yaoyumi's brain. They were parasitic legs. Amemiya Kenichi pondered. Zyakusu, can the offspring of parasites affect the host's emotions? Amemiya Kenichi found Fenghua Zyakusu, who was currently handling government affairs, a pile of documents awaiting her signature and review. Amemiya Kenichi found this quite tiring. He wasn't cut out for leadership. After all, once his dream came true, he would hand the leadership role over to someone else. He would focus on researching technological products and then find a way to reach the Otsutsuki clan's planet and launch a star destroyer at them. Of course, Master, we already possess the ability to influence others' emotions and thoughts. Fenghua Zyakusu said proudly, then stamped a document. After hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya nodded. He now had some ideas. If the parasite was used as an auxiliary combination, could it reach the emotional threshold of stimulation so that Yaoyumi could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? As for whether Yaoyumi would cause him any trouble after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenichi Amemiya was not too worried. After all, with his current strength, it would be too much to think that he could deal with him with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito was tricked by him. After returning to the laboratory, Kenichi Amemiya gave his orders to the parasite, and the parasite carried out his requirements perfectly. Then it's time to start the emotional stimulation. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath. If this method still didn't work, he would have to think of another way. The second experiment began. This time, I supplemented it with parasite emotional stimulation, and then began the emotional stimulation method. As the emotional stimulation progressed, the subject's reaction became extremely violent, and his struggles intensified. The temperature of the subject's amygdala began to rise gradually, but the rate of increase was extremely slow. Perhaps my guess was correct, and this level of stimulation was not enough. I began to double the intensity of the stimulation. As the amount of chakra in my hand increased, Yaoyumi's body began to twitch violently, and the temperature of his amygdala rose rapidly. Soon, a familiar smell emanated. Really? I'll never eat brain again next time. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. The smell was truly unbearable. However, this temperature was exactly what he had hoped for. After all, even with double the chakra emotional stimulation, if this level still couldn't evolve the Mangekyo, then he might need to consider other methods. Beep. Beep. The vital signs alarm sounded. Tachycardia, decreased blood oxygen saturation, and disordered brain waves. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Was it going to fail? No, if everything fails. This time, I'll directly use 5 times the chakra stimulation. If it doesn't work, I'll be buried. Amemiya Kenichi gritted his teeth. If double the stimulation wasn't enough, what about 5 times? As the chakra surged, Yaoyumi's body began to arch and flex, shaking violently, as if he wanted to lift the operating table into the air. With a beep, Yaoyumi collapsed limply onto the operating table. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the vital signs monitor, where the heartbeat and brain waves had become a straight line. This single beep is often the last sound many people hear in their lives, the sound of life extinguishing. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Still no success. Even with 5 times the emotional stimulation, Yaoyumi couldn't activate the Mangekyo. Does it have to be awake and witness something sufficiently stimulating to activate the Mangekyo? But that doesn't make sense. Amemiya Kenichi felt a headache, but then he heard the beeping sound and turned his head to look. On the life monitor, Yaoyumi's heartbeat resumed. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Was he alive? Or was he just in suspended animation? Suspended death wasn't uncommon in the past, and still today, after someone dies, unless the injuries are severe, such as in a car accident, the body is often kept for a period of time to prevent this from happening. Amemiya Kenichi watched the life monitor as the reading slowly returned to normal. He licked his lips. He wasn't dead after all. Could the fivefold emotional stimulation have caused brain problems, leading to suspended animation? Was he using suspended animation to relieve his brain from danger? Countless thoughts raced through Amemiya Kenichi's mind, but his primary concern was the success of this experiment. The offspring parasites are still alive, he observed. They were in excellent condition, seemingly healthy, though a little lethargic. Kenichi Amemiya used chakra to check Yaoyumi's condition. He was fine, and all his functions were normal. Next, he focused on the crucial eyes. What's this? Yaoyumi slowly opened his eyes. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at them. They were still 3 megatoma. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. Could the experiment have failed? This wouldn't work. Or, Kenichi Amemiya thought of a possibility, a somewhat cruel one. Chapter 317. At this moment, the kaleidoscope is no longer mysterious. Whether it was Itachi, Shisu, Sasuke, or even the Uchiha of the past, they always opened their eyes while awake. Even if they fainted afterward, it was only after opening their manger key. Humans don't have much subjective consciousness when they are asleep, which means they lack conscious awareness, and don't have a strong desire. This may also contribute to their inability to open their manger key. Looking at Yaoyumi, Kenichi Amemiya suggested this possibility. Even for ninjas in the ninja world, maintaining lucidity during sleep is difficult, and few practice it. After all, sleep itself is meant to relax the brain. While asleep, the brain secretes fluids to flush the cerebral cortex and remove waste, ensuring normal brain function. This fluid isn't secreted while awake. Even the heart slows down during sleep, allowing it to rest. So why does staying up late lead to sudden death? It's because the brain and heart don't get enough rest, leading to problems. According to this logic, since the experiment was conducted under anesthesia, it's possible that Yaoyumi was emotionally stimulated, but lacking a subjective consciousness, a strong enough desire. This is why he couldn't activate the Manjaki Sharingan. After all, it requires a clear intention to activate. The more Amemiya Kenichi thought about it, the more this possibility seemed to be on his mind. After all, when you're asleep, who knows what you're thinking? Naturally, there's no such thing as a strong intention, and the idea of activating the Manjaki Sharingan is naturally a pipe dream. So, does that mean he has to be awake? But will that awaken some strange Manjaki? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. After all, the abilities unlocked after the Manjaki awakens are quite mysterious. If they wanted to remove the parasite's influence, Izanagi would be a good choice. They might even reveal some strange abilities, like Uchiha Hikaru, who was an ordinary child, but possessed incredible powers like the 8,000 spears. So, sometimes, it's hard to predict what abilities will emerge after the Sharingan awakens. How do you feel now? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at Yaoyumi. He wanted to gauge Yumi's current state of mind and speculate on what abilities he might awaken. But then another question occurred to him. His parasite could manipulate others, even affecting some of Yumi's thoughts and judgment. Could he directly control Yumi's thoughts, and thus control his awakened Manjaki? I really want to die. Yaoyumi glared at Amemiya Kenichi with resentment, but that resentment quickly gave way to resigned admiration, evidently influenced once again by the parasite. Amemiya Kenichi didn't bother to engage in further conversation. He already had his own theory. If that was the case, he could simply let the parasite influence Yumi while he conducted his experiment. Even if Yumi awakened his Manjaki, the impact would be minimal. Make him feel the urge to destroy everything. Amemiya Kenichi tried to give the order. As he gave the order, Yaoyumi's expression turned pained, but his body remained motionless. Amemiya Kenichi smiled with satisfaction and continued with the emotional stimulation test. As usual, he started with a warm-up using standard emotional stimulation, then increased the intensity. This time, Amemiya Kenichi followed the same method as before to avoid any problems. Now awake. Yaoyumi's reaction was even more intense, even experiencing incontinence. This made Amemiya Kenichi frown slightly. This was why he had to use general anesthesia for the experiment, otherwise, the lab would have to be cleaned every time. The subject showed intense discomfort after the experiment began, and his heart rate became increasingly pronounced, even exceeding previous records. Amemiya Kenichi looked into Yaoyumi's eyes. The 3 megatoma in his eyes were spinning frantically, accelerating faster and faster. At this moment, the detector placed near the amygdala detected new movement. The mysterious liquid once again emerged from the chakra particles in the amygdala, then flowed along the cerebral cortex, and merged into Yaoyumi's eyes. The next moment, the 3 megatoma in Yaoyumi's eyes transformed into strange patterns. Mangeki Sharingan. Amemiya Kenichi stopped stimulating, and looked at Yaoyumi with excitement. He had actually awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. This was a huge step forward in his Sharingan research. The experiment was successful. After the chakra particles in the amygdala secreted a strange liquid, the target successfully awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. But what is this liquid? I had considered collecting some of the liquid for experimentation, but considering the lack of this liquid causing the awakening of the Mangeki to fail, I abandoned this option. The current summary of the Mangeki Sharingan stimulation method requires the following conditions: the ability to activate the Mangeki gene, sufficiently strong. Emotional stimulation while awake, assistance from the parasite, this is questionable. But regardless, the Sharingan experiment has been successful. The Mangeki Sharingan experiment has been successful. Further experiments are needed to provide the foundational data for further verification. The experiment has been considered successful so far, but I need something else. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the unconscious Yaoyumi, scratched his head, and then replaced his skull. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi had planned to leave and go about his business, but considering that the man had activated the Mangeki, it would be troublesome if he had some special ability. So, after a moment's hesitation, Amemiya Kenichi summoned Uchiha Hashirama, who sat down elsewhere. He needed to be on guard against Yaoyumi. What if he had activated a power similar to Katamatsukami? With Uchiha Hashirama, he wouldn't have to worry about that, and he could also observe his awakened abilities. Amemiya-sama. Uchiha Hashirama arrived quickly. Upon entering, she froze for a moment, as she smelled a strange odor, but then she immediately began to clean up. Just sit here and watch him. When he wakes up, come and question him according to my instructions. After Uchiha Hashirama finished cleaning, Kenichi Amemiya said this to her. Okay, Master Amemiya. Uchiha Hashirama didn't ask any questions, but sat quietly, waiting for Yaoyumi to wake up. What ability did you awaken, Yaoyumi? Uchiha Hashirama asked, looking at Yaoyumi, who had just woken up, but sat there in a daze. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. The Mangeki Sharingan was the most variable ability, and it was also something that gave him a headache. The abilities it awakened were so varied and strange that it was really hard to grasp. But the connection with the parasite is normal, and it can be controlled normally. There shouldn't be any problems. Kenichi Amemiya tried to contact the parasite. Everything was normal, and the emotions and meaning conveyed were also correct. Yaoyumi stared dazedly at Uchiha Hashirama before him. While he wasn't Amemiya Kenichi, the problem was that Uchiha Hashirama was infested with a parasite of the highest order, leaving Yaoyumi with little ability to struggle. Have him use his eye technique, Amemiya Kenichi continued, and Uchiha Hashirama, hearing this, repeated the order. After Uchiha Hashirama struggled, he resigned himself to the task. Amemiya Kenichi also witnessed the other's awakened eye technique. It had the all-consuming Amaterasu, and then something akin to telekinesis. Yaoyumi used this ability to remotely lift a scalpel with incredible speed. The first ability is understandable, likely due to the parasite's influence, but what's the second one? Amemiya Kenichi was curious. Normally, awakening a Mangeki ability is based on the most powerful wish at the time. However, Yaoyumi had awakened such a strange ability, which was truly puzzling. No, maybe this guy awakened this ability because I tied him up and he couldn't move, so he wanted to attack me from a distance? Amemiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. However, Amemiya Kenichi also noticed that blood was flowing from Yaoyumi's eyes. He looked extremely painful, and his breath had become much weaker. Is this unfortunate fellow's physical condition unable to withstand the strain of the Mangeki Sharingan? But that's not surprising, Amemiya Kenichi mused. While the Sharingan is said to be powerful, it is also taxing on the body. The Uchiha clan, who can switch it on and off at will, don't walk around with one open all day. Sometimes they turn it off to reduce the strain. Yaoyumi was only a genin after all. Although he rested for a while after opening the Sharingan, the forced use of the Mangeki was still quite taxing on him. Amemiya Kenichi then tried a few more experiments, and after confirming that there was no problem, he allowed Uchiha Shiri to take him back. The experiment is complete, and it seems to be largely successful. However, whether it's a complete success or not still requires more experimental data. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Then we'll start a large-scale experiment in the land of snow to obtain experimental data to verify the correctness of the activation of the Mangeki Sharingan. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the experimental log in his hand. This was a monumental discovery, one that could bring ruin to an entire nation. Amemiya Kenichi had no doubt about the consequences of his research. If it became known, the Akatsuki would become a wanted man in every ninja village, and his head would command the highest bounty in the world. Countless people would flock to him. Kakuzu would undoubtedly be tempted to capture him for the bounty. After all, the history of the ninja world is not very long. Only a short time has passed since the founding of the ninja village. Sachika Jinoki had witnessed the glory days of Uchiha Madara and witnessed the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. Kenichi Amemiya's research could even allow a genin to master the Mangeki, a massive boost to a ninja's power. A swarm of Mangeki Sharingan charging forward would be terrifying. So, the ninja's destiny would be to either master this technology or destroy it. If they couldn't, they would be destroyed. It was a very real thing. That's why I chose a snow country, Kenichi Amemiya said with a faintly insane smile. The snow country was simply amazing. Its remote location, combined with its harsh weather and geographical location, meant it was far removed from the ninja world and all conflict, essentially a place of seclusion. While the ninja world now had airships, the snow country wasn't particularly promising, so it was unlikely many would come. This would give Kenichi Amemiya ample time to build his own ninja army. Zaiatsu, how many insect eggs are there now? Kenichi Amemiya left the laboratory and found Zaiatsu Fuka, who was eating. Master, the eggs are now enough to host half the population of the capital. Fenghua Zaiatsu smiled happily, biting her lower lip, her eyes sparkling. Can all those infected become ninjas? Amemiya Kenichi understood what Fenghua Zaiatsu meant, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he feigned confusion. Fenghua Zaiatsu glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with resentment, but still answered his question honestly. The distinction between the upper and lower Zerg was very clear. Not necessarily. While they can help sense and refine chakra, some people have poor talent and simply can't become ninjas. Fenghua Zaiatsu shook her head. Human talent varied greatly, and some were simply unsuitable for ninjahood. That's enough. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't greedy, but he knew the reason those people couldn't become ninjas might be genetic. So, theoretically, if he transplanted Uchiha genes into them, they should be able to become ninjas, forming a powerful ninja army. What is the constant of food? Kenichi Amemiya thought of a crucial issue. If this issue is not resolved, everything will be in vain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Jiraiya. Uncle, I'm probably going to die here. Why are there so few ninjas? One reason is that some people lack talent, and the other reason is that if there are too many ninjas, the consumption of supplies will be terrifying. A big country often has only one ninja village, and the reason is that the existence of this ninja village itself requires the whole country's strength to supply it. Apart from anything else, the food problem alone is enough to crush countless small countries. Kenichi Amemiya is a big eater, the teacher is also a big eater, and the ninjas are also very big eaters, which leads to a large consumption of food. Just look at the daily consumption of the Kenichi family and you will know that ninjas are a group of monsters. Even if they are not from the Kenichi family, the consumption of ordinary ninjas is also very astonishing. Basically, an ordinary ninja consumes several times more food than an ordinary person every day, and consumes even more during battle. The saying that war is fought with logistics is even more true in the ninja world. There's not much food. Although it's not as cold near the capital now, food reserves have always been low. Plus, that bastard's rebellion consumed a lot of it, so right now there's only enough to feed everyone in the entire city for 6 months. Feng Huizayatsu answered quickly. She handled government affairs with great care, fulfilling all of Amemiya Kenichi's requirements. So Feng Huizayatsu fulfilled them perfectly. Half a year? Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Half a year might seem like a lot, but it's actually very little, even paltry. There aren't many ninjas in the snow country, and this food supply could last for 6 months. But if Amemiya Kenichi launched his plan on a large scale and mass-produce ninjas, there would be a problem. What would happen if there wasn't enough food? Putting aside the question of whether to rob them, newly converted ninjas need a period of training, and this daily training costs money and food, which is a cost. And with the increase in ninjas, 6 months worth of food reserves would basically be gone in a month. What could one possibly learn in a month? It's impossible for them to just activate the main Jakita Jutsu right away, right? And how powerful could they be? If a child were given a main Jaki, could he wield it like Uchiha? Of course not. That won't work. We need to find a way. Amemiya Kenichi pondered as he sat in his chair. The food problem must be solved. Without it, the ninja army would be a joke. Enabling large-scale food production in the 5 major nations might help, but not much. Even with the improved rice Amemiya Kenichi had developed, fulfilling his vision would be extremely difficult. But perhaps I could try to assemble an elite squad first. Quality is more important than quantity. After conquering the water country, we can consider expanding the ninja force. However, the issue of crops needs to be addressed simultaneously. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Since the snow country couldn't support a large ninja army right now, a small squad might still be enough. Furthermore, it could convert the snow country's existing ninja. First, gather the ninjas loyal to you, and implant them with insect eggs, intermediate level eggs. Amemiya Kenichi quickly figured out what to do next. Assembling a small army would certainly be a problem, otherwise, there was no way to conquer the hidden mist village. While it's possible to suppress them with personal strength, ruling a nation requires people, and so the existence of a ninja corps is essential. Yes, master. Feng Huizayatsu, seeing Amemiya Kenichi's serious expression, grew nervous. She quickly finished her bowl of rice and hurried out. She needed to give Amemiya Kenichi's orders. She had considered doing this before, but without his order, she hadn't done it. I can teach those disobedient little brats a lesson. Feng Huizayatsu smiled as she left, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Amemiya Kenichi had no idea of Feng Huizayatsu's feelings. He was currently playing with Uchiha, a girl who was particularly clingy to him, but he had previously refused to let her come to him. After all, Amemiya Kenichi already knew some of Uchiha's past. Allowing someone with his personality to enter a place like a laboratory would likely trigger memories, which would be troublesome. Brother Amemiya, what do you think of these gloves? Uchiha held up a pair of plush gloves. Kenichi Amemiya took them and looked at them, feeling somewhat uncertain. If Uchiha hadn't called them gloves, Kenichi Amemiya would have even suspected they were a towel. Very nice, Kenichi Amemiya said, putting the gloves away with a chuckle. This was the first time he'd received such a unique gift. Uchiha's smile widened. Kenichi Amemiya looked at her, feeling that she looked familiar. He felt as if he had heard her name before. I wonder what the teacher is doing right now. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his chin. He wasn't particularly concerned about the teacher's safety. After all, in the ninja world, there were only a few who could rival her strength. He was a bit concerned that he hadn't been able to find the teacher. He wondered where she had been all this time. Jiraiya, long time no see. Jiraiya, looking at the man before him, was in a state of deep worry. The man had returned to his old appearance, and Jiraiya recognized him instantly. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Jiraiya gave a somewhat awkward smile. He hadn't expected to run into Orochimaru, even after arriving in the land of Earth. Or had Orochimaru come looking for him? This made Jiraiya nervous. After all, he knew what he had done. What are these things? Orochimaru smiled as he sat across from Jiraiya, a cold, murderous aura emanating from him. He slammed a bag on the table. Jiraiya swallowed, then shakily opened the bag. Inside was the story of Orochimaru and me, hardcover illustrated edition, with 18+ written across it. That's it. That was Jiraiya's first reaction. He knew his own book, and Jiraiya knew all too well what it was. It was the hardcover edition of his own book, a masterpiece whose sales had even surpassed his famous work, In Timid Paradise, resulting in a shortage of copies. Then the editor consulted with him, and collaborated with a well-known painter, to make an 18+ hardcover work, the pictures in which were the kind that could not be mentioned. Chapter 319 Orochimaru. You asked me for that during the fight? I remember I told you couldn't continue writing, right? Orochimaru's voice was gentle. He had always been like that, a seemingly gentle and refined man, but those who knew him well knew that he was, like a snake, cold and ruthless. Jiraiya's Adam's apple twitched, and he silently pushed aside the two hostesses beside him. What was about to happen wasn't suitable for these two ordinary people to be around. Ninjas didn't care if they harmed innocent people during a fight. If I say I have a reason for doing all this, would you believe me? Jiraiya tried to argue, but his reasoning couldn't convince even himself, let alone Orochimaru. As expected, the smile on Orochimaru's face grew even colder. The sight of Jiraiya made Orochimaru tremble with anger, and he couldn't help but think back to what happened that day near Kumogakure. Thinking back to that idiot Mist Village ninja he'd met that day, how he'd lecherously told him he was a fan and even asked him to sign a pair of his worn-in thongs, Orochimaru's murderous intent grew even more intense. Although he knew this was likely just a trick to weaken his defenses, Orochimaru still used the most brutal means to inflict a less than honorable death. Jiraiya, you deserve to die. Orochimaru let out a maniacal laugh, then punched Jiraiya, who, knowing his friend's character well, gasped. No, what had happened? Why did Orochimaru look like he was ready for a fight to the death? Amemiya-sama. In the land of snow, Uchiha hurried into the laboratory and handed a document to Amemiya Kenichi. Kenichi raised an eyebrow, then casually took it and glanced at it. In the land of grass, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, and Orochimaru engaged in a fierce battle, destroying the entire town of Tomelo. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, scratching his head. Why had the teacher gone to the land of grass? But as soon as he saw Jiraiya's name, he knew exactly what had happened. The teacher must have come across Jiraiya's novel. But wasn't this matter resolved before? Why had the conflict erupted again? Thinking of Jiraiya's recent books, however, Amemiya Kenichi felt that everything seemed normal again. After all, with all the books Jiraiya had published recently, it would be a miracle if the teacher didn't explode with rage. But this time, the teacher is really angry. So what happened? Amemiya Kenichi was a little curious. He thought for a moment. He had always bought Jiraiya's book, The Story I Have to Tell About Princess Orochi. It must be said that, although Jiraiya was a pervert, in some ways, his writing skills were very strong. If he were on the starting point of his previous life, he would have been a masterful author. His driving was superb. Sometimes, you could tell he was driving at first, but there was no evidence. But after repeated reflection, the story became more and more interesting. The characterization and pacing were also very good. But compared to the beginning, there's not much difference. If anything, it's probably because Jiraiya portrayed Orochimaru so well. Although she's never been described, her alluring and lustful presence has made her the most popular character in the novel. Well, the serialized novels here also have a popularity poll, and Orochimaru's popularity crushed the second place winner by over 50 times, making her the absolute number one. I don't understand, but knowing where the teacher is now is enough. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and put the information away. He wasn't particularly worried about the teacher's safety. After all, he was very capable. Have all the ninjas in the snow country capital been successfully inoculated with the insect eggs? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Uchiha, who was standing quietly by his side. If you hadn't seen her, you'd hardly have noticed her presence. Yes, Lord Amemiya. Currently, all ninjas in the Snow Country capital have been inoculated with the parasite eggs. However, a group of clan ninjas have refused to be vaccinated, and Lord Fuuka is currently addressing this. Uchiha replied quickly. Amemiya Ken nodded, as he had expected. Human beings, by their very nature, have diverse perspectives. Getting everyone to fully commit to a single task is incredibly difficult, almost impossible. Therefore, he had anticipated that there wouldn't be many willing to be vaccinated with the parasite eggs. Therefore, he had specially arranged for a shadow clone to help Fuuka and Koyuki suppress the disobedient individuals. Once the parasite eggs develop, they can be used to monitor the parasite's control over these ninjas, and also to provide experimental data support. It truly kills two birds with one stone. Amemiya Ken stretched lazily. Once all the ninjas in the Snow Country were converted, he would temporarily depart. He wasn't very experienced in ninja training in the Snow Country, but the ninjas there already had their own ninja instructors, so he figured it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, if he truly wanted to start a rebellion, he would need to make some preparations, otherwise, it would be very troublesome, and would not go along with Kenichi Amemiya's plan. Zuli clan, are you determined to resist? Feng Huazayaksu asked coldly, her arms folded as she stared at the man before her. The Zuli clan leader looked at Feng Huazayaksu and the rows of ninja behind her with a grim expression, but the oppressive feeling they posed was not as terrifying as the man standing beside Feng Huazayaksu. Clad in a black robe and a white mask, his face obscured, this man had subjugated the entire Snow Country, sending to ruin those who had attempted to seize power and cause unrest, while Feng Huazayaksu was newly in power. And this man now stood beside Feng Huazayaksu. We simply wish to understand what is being injected into our veins. Is that reasonable? The Zuli clan leader tried to reason. He truly did not want his people to be inoculated with that unknown liquid. Do you think I'm here to reason with you? Feng Huazayaksu smiled. Then she leaned slightly to look at Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone. Thank you for your help. Feng Huazayaksu suppressed her inner restlessness. She wanted to throw herself at him, but she couldn't. She had to maintain her status as the queen of the Snow Country. Yes. Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone didn't say much. His presence this time was simply a display of force, a show of strength. Otherwise, why would it be necessary for those Snow Country ninjas to watch from behind? This was the method to make them more convinced of his true identity. The principle of conquering the heart was the most important. Feng Huazayaksu looked at the wailing ninjas with a blank expression. From the moment she accepted her master's gift, she had already become a different species from them. She was a more perfect ninja. The Zuli family can't be allowed to survive. We need to make an example of them, and the Zuli family is the chicken. Those who are unwilling to cooperate will voluntarily cooperate when they see their family's fate. Feng Huazayaksu looked at the bloody scene before her without any discomfort. Instead, she felt a surge of excitement, her body trembling with excitement. But what's with that little girl? Humph, she actually calls the master big brother? How annoying. The master needs me. Feng Huazayaksu cupped her red cheeks in her hands, her thoughts slowly drifting away. Sister Shiri, is brother Amemiya busy today too? Uchiha Hikaru, who was being muttered to by Feng Huazayaksu, was eagerly tugging at Uchiha Shiri's clothes. The other person's name was similar to his own, and she was a member of his clan. Originally, Uchiha Hikaru hadn't wanted to interact with Uchiha Shiri, but because Amemiya Kenichi said that Uchiha Shiri was his subordinate, Uchiha Hikaru tried to make contact with her. Miss Hikaru, Master Amemiya is also busy today, but he said he'll have dinner with you. Uchiha Shiri looked at the mysterious clan member before her, a touch of curiosity building within her. She had rarely seen Kenichi Amemiya pay such attention to someone, even though this person was a talented ninja. The subtle flash of light in her eyes made her realize just how talented she was. Even within her clan, she was undoubtedly a prodigy, but Shiri had no impression of Hikaru Uchiha. While there were others with the same name, none of them were as gifted. Hikaru pouted, but then she ran out, and Shiri had no choice but to follow. Although this clan member of hers was very tactful and would never do anything to embarrass Master Amemiya, she still had to keep close. Master Amemiya had said that Hikaru Uchiha was not allowed to enter his laboratory. Inside, Kenichi Amemiya was examining Yaoyumi. "How do you feel after opening the Mangeki Sharingan?" Amemiya Kenichi looked at Yaoyumi in front of him. The other party was sitting in front of him obediently, and his eyes became much more dead. There was a feeling of giving up the struggle and accepting fate. "Very tired, very uncomfortable, and it feels like there are thorns in my eyes." Yaoyumi answered the question honestly. After being taken away before, Yaoyumi had thought about resisting or finding some way to solve his own problems, but he found that he couldn't do it, even if he wanted to commit suicide. At the moment, when he used Amaterasu to commit suicide, Yaoyumi felt that his body no longer belonged to him. This feeling was very strange. It was obviously his own body, but he couldn't control his hands and feet, and he couldn't even blink. The most terrifying thing was that he obviously didn't want to speak, but he still spoke and said something he had never thought of saying. "Yaomi, your life belongs to the king." Yaoyumi could have sworn he had no intention of saying this, but he said it anyway, even slapping himself right afterward, leaving Yaoyumi completely stunned. It was also at that moment that Yaoyumi realized his body no longer belonged to him. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the depressed Yaoyumi. This guy must have known something, which is why he became so. How should I put it? It felt like he was going to show off. That wouldn't do. While Amemiya Kenichi could use parasites to influence others and make them do what he wanted, he couldn't keep an eye on Yaoyumi all the time. He wouldn't be able to keep an eye on him all the time. And now it was just Yaoyumi who was like this. What about the others in the future? By then, he wouldn't have to do anything else and would just be a remote controller for these idiots. So what was the point of organizing this legion? As expected, soldiers without ideals and goals can't fight. An army that only seeks to bully others and engages in immoral practices lacks combat effectiveness. Even with the world's finest ninjutsu, ordinary people will still utterly crush them and leave them begging for mercy. Yaoyumi, what do you think of the ninja world? Amemiya Kenichi had a plan. He needed subordinates willing to exert their initiative for their ideals, but he couldn't give speeches every day. So, as long as he could teach Yaoyumi well, he could easily make him a publicity officer. "I don't know," Yaoyumi said, bewildered. What did the ninja world have to do with a mere genin like him? His daily concerns were survival, learning stronger ninjutsu, and working hard to earn a living. Perhaps in the future, he'd find a lovely woman to marry and have a child. And then, that was it. Peace is impossible in the ninja world. Genin like he will be mere cannon fodder. Go to the battlefield, complete a few missions, and die. With luck, you might survive. But do you know how many people died in Konoha during the Third Ninja World War? Amemiya Kenichi didn't say anything, but instead asked a question. "I don't know." Yaoyu saw that he didn't know what Amemiya Kenichi was going to say, but he really didn't know. "Yeah, I don't know." Amemiya Kenichi sneered. When people mention the Third Ninja World War, they only remember the talented and powerful ninja who shone brightly during it. As for the lives of ordinary ninja and innocent people, who cares? Just a string of numbers. What I can tell you is that in Konoha alone, countless genin died. Even those who were still in school were sent to the battlefield. Amemiya Kenichi put down his experimental log. "And you will only become the next such ninja," Amemiya Kenichi said earnestly. The exact casualty figures haven't been determined, but they were definitely high. Otherwise Kakashi wouldn't have gone to the battlefield. Chapter 320 Tsunade. I have foreseen Jiraiya's future, and the only word is death. Yaoyumi didn't react. Death was the fate of ninjas, and even the third Hokage had said that where Konoha flies, the fire lives on. Their sacrifice was not in vain. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He knew it was difficult to convince someone these days, but thankfully this was the ninja world, a world before the information explosion. In his previous life, convincing someone would have been even more difficult. My goal is to build a world without war, a peaceful world, where ninjas don't have to kill each other, and even the most ordinary genin can live in peace and happiness. Amemiya Kenichi decided to throw out his ultimate bait. A peaceful world? Yaoyumi was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with a strange look. He had dreamed of this dream since he was a child, but had given it up, knowing it was impossible. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath, observing Yaoyumi's expression. He knew immediately that Yaoyumi had no such thoughts, or perhaps he had never even considered what peace was. Those great dreams are often seen as a joke, because others can't understand them. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't surprised. After all, judging by Yumi Yaoi's age, he likely hadn't been on the battlefield. Those who haven't experienced the cruelty of war tend to glorify it. Furthermore, Konoha's propaganda policy consistently promoted the greatness and glory of its ninjas, leading those who haven't witnessed the brutality of war to be unable to appreciate the beauty of peace. This was perhaps the biggest chasm between Nagato and Naruto. After all, after Naruto's birth, the ninja world entered a period of peace. There were minor conflicts, but no major ones. Are your parents still alive? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Yumi Yaoi. He didn't want his efforts to go to waste. If he could reform Yumi Yaoi and make him a propaganda committee member, it would be the best. Yes, my parents are still alive. They said they were responsible for transporting supplies during the war. Yumi Yaoi nodded blankly, somewhat puzzled by Kenichi Amemiya's question. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his face. Good boy, you're using all-around defense, right? How long do you need to rest after using Amaterasu's abilities? Amemiya Kenichi gave up. It was difficult to convince someone like Yaoyukin that he was truly understanding. Only someone like Nagato, who had experienced the torment of war, could truly appreciate the value of peace. So, he returned to his main question. Yaoyukin couldn't figure it out, so forget it. Life was long, and he couldn't afford to seek his own doom. He would eventually figure it out. He simply wondered if he should find a way to contact Nagato and see if he could trick him into joining his team. Nagato, having experienced the pain of war, could appreciate the value of peace. Making him the propaganda committee member would be a perfect choice. Even if Nagato didn't want to, there was Konan, right? Given Konan's personality, she might even give him a manicure while trying to convince him. One day, but if you force yourself to use it the next day, you'll be blind for a while. Yaoyukin seemed to have truly begun his fight. He calmly answered Amemiya Kenichi's questions, completely concealing nothing. Kenichi Amemiya pondered. It seemed his idea was correct. The opening of the Sharingan sometimes has age restrictions. This wasn't to say that the Sharingan required experience, but rather that it required a strong physique. A baby stroller loaded with a supercar engine wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Okay, you can get off now. Kenichi Amemiya pinched his brow. Today's recording session was over. For now, Yaoyumi was in perfect health, with no issues. If anything, opening the Manjaki Sharingan was a significant burden for Yaoyumi, and even using it carried certain risks. However, this should improve as Yaoyumi's physique and chakra reserves increased. However, the Snow Country ninjas inoculated with the insect eggs this time were generally already seasoned veterans in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. This was unavoidable. The Snow Country was resource scarce, and the cost of training ninjas was prohibitive. So there are relatively few ninjas here, but the advantage is that the ninjas here are generally quite powerful. Of course, this is only part of the reason. There are also some ninjas with very average talent. If I want to open the Sharingan for those guys, I'll need to use parasites to influence them, so that their Sharingan develops in a certain direction. Amemiya Kenichi recorded his thoughts in his experiment log. Wouldn't he be able to simply wave his hand and have a group of ninjas collectively use Amaterasu? Or, with a wave of his hand, have a group of ninjas use Kotomatsukami to change others' minds? The thought is exciting. Moreover, they would be basically invincible in a frontal battle, unless they encountered talented ninjas. However, ordinary talented ninjas probably wouldn't be able to fight against a group of monsters wielding Susanoo. Of course, if the monster reached the level of the Shoga, Uchiha Madara, they would naturally be no match for it, but dealing with such a powerful ninja would naturally require a ninja of the right level. But it takes a while from the injection of the parasite eggs to the successful hatching of the parasite. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, feeling a little bored, and decided to focus on his side quests. Amemiya Kenichi pondered for a moment. The current mission, the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, was a long-term one and difficult to resolve. However, research on rocket launchers and the like could be put on the agenda, as the gunpowder issue had already been resolved. With this in mind, Amemiya and Kenichi excitedly entered the laboratory. Ahem. In the Konoha Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, frowning. He looked at the intelligence at hand, his mood sullen, yet he couldn't resist the urge to cough. Old man, I advise you to smoke less. Tsunade glared at him. This old man, she had told him not to smoke, but he just kept on smoking. If it weren't for their former relationship as master and disciple, Tsunade would have been reluctant to bother with him. I'm old. This is the only hobby I have. Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly put down his pipe, picked up a pen, wrote his opinion, stamped it, and set the intelligence aside. Tsunade sighed as she gazed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's aging form, her expression softening considerably. Her teacher had indeed aged considerably. The once mighty ninja hero, hailed as a shinobi hero, had become a hunched old man. However, her expression hardened as she gazed at the items in her hands. Old man, you probably won't be able to smoke anymore, Tsunade said sternly. Seeing her student's serious expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized something. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uneasy. While Tsunade was carefree and quick-tempered, she wasn't one to ignore the serious. So, what was the reason for her seriousness at this moment? You've got something strange in your lungs. I don't know how to describe it. Tsunade frowned slightly. She had been a medical ninja for many years, but honestly, she had never seen anything this strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen, growing restless, set down the documents in his hands and hurried over. He was deeply concerned about his own health. This thing of yours, well, how should I put it? It's very strange. It's not a toxin, it's part of your body, but it seems to be robbing surrounding tissues of nutrients. Tsunade could only briefly describe Sarutobi Hiruzen's current condition. Hiruzen was confused, but after listening, he finally understood. So, can I remove it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. From what Tsunade said, there was something strange inside his body. Could he remove it? I don't know. Tsunade scratched her head. She wasn't sure, but this thing was definitely different from some other illnesses, which piqued her interest. But I'm sure your cough is related to this thing. I even suspect it's your smoking. Tsunade glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked displeased. Was he really going to give up smoking? But he really didn't have any hobbies anymore. No, Asuma likes to smoke too. Do you think he would? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of a question, a crucial one. His worthless son. His son, under his leadership, was also a heavy smoker. He felt sick every day without a cigarette, and had to spend a fortune on cigarettes. But Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was the same way, so he wouldn't mention Asuma. But now he was sick. What about Asuma? It's possible. Bring Asuma back, so I can examine him, and then I'll observe this thing on you. Tsunade scratched her head, unsure. After all, she had never seen this thing before. It was just like the poison concocted by the old woman during the battle with the Sand village, which had also given her a headache for a while. But now it wasn't a toxin, it seemed to be part of her body, just different from the tissues. If Amemiya Kenichi were here, he would tell Tsunade that this thing was the terminal illness that everyone feared in their previous life. I wondered if Tsunade could invent a ninjutsu to treat it. If she could, she would truly be remembered in history. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Take a look at this information. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer so calm at this moment. He was still very concerned about his only son. Then he handed the document he had just read to Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru? These two idiots are fighting again. Tsunade smiled after seeing the information, but after seeing the following even Tsunade, who had seen some of the world, fell into deep thought. No, is this true? Tsunade couldn't help but ask when she saw the information. I don't know. This is the information given by the Hidden Cloud Village. Thinking of what he had just seen, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled. Tsunade looked at the information in her hand with a strange expression. She didn't know whether the Hidden Cloud Village was serious or just talking nonsense. But no matter what, the guy who dared to do this was definitely a talent. A village ANBU ninja disappeared after coming into contact with Orochimaru, and their body could not be recovered. While sorting through their belongings, they discovered they seemed obsessed with the novel The Story Between Me and Orochimaru, and had purchased a large number of stockings, white stockings, and other items. We initially suspect this is related to Orochimaru and Jiraiya from your village. These were two pieces of intelligence, but they were handled together. Even the papers were a little wrinkled, revealing the complex emotions felt by the person handling them. So, what the hell is A Story Between Me and Orochimaru? Was that idiot Jiraiya written? With that in mind, it's understandable why Jiraiya and Orochimaru fought so fiercely before. Jiraiya, that idiot, really? Tsunade was so angry she laughed. Although she had heard rumors that Orochimaru was a woman, she felt that this was definitely false. Orochimaru was definitely a man. Well, you take care of it first. I'll go get someone to find Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and walked out, his hands behind his back. However, as he walked, he wandered into the bookstore. When he came out, he had a plastic bag in his hand. A sealed plastic bag. Bookstores in the ninja world are quite interesting. To prevent customers from buying books exposing the company's demise and being discovered, the bags are opaque. If things get awkward, just put the book in and go to checkout. It's quite convenient for many people. And Sarutobi Hiruzen just wanted to see what Jiraiya had written. Not long after he left, Tsunade also walked into the bookstore. And then the bookstore collapsed. Tsunade did it. Jiraiya, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Tsunade's furious roar echoed throughout Konoha, and her enraged painting Katsuki reduced the bookstore to ruins. Hey, is there a ghost out there? Little Naruto shuddered at the angry roar coming from outside, nearly dropping the milk in his hand. He quickly scooped it up and wiped it off with a look of heartache. This is my most nutritious food this week. I won't grow taller without it. Naruto swallowed. It was only a week past its expiration date, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, it wasn't a problem. Chapter 321. What else does the opening of the kaleidoscope relate to? Have the offspring parasites nearly grown? Amemiya Kenichi removed his glasses and asked Uchiha, who nodded confidently. Yes, Master Amemiya, I can already sense my companions. Uchiha stood respectfully by, remembering his order to come and call him once she confirmed the offspring larvae were mature. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Since Uchiha could sense them, it meant the larvae had almost grown to the point where they could control the ninjas, eliminating any further concerns during the experiment. Then have them come to the lab, 5 by 5. Amemiya Kenichi wiped his hands. He had been waiting for this day, and it had finally arrived. To complete Amemiya Kenichi's plan, several preparations were needed. First, these ninjas from the Snow Country would receive the Uchiha clan's genes, and then they would complete the steps to open their Sharingan. At this point, they would need to rest for a while before opening their 3 Megatama. After opening the 3 Megatama, they needed to rest for a while before opening the main Gekio. Otherwise, intense emotional stress over a short period of time could easily lead to other problems. If any of the test subjects suddenly died, that would be very troublesome. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Kenichi Amemiya didn't plan to let them reach the main Gekio all at once. Yes, Lord Amemiya. Uchiha turned to arrange the task, but was immediately stopped by Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Shiri. This secretary and housekeeper was doing a very good job, and her loyalty wasn't a concern. Kenichi Amemiya knew that reality wasn't a game, and absolute loyalty was rare. He could tolerate his subordinates having their own opinions, as long as they remained loyal to him. You go first, and I'll open the main Gekio for you. Kenichi Amemiya wiped his hands. While Shiri was sensible and measured, her weakness lay in her lack of strength, making it difficult to handle any intruders. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi planned to activate Uchiha's main Geki first. While there were certain risks involved, there was no such thing as a completely risk-free experiment. People working in scientific research or medicine have a habit of not being too absolute. For example, a doctor wouldn't tell a patient, your condition will definitely be cured after surgery. While most data confirms the effectiveness of this method, failures can occur in some cases. The reasons for failure vary depending on individual constitution, the prevailing weather conditions, climate, and even the patient's mood and luck. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi knew that, even if he activated the manger key for everyone in the ninja world, this experimental method wasn't infallible. Failure was possible, and he might even be the one to fail. Yes, Amemiya-sama, Uchiha Hashiri agreed without objection, or questioning the potential for unexpected events. She simply made the right choice. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised. Uchiha Hashiri might have other strengths, but in Amemiya Kenichi's view, her greatest strength was her sense of propriety and her ability to make the right choices. So, Kenichi Amemiya brought Uchiha Hashiri to the lab, seated her in a chair, and prepared to begin his Mangekyo eye-opening experiment. Come here, I'll inject you with the anesthetic first. Kenichi Amemiya picked up the needle. It was some strange gadget concocted by the teacher, and it had excellent anesthetic effects. However, Kenichi Amemiya believed that the most amazing thing about it was that it didn't require any consideration of the target's physical condition. It could be injected directly, and the effect was complete. Of course, Kenichi Amemiya overruled this idea. He still adhered to some of the requirements of his previous life, and weighed the test subjects before injecting the anesthetic, and tested their physical condition, which would help him choose the appropriate amount of anesthetic. This process proved to be tedious, but surprisingly effective. The properly prepared anesthetic could increase the duration of effect by approximately 20 to 30%. However, the teacher felt that most ordinary test subjects didn't deserve this treatment, so he rarely used it. Okay, Master Amemiya. Uchiha Hashiri came over and quietly cooperated with Kenichi Amemiya as he performed various tests. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at her. He recalled a past life when a friend, an anesthesiologist, once told him that death wasn't a particularly frightening thing for anesthesiologists, as they'd seen patients die countless times themselves. Most patients' only memory of surgery was the anesthesiologist's words, 1, 2, 3, and then they'd snap back out of their beds. The intervening moments were completely lost. If someone remained under anesthesia, wouldn't that be a different kind of death? You never seem afraid, Amemiya Kenichi began, preparing the anesthetic for Uchiha Hashiri. I'm not afraid of death, so naturally I'm not afraid of anything else either. Uchiha Hashiri smiled calmly. Amemiya Kenichi also smiled. For the ninja world, death wasn't a particularly frightening thing, because this world had Pure Lands. These were truly verified Pure Lands, where souls could rest in peace, even leading a relaxed and happy life, reuniting with their close friends and family. Contemplating this, death truly held little fear. This time, the anesthesia will only numb some of your senses, but it won't put you into a deep sleep. Remember to think of a thought, a wish, a strong enough thought, understand? Amemiya Kenichi said to Uchiha Hashiri. Uchiha Hashiri nodded quietly. Without further ado, Amemiya Kenichi injected Uchiha Hashiri with the anesthetic, and then began his experiment. Following the same procedure as before, he removed the skull, and began stimulating the amygdala and hippocampus. This time, thanks to the anesthetic, Uchiha Hashiri remained calm, and showed no signs of intense pain, which relieved Amemiya Kenichi. It wasn't that he cared about the subject's feelings, but if they were left incontinent during every experiment, cleaning the lab would be difficult. Furthermore, the dirt would easily breed bacteria, which could affect the exposed brain and cause meningitis, which would be a serious problem. However, the emotional stimulation inevitably led to a strong physical reaction in Uchiha Hashiri, even with the anesthetic. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It seemed he'd need to abstain from food and water next time before the experiment began. This would allow their bodies to empty themselves, thus reducing the possibility of contamination. After repeating the previous procedure, Uchiha Hashiri's body reacted violently, but I didn't allow the parasite to manipulate her thoughts. This was a screening exercise. I need to test Uchiha Hashiri's thoughts. If they pass this test, she'll gain my trust. Uchiha Hashiri's experiment is more complex. After all, she needs to activate the 3 Tamosha Ringan before entering the manger key. I want to prove whether it's possible for a 2 Tamosha Ringan to evolve to the manger key in a short period of time. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, looking at Uchiha Hashiri with some anticipation. After the previous experiment, she had a 2 Tamosha Ringan, but now it had evolved into a 3 Tamosha Ringan, but the experiment wasn't over yet. 3 Magatama wasn't the end of the Sharingan, or for Uchiha Obito, for that matter. Amemiya Kenichi wanted to see if Uchiha Shirei, who shared Obito's genes, would activate the Kamu ability. Emotional stimulation increased chakra output, and the intense emotion caused Uchiha Shirei to groan in pain. Amemiya Kenichi quietly recorded the experiment. Amidst a violent tremor, the mysterious energy once again surged from the Sharingan particles, merging into Uchiha Shirei's eyes. Amemiya Kenichi timely paused his chakra output, ending this relatively short period of torture. "Ah, the floor's clean. Did you manage it?" Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He'd expected another mess, but it was surprisingly clean. While there were some water stains, it was still much better than what Yaoyumi had seen before. Kenichi Amemiya could only perform a simple cleanup himself with ninjutsu, then quickly completed the reoperation, preventing any contamination of Uchiha Shirei's brain. Then, he patiently waited. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at his phone. 3 minutes had passed, but Uchiha Shirei still showed no signs of waking up, exceeding the time it took for Yaoyumi to recover. Upgrading from the second Magatama to the main Gekyo is not impossible, but the mental damage would be relatively significant. Whether it damages the soul remains an unknown mystery. Kenichi Amemiya waited silently, and this wait lasted a full 10 minutes before Uchiha Shirei's eyes finally lit up again. "How are you feeling?" Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the vital signs monitor. The data had stabilized, with minimal fluctuations. "My eyes hurt a little, and I'm a little tired." Uchiha Shirei rubbed her eyes, looking around in surprise. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had seen any emotion on Uchiha Shirei's face, a rare sight. After all, according to Uchiha Shirei's personality, she usually keeps a poker face. Not exactly a poker face, she's the type with expressiveness, but not much. "What ability have you awakened?" Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha Shirei curiously. He was most interested in the power of her awakened Manjiki Sharingan. "It seems like this." Uchiha Shirei raised her hand, and then it became illusory. Suddenly, a bag of tea leaves with a familiar pattern appeared in her hand. "I took this from the base," Uchiha Shirei explained. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. "The base? Wasn't that the testing base in the land of rice?" "Teleportation? Teleportation? My left eye can retrieve objects I've touched, and my right eye can transfer objects I hold to a place in my memory." Uchiha Shirei explained her ability, and Amemiya Kenichi pondered. "Is this a spatial ability? It seems a bit weak, though." After all, Obito had simply transported himself to another dimension, allowing him to dodge attacks and even pull enemies in quite powerful. "I remember I have a little white mouse in my experimental base. Can you bring it over?" Amemiya Kenichi wanted to test what would happen if a living being was transported. "I'll try." Uchiha Shirei took a deep breath, then her hands twisted and pulled a little white mouse out. But the moment she pulled it out, it was already dead. Amemiya Kenichi pondered. "It was still alive when I grabbed it," Uchiha Shirei explained, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded. If this ability could pull a part of a person's body tissue, it would be incredibly powerful. "Alright, don't use your ability yet. Using the Manjiki too much will blind you." Amemiya Kenichi stopped Uchiha Shirei from continuing her demonstration, and told her to rest. He needed to process what he had learned. Based on the 2 experiments so far, Amemiya Kenichi felt his experiment was a success. If it weren't for the caution, he would have just activated his own Manjiki. But Uchiha Shirei awakened a spatial Manjiki. Could it be related to Obito's genes? Amemiya Kenichi pondered this question. If so, then the Manjiki Sharingan's abilities might be controllable, though further experiments would be needed to verify it. If that's the case, then if we could acquire the genes of the 6 Path Sage, perhaps we could gain even greater abilities? Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin, but that presupposed the awakening of the Manjiki was genetically linked. However, Amemiya Kenichi felt the probability was low. After all, the original work stated that the Manjiki's abilities were activated based on other factors. Genetics might have an influence, but it wouldn't be significant, at most a slight probability. Then, next, we'll begin the large-scale experiment. It's a shame the teacher isn't here, otherwise it would be easier with his help. Amemiya Kenichi stretched lazily. Now, he could only come alone with his shadow clone, hoping to complete the project quickly. Chapter 322 Akatsuki Action. Transplanting Uchiha genes into so many ninjas and then activating their Sharingan proved to be an incredibly tedious task, especially since it couldn't be done by someone else. After all, the experiment demanded a high level of skill from the experimenter, much like emotional stimulation, where the amount of chakra needed to be just right, neither too much nor too little, which was highly subjective. It seems we'll need to refine the chakra dosage as soon as possible so that we can have a relatively standard amount for future experiments, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He had previously been calculating the ratio between chakra output and ninjutsu power, but the problem was that it was incredibly difficult to calculate. The variability between individuals was enormous, and the data varied drastically. So far, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't claim to have a complete understanding. However, that wasn't the key issue at the moment. That would have to wait for calculations later. For now, he needed to refine his plan. There are 1,372 ninjas in the capital of the Snow Country, 895 of whom are genin, 425 are chunin, and only 52 are jonin. And these are the most elite ninjas in the capital. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Most of the ninjas in other towns are genin, and there are also chunin. Jonin can be considered the strongest in the area, and some of these 52 jonin are fakes, who have made their way up through seniority. This kind of jonin is called a special jonin. Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but want to complain when he heard it. Please don't call them special jonin, just call them honorary jonin. Overall, the Snow Country gave Amemiya Kenichi the impression that it was very lame, but he was too lazy to pick on them. These guys could more or less become a good fighting force after awakening their manger ki. Relying on the characteristics of the manger ki, it is hard to say whether genin can compete with jonin, so Amemiya Kenichi was still very dedicated. He was currently activating the Sharingan on the genin. It was a tedious task to ensure a smooth process and to ensure someone could record the experimental data. Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clones could only handle 10 test subjects so far, with another 10 responsible for recording the experimental records. Amemiya Kenichi had experimented with creating more shadow clones, but this number was sufficient to ensure a relatively stable experimental process. Any more and problems might arise. Furthermore, this type of experiment required extreme caution. Even the slightest mishap could distort the experimental data. Therefore, quality was more important than quantity, so he had to proceed slowly. Based on the current progress, processing 10 subjects at a time takes 30 minutes. Including cleaning and tidying up the lab, it takes about 45 minutes each time. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, arriving at a figure that made him feel a little sick. Even if Amemiya Kenichi and his shadow clones worked tirelessly, it would take a full 4.5 days to process the ninjas inoculated with insect eggs in the Snow Country's capital. Adding in time for rest and recovery, it could stretch to 5 or 6 days, or even a week. A week might not seem like much, but if the intensity of the work persisted, it would be enough to bring about the sudden death of several otherwise well-off office workers. Never mind, let's take our time. I might as well use this time to work on my rocket launcher. It's quite complicated to make. Kenichi Amemiya sighed, observing the busy scene in the lab, and then walked out. He would leave the work here to his shadow clones. With their help, Kenichi Amemiya could devote more time to research. Brother Amemiya. As soon as he left the lab courtyard, Uchiha Hikaru suddenly darted out, holding something in his hand. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned by the sight. Gloves, definitely gloves. Ah, Hikaru, did you make the gloves? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the item in Uchiha Hikaru's hands, his expression somewhat ambiguous. But seeing the innocent look in his eyes, Kenichi Amemiya didn't know what to say. After all, this was a token of Uchiha Hikaru's love, wasn't it? It was just that this token of love was too heavy. Really heavy, weighing 3 kilograms. Amemiya-sama, look, this time I made them black and grey. Uchiha Hikaru happily handed over the gloves. Amemiya Kenichi took a look and saw they were indeed black and grey. Furthermore, compared to his first gloves, Uchiha Hikaru's glove making skills had improved by leaps and bounds. It was simply amazing, leaving Kenichi stunned. He already had tons of these gloves in his room, weighing a total of 3 kilograms. Adding these 2 gloves, he wondered how much heavier they would be, but the weight was truly overwhelming. Thank you, Hikaru. Just call me brother from now on. No need to call me big brother. Kenichi smiled, but he still rubbed Uchiha Hikaru's head. The word big brother always touched upon memories deep within Kenichi Amemiya, and it had truly shaken him when he first saw it. Okay. Uchiha Hikaru blushed slightly, but he still sweetly called out Amemiya-sama. Kenichi felt much better after hearing that. It was much nicer than big brother. Brother Amemiya, I see you look a little tired. Do you need me to transfer some chakra to you? Uchiha Hikaru asked quietly, gazing at Amemiya Kenichi's sleepy eyes. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, but he rubbed Uchiha Hikaru's head. This little girl actually cared about him. However, Amemiya Kenichi had other thoughts about Uchiha Hikaru's ability. As everyone knows, chakra is a mixture of spiritual and physical energy. Every ninja possesses chakra, and it's essential for their intense combat. However, there are few ways to store chakra. Most ninjas can only obtain it through chakra extraction. Alternatively, those with special physiques, such as Karin, can also replenish their chakra. However, despite Karin's special body, she needs to bite to replenish her chakra. This means that, if the person who needs it is far away, she won't be able to replenish her chakra. However, Uchiha Hikaru's ability, 8,000 spears, can transmit chakra regardless of distance and even absorb it. This ability only requires a seal, making it incredibly powerful. Uchiha Hikaru can even act as a central station, transmitting and receiving chakra simultaneously with different people. Isn't this the internet? Kenichi Amemiya immediately thought of the correct way to develop Uchiha Hikaru's ability. The ninja world doesn't have the internet. While he doesn't know if Naruto will have it in the future, since he hasn't watched it, for now, the Naruto world lacks the internet, nor does it have a communication network like mobile phones. The internet is incredibly powerful, even a technological revolution, an absolute innovation. Creating an internet in the ninja world would be fantastic. Kenichi Amemiya thought Uchiha Hikaru was a good fit. If each seal-bound ninja is like a computer, then Uchiha Hikaru is like a terminal server, transmitting everyone's information to Uchiha Hikaru, who then transmits it accordingly. Of course, this doesn't mean that Amemiya Kenichi intends to use Uchiha Hikaru as a server. After all, Uchiha Hikaru's ability relies on the manger key, and his brain can't truly process the information of everyone in the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi intends to study that mysterious seal, and see if he can find a unique method to develop something similar to the internet. Once he achieves an initial breakthrough, Goldfinger can then conduct further research. Then, perhaps he can directly kick open the door to the Industrial Revolution, and then the Information Revolution, which will surely make the ninja world even more interesting. No need, Hikaru, your ability is quite interesting. I might need your help later. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. The internet requires a lot of technology to unlock, making it difficult to master. It would be better to see if he could start with the seal of the 8,000 spears and come up with a method to create a ninja version of the internet. However, it's too early to do that, so it's just on the list of things to plan for now. Okay, Amemiya-san. Uchiha Hikaru shyly covered her face, looking sheepish. Seeing her expression, Hikaru couldn't help but smile. It was quite interesting to have this little girl around. Just as Hikaru was about to take Hikaru out for some fun, he felt a warm sensation on his hand, which startled him. He glanced down and saw the jade ring radiating warmth. Hikaru's eyes narrowed. Was it Nagato looking for him? What was he looking for? Had he figured it out and decided to cooperate? That would be a good thing. Then, he'd kill Obito and Black Zetsu first to prevent them from interfering with him. If they couldn't be killed, he'd seal them away. He could always find a way to deal with them. Sorry, Hikaru, I have something to take care of. Hikaru smiled, rubbing Hikaru's head. Hikaru didn't say anything, but waited outside. Kenichi Amemiya was in a calm state of mind, and then he felt himself being dragged into that mysterious space, the space of the wave of thoughts. However, after entering this time, Kenichi Amemiya discovered something was wrong, because there were a lot of people in this space, and it could even be said that almost all the people with rings in the Akatsuki organization had come. Kenichi Amemiya also saw the figure of his teacher, and the teacher nodded after seeing him. Kenichi Amemiya turned his head and looked again, and Obito and Black Zetsu were there too. But at this moment, Obito was not looking at him, but at Nagato. "Chief, what are you calling us for?" Kakuzu stretched, and next to him stood a familiar person, Kisame. It seemed that after his intervention, the plot had indeed changed a lot. Now Hoshigaki Kisame had gone to team up with Kakuzu, but it was also true that Hiden was still hanging out in the teacher's laboratory, and it was impossible for him to come out to team up. Two things. Nagato looked coldly at the Akatsuki members, but when he saw Amemiya Kenichi, he noticed his gaze linger for a fraction of a second. First, the new member Uchiha has officially joined Akatsuki. After that, Nagato's first words confused Kenichi. He paused, then glanced again. Indeed, there was another figure in the crowd, a somewhat frail one. Their appearance was currently unseen in the world of thought waves, but they possessed a pair of Manjaki Sharingans. At Nagato's mention, Uchiha waved enthusiastically. "Uchiha, you've come to Akatsuki," the teacher said, drawing everyone's gaze. "I introduced you, Orochimaru," Obito said bluntly, his teacher's gaze fixed on him. Uchiha Obito's own Manjaki Sharingans flashed, challenging his teacher's gaze. "There are two of us here too." Amemiya Kenichi stepped forward. He naturally couldn't stand by and watch his teacher being targeted by two people, and he had a few guesses. It seemed this Uchiha was the one his teacher had experimented on before, the one whose body could accommodate any organ without rejection. However, Amemiya Kenichi had lost track of what he'd done since then. But he'd unexpectedly come here, and even joined the Akatsuki with Obito's help. So, had he changed his name to Uchiha? "That's enough," Nagato said, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Obito naturally said nothing, and Uchiha was also quite obedient. His teacher glanced at Nagato with a wary look, but remained silent. Secondly, in the coming days, Akatsuki will begin accepting large-scale wartime mercenary missions. Every member will be required to accept a commission, unless they've already completed one, or pay a lump sum of 10 billion ryo to avoid the commission, Nagato continued. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. What did this mean? Was Akatsuki accelerating its growth? It stands to reason that before Naruto graduated from ninja, Akatsuki should have been in the stage of developing secretly. But this is too active, right? Chief, can you give me a discount? For example, I pay 100 million, and then I don't have to pay. Amemiya Kenichi raised his hand. No. Nagato refused without hesitation. This is the 40th chapter, but the chapter name cannot be changed. ORZ sorry. Chapter 323 RPG. Chief, if it's a private fight between members, I don't think you'd care, right? The teacher asked. Nagato glanced at the teacher after hearing this, and then he was silent for a while. I won't care, but I can't hinder the development of the organization. Nagato thought for a while before speaking. After hearing this, almost all the Akatsuki members looked at Orochimaru, and then at Uchiha, who had a pair of Sharingan. The Uchiha clan members present were not idiots, and naturally knew who Orochimaru was targeting. However, the Akatsuki organization was not very united to begin with, and these members gathered together for their own purposes. In addition, neither Uchiha Obito nor Orochimaru had much popularity within the organization, so no one spoke for a while. Instead, Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame began to watch the show with a smile. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. He understood what his teacher meant. While he didn't know how Uchiha had escaped, since his teacher intended to settle accounts with him, Kenichi Amemiya naturally wouldn't sit idly by. But how did Uchiha get involved with Uchiha Obito? Kenichi Amemiya glanced curiously at Obito and Black Zetsu beside him. Of all the Uchiha clan members present, only Kenichi Amemiya knew the true identities and intentions of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. Even the self-important Nagato was nothing more than a pawn in their eyes. That's fine, the teacher sneered, then folded his hands in silence. Uchiha Obito and Shin ignored him the entire time, but Kenichi Amemiya noticed that Uchiha Obito occasionally glanced at him. Then, I hope everyone will accept war commissions as soon as possible and contribute to the organization's development. Nagato didn't intend to say anything. After all, as long as Akatsuki's plans weren't thwarted, He wouldn't interfere with the members' affairs. After all, Akatsuki wasn't a place for a group of people to sit around and play house. If you didn't have enough strength, then death was just death, not worth grieving. Leader, are there any rewards for completing the most missions and earning the most money? Amemiya Kenichi interjected. Upon hearing this, the Akatsuki members who were about to leave paused and looked at Nagato with interest. Kakuzu's eyes were the most intense, as he was most concerned about this question. Nagato took a deep breath. Konan, standing beside him, glanced at her friend worriedly. Was Nagato afraid that Amemiya Kenichi would cause him any trouble? If you're first, you can exchange it for something, or get a chance for me to help you. Nagato glared at Amemiya Kenichi angrily. He had always said he hated being around him. If this Akatsuki gathering wasn't so important, he wouldn't have bothered to bring Amemiya Kenichi in. Don't you want to give me some money? Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. The idea of exchanging something for something, the opportunity to help, all sounded vague. If Nagato was shameless enough, it could be said that Nagato's contribution was practically zero, an act known as reloading. At that moment, a loud noise echoed from deep within the Akatsuki base. Nagato's thought form closed its eyes, as if lost in thought. After a long silence, Nagato finally opened them. If you're willing to exchange it for money, it's not impossible. Nagato ultimately chose not to argue with Amemiya Kenichi. After all, Nagato believed that arguing with Amemiya Kenichi would be fruitless, and would only make him more determined to kill him. While contact with Amemiya Kenichi was unavoidable, Nagato could choose to minimize it. Otherwise, he felt his body wouldn't be able to withstand it for much longer. See you next time then, Nagato said impatiently, and then Amemiya Kenichi was kicked out of the Thought Wave world. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. Why did he feel like he'd been kicked out of a chat group by the group owner? But this meeting is quite interesting. Uchiha, this guy used to be Senso's test subject, but now he's joined Uchiha Obito. Amemiya Kenichi touched his chin, then poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. This plot point was definitely not in the original story, but now that it appeared, it proved that Obito was definitely behind this. As for what Obito was up to, Amemiya Kenichi had some theories. When he accepted the mission to the Hidden Mist Village, Amemiya Kenichi had already suspected that Obito was behind his plot. But Obito had been dealt a terrible blow by Amemiya Kenichi. If this guy hadn't somehow managed to get a Sharingan transplant and narrowly escaped death, Amemiya Kenichi would have been ready to reveal his true colors. So Uchiha is just Obito's scapegoat? No, it's more likely he's using him specifically to deal with me. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. This was proof that fighting a tiger without killing it would only lead to suffering. If he had just killed that idiot Obito, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. But now, Obito was clearly fixated on him. Previously, Amemiya Kenichi had been wondering why he hadn't seen Obito, but now he knew. Obito had somehow managed to get Uchiha here and unlock his manger key. But this was puzzling. With so many Uchiha clan members now dead or gone, where did Obito get the manger key Sharingan? Uchiha, that idiot, wasn't a proper Uchiha. His eyes could only have been transplanted. Shizu? Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly, but it was hard to say if he'd gotten the eyes from Uchiha Madara, since the old man had some tricks up his sleeve. The Akatsuki's development seems to be accelerating. I don't know what Nagato is thinking, but it seems I need to find a way to convince him again. If he still refuses to listen, then I'll have to try something else. Amemiya Kenichi lay down on the bed and stretched. Today's events had given Kenichi Amemiya a headache. The Akatsuki was already a problem, and now the situation had escalated, becoming unbearable. However, Kenichi Amemiya ultimately decided to proceed with his plan, to convert all the ninjas from the snow country. By then, he would have sufficient strength at his disposal, and his enemy's intentions would be irrelevant. Uchiha Madara was a problem, but as long as he could activate his manger key, without the Rinnegan, the Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara's power was limited, and a fight shouldn't be a problem. Forget it, let's get back to research. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head, then left and took Hikaru Uchiha to dinner. Hikaru Uchiha then allowed Hikaru to continue studying with Shiri Uchiha. He returned to his laboratory, aiming to quickly refine his research on things like bazookas and rocket cars. When Kenichi Amemiya mentioned bazookas, the first thing that came to his mind was RPGs. He often heard, saw, and even used RPGs when gaming, but there were actually many different types of bazookas. For example, a certain unnamed Eastern power once developed a steel tube. It was simple to manufacture and operate, even quite crude. It was known for being able to be fired from a carry, while running, or even from being submerged in water. Some bazookas were also equipped with heat-seeking and location-finding capabilities. It's fair to say that bazookas themselves possess varying levels of technological sophistication, with some requiring high technical difficulty, while others are more basic. The rocket that Kenichi Amemiya was planning to build was, strictly speaking, of the low-tech variety. It might not seem technically advanced, but once it's built, it just needs to have sufficient range. Then, if we assemble it together, wouldn't it make a crude rocket vehicle? Do you know about the Katasha? Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his hands. Of course, the proper Katasha was technically quite capable, especially at the time, offering the best value for money. However, Kenichi Amemiya naturally didn't expect to create an exact replica of it in the ninja world. He'd just take it one step at a time. So, the design principle is to be simple to manufacture, easy to operate, and durable. Kenichi Amemiya took out a piece of paper and began to sketch out his design. Although Kenichi Amemiya wasn't a military professional before, he was quite interested in the subject, so he could draw some designs that could fool laymen. Furthermore, the bazooka's shape was relatively fixed, a cylindrical exterior. Then came the issues of material quality and internal threads. The most challenging part was actually designing the rocket. Ensuring it had sufficient power was a challenge, and what would be the triggering mechanism between the bazooka and the rocket? These were also daunting issues. Fortunately, Kenichi Amemiya had previous experience with thermobaric bombs, so he already had a rough idea. Ordinary rockets don't have enough lethality against ninjas. A jutsu like the Doryubi can block them. Therefore, the rocket's interior could be made with thermobaric explosives. However, this would be expensive to produce, and to achieve a carpet bombing effect with insufficient thermobaric explosives, a large number of rockets would be required, which would be expensive. It would be better to just use thermobaric bombs, so the problem was back to square one. I needed a powerful explosive formula. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly, looking at the scrap paper in his hand. He was in the habit of jotting down his thoughts on paper when he was thinking, so he could always revisit them later. The explosives mix is a problem. Many explosives from past lives already had predecessors to reference, but in the ninja world, research on explosives isn't particularly in-depth. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. The most difficult part of the ninja world is starting from scratch. Explosives, for example, already had numerous formulas in past lives, specifically for rockets, armor-piercing rounds, and aerial bombs. So if you want to improve, you can build on those, but Kenichi Amemiya didn't have any such examples to reference. So, if he wanted to improve these explosives, he had to find his own way. But there's some good news. While I don't have enough explosives formulas to refer to, I do have chakra. Chakra itself can amplify the power of explosives, potentially even significantly. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't discouraged. Even though he didn't have enough explosives formulas, he was a ninja after all. Just as the explosive power of a regular thermobaric bomb differs from that of a fire-infused thermobaric bomb, so too does that of a regular rocket from one infused with chakra. As for the most common TNT explosive, Amemiya Kenichi actually knew a bit about it. Trinitrotoluene, after all, is a perennial favorite among explosives, often appearing in films and television series. But TNT requires sugar to make explosives. No wonder sugar was a wartime staple in previous lives. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips and began to list the necessary materials. To make trinitrotoluene, he needed to purchase them. Let me see. What do I need to make trinitrotoluene? Amemiya Kenichi wrote down the raw materials he remembered on a piece of paper and called Fenghua Zyaoxu over. Zyaoxu, see if you can buy these materials in the snow country. Amemiya Kenichi handed the list of raw materials to Fenghua Zyaoxu. The confidentiality of these materials wasn't high, and with Zyaoxu's mother insect inside her, her loyalty wasn't a concern. Okay, master, let me take a look. Zaiatsu took it and looked at it carefully, muttering something as she looked at it. Amemiya Kenichi was not in a hurry, but continued to draw the design of the rocket launcher. The most important thing about a rocket launcher is actually the material and the degree of precision. If there are some flaws in the rocket launcher itself, and heat escapes from the gaps in the rocket launcher during firing, the explosive power will be reduced, so there are still some requirements for precision. However, this focuses on the fact that the rocket launcher itself cannot have gaps or bubbles. Although this is more troublesome, it can also be solved. Master, I have taken a look. These materials can be bought in the snow country, but the reserves are not very large. Fenghua Zaiatsu pointed to a material and said to Amemiya Kenichi, how about this? First transfer some of these things to me, and then find a way to buy or mine, if there is not enough. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand. Not having a lot of reserves is not a problem, as long as there is some. Chapter 324, The Fusion of Trinitrotoluene and Chakra. Fenghua Zaiatsu was incredibly efficient. While Amemiya Kenichi was still drawing the blueprint, Fenghua Zaiatsu had already gathered the raw materials. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi assigned her his second task. Find the snow country's most skilled blacksmith, and have him figure out how to produce this for me. No gaps, no bubbles. Amemiya Kenichi shoved the blueprint at Fenghua Zaiatsu and hurried back to the lab with the raw materials. Normally, Amemiya Kenichi would have been interested in a few more words with Fenghua Zaiatsu, but right now, with a burst of inspiration, he didn't bother to say anything. While he had this idea, he quickly prepared the trinitrotoluene and then mixed it with TNT. Master, you're so busy, but so dedicated. Really, how can you be so charming? Fenghua Zaiatsu glared at Amemiya Kenichi from behind and licked her lips. If it weren't for the strict class distinctions of the Zerg, Fenghua Zaiatsu would have pounced on him long ago. However, she still dutifully took the blueprints given to her by Amemiya Kenichi and went to the most skilled blacksmith in the Snow Kingdom's capital. Her master's request must be fulfilled. Back in the laboratory, Amemiya Kenichi began to produce trinitrotoluene. While trinitrotoluene looked dangerous, it could actually withstand a certain degree of friction and impact. The imagery of it instantly exploding when slammed against a wall in movies and TV shows was largely untrue. However, if any part of trinitrotoluene was heated, it would explode, a major factor in its widespread use as an explosive. While more powerful explosives existed in previous lives, trinitrotoluene still had a wide range of uses, making it the explosive most people came into contact with or understood. Its production was also somewhat dangerous, but not as dangerous as hydrofluoric acid. The key was its safekeeping. I hope everything goes well. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath, then began producing trinitrotoluene. This busy work lasted until evening, when Amemiya Kenichi finally succeeded in producing a batch of TNT. The TNT is ready, but it still needs testing. Kenichi Amemiya fashioned a simple explosive cartridge from the TNT he had, then took it to a hill near the Snow Country's capital to test it. The detonation went smoothly, and the deafening roar even triggered a small avalanche, though this level of avalanche wasn't a problem. The power is a bit smaller than a thermobaric bomb, but the yield will solve that problem. Now we need to solve the problem of fusing the TNT with chakra. Kenichi Amemiya gazed at the explosion scene, lost in thought. Kenichi Amemiya had previously received a book on the fusion of chakra and thermobaric explosives. It was incredibly thick, and even now, thinking about it still gave him a stomachache. But as the saying goes, there's a reward for every effort, and now Kenichi Amemiya has a better understanding of explosives and chakra. The book explains that chakra exists as a form of energy, a structure composed of atoms. So, if we want to fuse the two, Kenichi Amemiya walked back to his laboratory, contemplating the fusion process. It stands to reason that fusing thermobaric explosives with TNT shouldn't be too difficult, but things often don't work that way. Kenichi Amemiya felt he needed some experimentation to determine how to fuse TNT and chakra without destroying the TNT's properties. Back in the lab, Kenichi didn't see Fenghua Zaiatsu delivering a bazooka, but he didn't rush. In an era when ironwork was still manual, expecting to produce one quickly was unrealistic. After making another batch of TNT, Kenichi Amemiya began experimenting with infusing it with fire attribute chakra. However, to avoid an explosion caused by a misoperation, he only used a portion. Although TNT's properties are stable, the addition of fire attribute chakra does cause some changes in its molecular structure. After fully infusing it with a certain amount of fire attribute chakra, strange patterns appeared on the surface of the TNT, resembling cracks in glass. Kenichi Amemiya observed the patterns on the gunpowder and patiently drew a copy of them. The patterns were quite beautiful. But just as he was thinking this, Kenichi Amemiya noticed the TNT before him starting to bulge outward. He instinctively used Utsukjutsu to bury the TNT in the soil. A muffled thud echoed. A large amount of soil flew up in the air, some of which nearly hid Kenichi Amemiya's face. The power of the explosives has indeed increased. As expected, the addition of chakra significantly improves explosives. Kenichi Amemiya had no further thoughts. Experimental failures were normal, even experiments with established production processes could fail. It's probably because too much chakra was injected, causing the trinitrotoluene to heat up, Kenichi Amemiya noted in his experimental log. After reading the book, Kenichi Amemiya could deduce a possible cause of the failure. Fire attribute chakra is inherently more active, even more so than wind attribute chakra, making the possibility of a problem high. This time, I tried to control the output of fire attribute chakra and disperse it as much as possible. The TNT explosives are stable and show no signs of exploding. However, after observation, I discovered that TNT seems to have some issues with chakra preservation. Thermobaric explosives can preserve chakra for a period of time after production, but TNT produced this way loses chakra at a faster rate. Based on this amount, the TNT explosives will become ordinary explosives within 3 days. Could this be related to the materials used in thermobaric explosives? Amemiya Kenichi frowned at the lab report in his hand, then glanced at the TNT explosives next to him. The strange patterns still appeared on this TNT, but they were fading at an extremely slow rate. While not noticeable to the naked eye, Amemiya Kenichi could detect this fading process with his Sharingan. If this continued, the TNT explosives would become more difficult to use. And who knew if this fading would cause problems with their preservation? The disappearance of chakra atoms causes changes in the explosive structure. A single error in this process could cause heat generation and detonate the trinitrotoluene. But adding other materials could very well cause the TNT to undergo some strange changes. Furthermore, thermobaric explosives require a considerable amount of raw materials, and trying them one by one would be too slow, said Kenichi Amemiya, feeling somewhat annoyed. If only his shadow clones were here, he could quickly find the element and add some to the TNT to limit chakra escape before using it. But unfortunately, his shadow clones were busy playing tricks on the ninjas from the snow country. Guess I'll have to figure it out on my own. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He had no other options but to experiment on his own. First experiment, I tried adding a small amount. It failed, and the escape velocity remained the same. Second experiment, I added a small amount. Still failed. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head and put these failed samples away in a dedicated place. He planned to record whether the escape of TNT chakra would trigger an explosion. In the third experiment, I added a small amount of magnesium. This time, the chakra escape rate slowed significantly, though this is somewhat strange given the properties of magnesium. At least the results were positive. The experiment didn't last long. Whether it was just luck or something else, after adding some magnesium, the chakra escape rate from the TNT explosive slowed significantly. Current estimates suggest it will take over 3 months for all the chakra to escape, and possibly even longer. But at least it's safe for short-term use. Then, Amemiya Kenichi tried adding chakra of other properties. Magnesium performed similarly, which reassured him. Now, let's try incorporating chakra of all properties into the TNT explosives, and see how that affects the explosion. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands excitedly. He had previously considered incorporating all types of chakra into thermobaric explosives, but the difficulty was too great, so he hadn't experimented much. Now that TNT was simpler and cheaper to make, a few more attempts would help him. Just as he was thinking this, Amemiya Kenichi heard several loud booms. A single boom, followed by several more. He instantly realized the explosives had exploded. The explosives he had placed outside to test, where the chakra escape could cause TNT to explode, had indeed exploded. Alas, but this would limit the use of TNT chakra explosives. We need to establish a safe period, and I wonder if adding magnesium would prevent explosions. Amemiya Kenichi sighed and walked out. He had previously had Fenghua Zyaksu look after the explosives, so he could determine the time of their detonation and make an estimate. Just as he left, Amemiya Kenichi discovered that the daimyo's mansion was in chaos, with people running around everywhere and flames in the distance. His mouth twitched. Did the explosion start the fire? Fortunately, it wasn't on the mountain. Otherwise, if there was a fire on the mountain, I'd be in the police station. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to go put out the fire, a small figure scurried over. The fire was immediately extinguished. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He could clearly see that it was Uchiha Hikaru who had done it. Amemiya Kenichi then walked over and asked the attendant who had been recording the explosion times for the time. Well, the first one to explode, it exploded more than 3 hours after the escape was observed. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow, then noticed something interesting. The times of the explosions were different. For example, the explosives Amemiya Kenichi had prepared first started to escape, but it exploded in the middle, not the first. This was very interesting. It seems the chakra isn't escaping in a fixed direction, but rather randomly. So, when the structural chain collapses, a certain degree of randomness is introduced. Amemiya Kenichi noted this with interest. He wasn't sure if this record would be useful, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to have it in mind. Amemiya-san. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was reading the information, Uchiha Hikaru came running over. Oh, Hikaru? Amemiya Kenichi also noticed Uchiha Hikaru and the gloves in his hand. Amemiya Kenichi admitted that his heart seemed to stop for a second when he saw the gloves. How many pairs of gloves were there? Even if Amemiya Kenichi changed a pair every day, he could probably wear a different pair for months. Amemiya-san, it's cold. Uchiha Hikaru happily handed him the gloves, and Amemiya Kenichi took them. Wow, 3 pairs of gloves. More for less, right? Thank you, Hikaru. Amemiya Kenichi felt a little amused, but he didn't refuse. After all, it was Hikaru's gift, wasn't it? Hikari, how's your ninjutsu training going? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the cheerful Hikaru and decided to find her something to do. Otherwise, he suspected he'd need a special scroll just for the gloves. Well, I used to practice with my parents, but then. Uchiha Hikaru's eyes dimmed a little, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Warring State Seirin ninjutsu differed somewhat from modern ninjutsu, and Uchiha Hikaru had also injured experiments and imprisonment, so he likely didn't have much combat experience. With this in mind, Amemiya Kenichi summoned Uchiha Shiri and tasked her with teaching her some basic ninja skills. Although Amemiya Kenichi had no intention of sending her into combat yet, not having to do it didn't mean she wouldn't. At least with strength, they could be prepared for any problems. Mr. Amemiya, Hikaru has learned it, Uchiha Shiri said, feeling somewhat helpless. She didn't have much left to teach her. After hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Uchiha Hikaru, who was very happy, with a hint of pride in his face. Hikaru is still a genius. Amemiya Kenichi could naturally see through Uchiha Hikaru's little thoughts, and he praised Uchiha Hikaru, but it was also a real compliment. After all, Uchiha Hikaru had only been here for a short time, but he had already learned everything that Uchiha Shiri had mastered. This talent was really not to be underestimated. But the question was, who would teach Uchiha Hikaru now? Chapter 325, Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. While Kenichi Amemiya possessed considerable strength, he wasn't entirely confident in his ability to teach students, especially when facing Uchiha Hikaru. If it were someone like Naruto or Sasuke, who had just embarked on the ninja path, he might have had some confidence. Kenichi Amemiya immediately thought of his own teacher, Orochimaru. After all, despite his peculiar personality and sometimes dangerous nature, he was, at heart, a truly exceptional teacher. This was evident simply by looking at the students he taught. The Sannin were all exceptional teachers, and Jiraiya also produced exceptional students. Only Tsunede's students fell short compared to those of his two companions. Naruto and Sasuke were already the darlings of the world, so it's no surprise that Sakura couldn't compare. However, compared to other ninja, Sakura was a truly exceptional student. Among his students, Anko Materashi reached the rank of Jonin in the original story, and Sasuke, under his dedicated guidance, even accomplished the feat of killing his master and betraying his own student. To some extent, the teacher's teaching was excellent. If he hadn't preferred research and science, perhaps the ninja world would have had another legendary ninja teacher. Then I'll teach you a few things first, Hikaru. But I'm quite busy, so I can only teach you through my shadow clones. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Hikaru's head with a chuckle. He had no other options. The teacher's whereabouts were unknown, and the ninjas in the snow country were relatively few in number to teach Hikaru. Uchiha Shiri had already mastered most of what they had learned. So, Amemiya Kenichi had to take on the challenge himself. As for Sage Mode, while it was powerful and could significantly enhance a ninja's strength, it was also extremely dangerous. Without special tools to unleash natural energy, improper practice would result in petrification. Amemiya Kenichi certainly wouldn't gamble on Hikaru's ability to master it in one go. Even Naruto had practiced for a long time before achieving it. So, naturally, it was impossible for Kenichi Amemiya to teach Hikari Sage Mode. Fortunately, his teacher had previously taught him some new things, so Kenichi Amemiya felt he could still handle Hikari for the time being. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah. Hikari looked happy, and Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but smile a little at her smile. This little girl had a good personality and was very likable. After creating a shadow clone, Kenichi Amemiya had it take Hikari to learn some ninja knowledge while he returned to the laboratory to continue his own experiments. Now that we've solved the problem of gunpowder explosion, making rockets is a little easier. After all, the most important component of a rocket is the explosive. The next step is to polish the details. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the TNT in his hand, lost in thought. Making a rocket itself wasn't very difficult. The main issues were how to launch it, how fast it would hit the target, and how accurate it would be. There were still many things to consider, such as whether it had a certain level of anti-interference capability, target tracking, and even infrared and thermal tracking, which were particularly prominent in some helicopter targeting rocket launchers. But the ninja world is relatively backward, so these things are unnecessary. The key is speed. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his wrist. The ninja world doesn't have many countermeasures to things like rocket launchers. Essentially, it just needs to fire quickly enough to provide a short-term fire coverage. Later, upgrades might be needed to penetrate barriers and earth walls, etc. At this point, there are basically no further requirements, unless the ninja world climbs the tech tree and invents a rocket launcher, but Amemiya Kenichi believes the probability of this is relatively low. For now, Amemiya Kenichi can say with certainty that a weapon similar to the Kataisha rocket launcher would be a groundbreaking new product for the ninja world, and its mere existence would give the ninjas considerable time to ponder. So, Amemiya Kenichi quickly laid out the keynote for this research project on paper, the Kataisha rocket launcher. The main challenges were explosive power and launch speed. If these were overcome, the rocket launcher would essentially be a success. Launch speed was the easy part. Previous rocket launchers relied on chemical propulsion to increase the speed of missiles and rockets, and chemical fuels were the most common method. While future developments might embody new energy sources, such as nuclear-powered rocket launchers and missiles, which rely directly on reactor power for propulsion, chemical fuels were currently sufficient in the ninja world. Propellants. I haven't worked with them, but I have some knowledge of them. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. While he didn't work in the military industry, a friend of his was a military enthusiast, and they engaged him in lengthy discussions. So, Amemiya Kenichi had some general knowledge of these things. Rocket propellants are generally the easiest to make, and they are probably chemical fuels and solid fuels. Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are also very promising, but they are technically challenging and difficult to replicate in the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi wrote down some of the propellant ratios he'd memorized. However, these only had names, not specific dosages, so the exact amount needed would require his own research. He was used to this. After all, the ninja world's technological level was limited, and most things required in-house research. Expecting help from others in the ninja world was simply wishful thinking. Then let's start with chemical fuels. After all, the ninja world has plenty of them. Amemiya Kenichi stretched. Some of the things needed for chemical fuels were already available in the ninja world. While the industrial level here was quite peculiar, the raw materials were still reasonably accessible. Therefore, starting there was the best option. After calling Fenghua Zyaksu, Amemiya Kenichi handed her the necessary items, who took them after examining them. The Snow Country already had these items. The only problem was that some were in limited production. But the problem wasn't serious. Kenichi Amemiya only needed it as propellant to try to get the rocket launched. The propellant problem should be easily solved. The only concern is the number of attempts. Then, we need to consider guidance and launch. Kenichi Amemiya crossed out the propellant on the paper and circled the two words guidance and launch. Although weapons like the Katasha rocket employed more traditional methods due to the limitations of the technology and scientific level of the time, it was still a very effective weapon at the time. There's no particularly good way to solve the guidance problem unless I launch a satellite into space. But we can try to operate it the same way as the old mortars, calculating the rocket's mass, launch speed, and other factors to derive a parabola. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips excitedly. Precision guidance was unlikely. Without satellite guidance, it was impossible to launch a missile from atop a platform. Therefore, the mortars of World War II served as a good reference. Because of the propellant, rockets can be launched farther, naturally extending their trajectory and thus meeting the long-range kill target. However, there are drawbacks. They aren't particularly effective against moving, living creatures. The ninja world is a monstrous bunch. Even ordinary genin can run at astonishing speeds. If you want to kill a ninja army, you need to set a lead time as a reference, meaning you need an observer. However, if you're just targeting a building, that's not a big deal. You can just estimate the distance and fire directly. In the future, perhaps we could try to implement an automatic chakra tracking device, giving rockets and missiles the ability to track chakra. After launch, these weapons would automatically track to the area with the highest chakra concentration and strike. Amemiya Kenichi wrote down the idea. While the ninja world's technology still presents some challenges in developing satellites, this problem should be relatively easy to solve. We can think of a solution later and try to address it. But the guidance problem can only be solved after the rocket is completed. The launch problem is much easier. We can then design a firing pin based on the properties of the fuel. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. It seemed that the construction of a Katasha rocket launcher wasn't particularly complicated. Of course, that was from Amemiya Kenichi's perspective. After all, he already understood the theory and some of the principles of rocket launchers. In that era, the fact that scientists were able to develop Katasha rockets and similar weapons was a truly remarkable achievement. While waiting for Fenghua Zyaksu to deliver the raw materials, Amemiya Kenichi took a break to check out the laboratory. The laboratory was still operating normally. Amemiya Kenichi took a report and examined it. The experiments were successful. All the ninjas had been transplanted with Uchiha clan genes. Amemiya Kenichi transplanted Obito's genome, Shisu's genome, and Itachi's genome, respectively. As for Sasuke's genome, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't attempted it. After all, Sasuke's status was rather unique. As the son of the Six Paths Sage, it was hard to say whether he would be noticed by the sage. If the Sage of Six Paths were to take a moment to sense the present world and discover his son's wanderings, it could lead to unnecessary conflict. After all, Kenichi Amemiya had always had concerns about the sage. He resided in the Pure Land and possessed a strong control over souls, where the ninjas' souls resided. This made Kenichi wonder what the sage was up to. Of course, he might be overthinking things. After all, the Sage of Six Paths appeared only a few times in the original story, and there was no direct evidence of his intentions. These experiments have all been successful. Next, I'll have to repeat them until all the ninjas in the Snow Country have opened their 3 Magatama or even their Mangeki Sharingan. Once I have sufficient test data, I can open my own Mangeki. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. He would then review the test data, and he also had some ideas about the eternal Mangeki. According to the official Naruto setting, the Eternal Mangekyou is essentially the Mangekyou Sharingan, the only difference being that the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan itself doesn't cause blindness due to increased eye power. However, the regular Mangekyou Sharingan can cause blindness due to the increased eye power of the Mangekyou Jutsu. The Uchiha clan is a vast family, but the only two individuals to have activated the Eternal Mangekyou in their history are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. What these two share is that they are both reincarnations of Indra, the son of the Six Paths Sage. So the so-called Eternal Mangekyou is essentially the Otsutsuki Eye with a more refined bloodline. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. A dark spot in Naruto's past was the theory of bloodline. While many believe it's not true, thanks to the efforts of Sasuke and Naruto, it's undeniable that bloodline is indeed very important. How else to explain why, from the Uchiha clan's prosperity during the Warring States period to their demise during the Konoha era, only two individuals were able to open the Eternal Mangekyou? It's worth noting that Hikaru Uchiha had already opened the Mangekyou during the Warring States period. Many members of the Uchiha clan also achieved this, but their solution to the problem of blindness was to steal others' Mangekyous during internal family feuds. Kenichi Amemiya didn't believe the entire Uchiha clan was useless, and hadn't considered resolving this issue. Uchiha Madara had opened the Eternal Mangekyou, so others must have tried, but none succeeded. This demonstrates the crucial importance of bloodline in this context. In other words, if you're not a reincarnation of Indra, you don't even have the qualifications to open the Eternal Mangekyou. Only a reincarnation of Indra holds the key. Of course, whether or not the key can be inserted into the keyhole and successfully unlock the door depends on the holder's own efforts. Regarding this question, I've actually researched the subject and discovered that the concept of the Eternal Mangekyou isn't mentioned in the Naruto manga. Even in Naruto, it only mentions the permanent Mangekyou Sharingan, though the Eternal Mangekyou is certainly more refined. As for how to activate the Eternal Mangekyou, at least in Naruto, only Madara and Sasuke have successfully done so, though Boruto is another story. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.